Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy.
TNC Predators turn to battle.
Radiant team, pick.
All right, we got ourselves an Earth Spirit coming out.
Nice.
That's another run at you hero right there.
Yep.
If Bristleback gets to a good start, as you said, he manages to farm an Agent stack, I can see these three heroes just moving around and completely causing chaos. I think a lot of the game plan between these two teams right now is just TA is going to place a lot of traps around her Ancients, and TNC are trying to break that EG triangle.
Yeah, the value of TA and the reason why it's so good is because of simply the traps. Like, you used to always just put it on runes, but now people are moving the traps to being more like truly vision based. Like, you have it on the entry to jungles, the exits, you put them in popular smoke areas, just so if you do get that clip of vision of a pos 5, you check his inventory towards sentry, you're going to find where he's going to place them quite quickly. So yeah, TA is the stonks on that hero is going up.
And I think Abbott in particular, even when I coached him on Fnatic back in like 2017, I always thought he was the best TA trap user.
Okay.
He's just a very
This is
that was a
fight.
fast. They knew what they wanted.
Yeah, they know.
That's a good TA counter actually.
An instant Mars. Okay, I love
this is planned, right?
Yeah, exactly. This feels very scripted.
And Mars is actually one of the highest win rate heroes from the group stage. Wildcards, I should
But
say.
I love it here in this position because you have heroes who play around movement with the Darkseer and also the double value of against Bristleback. When you spear him to the wall, you can actually then you have some way to manipulate his kind of positioning. You're turning the back away, so it's that counter aggression.
For sure. EG's lineup is very set up to like burst one hero and then kite the fight out.
Yep.
I think that's what you want versus really run at you heroes. How Dota works is if it's full 5v5, it's really easy to move forward or backwards as a team. If EG are able to make TNC only have 4 heroes at the start of the fight, they'll be able to kite them really well with traps. I don't know why it is particular. I think it's just like you have more spells, right? Like every hero has a slow stun, some impact.
But I guess the main thing is though, TNC, they have a way to punish the Mars, right? If Mars ever wastes Arena, that's a pretty hefty cooldown on a spell that is so instrumental in their team fight right now. If he wastes it or he uses it to rebuttal, let's say, an Earth Spirit, right? Then the Bristleback comes in after. Like, there is no real way to kind of disengage the fight. Like, they want to be able to do it, but it's like they have a cookie on Snapfire and then TA playing around her own Blink Dagger maybe, but if they take a bad fight, they're going to be overrun so quickly. It's like Mars v the world right now for that type of that fighting.
Do you think it's a Bristle carry or mid? Carry or mid right now?
I'd like to see the Bristle carry, and then you pick up like
I was sort of
some
thinking
Leshrac style int mid.
I want them to get something to start a fight cleanly. Like Earth Spirit, he can sort of start fights, but it's not reliable. Same for Land for a long time because this is a 5 line. He's not gonna have Blink Dagger. I mean, they get to see EG's last pick, so we should probably focus on that one.
That's true. Yeah.
But
I think right now, I honestly, for mid heroes, like I'd even throw a Pangolier for them. Just completely remove the idea of Arena, and it starts to fight so easily. The vision from the hero. But anyway,
they need something like that to get an AA, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The Bristleback, he wants to frontline, but sort of like pseudo frontline in this game. He doesn't want to run in first, get Arena Spear and AOT.
That's the main thing. Yeah, like the Mars is to counter.
You need some chaos for
exactly.
sure.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel for both teams they are just both pretty happy with their draft. I kind of feel like they're getting what they want from this.
I think that's what should happen. Like as you come in from playing your international tournaments, like you should test the waters. Like I think even if like EG know what TNC want, they still want to give a bit of it. Maybe not the key heroes. I'm not too sure if you should give them Bristleback. Very good.
We're gonna see if that was a wise choice in the game.
I mean, like you can't go to an extreme, right? You can't just black box your bands like Ice Sights on Zenith did. Maybe he's
that's fair.
Whispering in the ear.
That's fair. I mean, the thing is, do you still have to wait your whole bonus time for that? I think so.
You do. It's not good to do.
No, it's not.
You can still do it. You can ban like some Meepo, Chen.
True.
Although Chen did win a game somehow.
Do you feel like these bans are putting the tier into a carry role, and this potentially could just be like a Storm Spirit last pick for EG? Because I think like TNC really wants that backline catch, but there's not enough bans.
TA has a carry role. Like you ban the same heroes for TA mid as TA carry, though.
Sure. Okay.
So
I see.
I can see what you're saying, but like I don't know if it too much about what EG
No, that's true. I'm just trying to think of like what's the flex core instead. Like if you're trying to keep the TA open, like what's that next in line?
I think TA should do very well for Darkseer lane though.
Yeah, that's the main reasoning. Yeah.
But like to be honest, like if you see the Darkseer, any carry you pick should dumpster that hero. That hero is very weak in lane.
Especially with an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it should be awful. And
the main reason we say that is because Darkseer, like Earth Spirit's a hero that plays off of roll and setting up the damage. Darkseer doesn't really do damage until level kind of 5+, and then when you get to war especially. And heroes maybe like Clockwork or mainly Clockwork is one of the best kind of kill. Even Tusk, they're the better Darkseer combos for actually killing in the lane.
Earth Spirit, he's not as tanky as the other fours. Like even the Nyx can keep the Iron Shell on your opponent for longer.
That's
you know, you have casual stuns, you have 4 armor high regen. Earth Spirit doesn't really have that.
And it's the main reason we're mentioning for TNC, especially they need a hero other than Bristleback to start the fight. Because Earth Spirit, he is best played when he is able to patiently wait, analyze the entire engagement, and then decide exactly what role he's going in for.
If you get to go in second as Earth Spirit, your silence is actually the thing that's really good. If you do go in first, you'll hit the roll maybe. It's like a 50-50, but your silence will definitely not be good.
Ban out Ursa, so yep. It's the assuming that it's the TA mid. Now this is where EG has to kind of reveal what's happening here.
So yeah, so in terms of carries, if that is what we are still looking for, the position ones, there's only one usual suspect that I believe still in, which is the Wraith King.
Wraith for EG?
Not for either. I mean, both of them have been banning out the...
Oh, you're right. There are a lot of carries.
And Terrorblade also still in, which is I'm only saying because of the Illusion Core bans.
And you actually don't know if Bloodseeker's going mid or carry.
You do not.
Yeah. That's a...
Not until the heroes get picked, but yeah, for this pick, they are gonna have to
and that's nice gamble. As first pick, because just hiding a little bit of information makes TNC's last pick that much harder.
But is this not like a really good Storm game?
Storm.
I guess maybe it's not. I'm just trying to think of like the idea
Storm is definitely a good Storm game, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
Shiver's a genius.
They go for Wraith King, okay.
It was process of elimination, guys. Ban all the carries. There's a couple
it's
left.
Gonna be a mid Bristleback then, okay.
Bristleback TA, I think they should both farm in that matchup. Maybe TA slightly outfarms him, but it'll definitely come down to supports. I think something that was happening a lot was Crit would TP at like the 3-4 minute runes and kill like in the last major. That'd be like the best move he makes for EG. But I'm not too sure if you can do that versus Bristleback as TA Snapfire.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for EG because like they need to wait to enter the game, but when they enter the game, this Bloodseeker isn't going to feel too great fighting into like the tankiness of a Wraith King or a Bristleback. These are heroes that stand still pretty quickly.
It depends a bit. Like if EG win their safe lane really hard this game, which I think if I were to select a team with the best safe lane, it's EG, like in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're laning powers.
Okay, I see.
So like if they can dominate their safe lane, then I think their path to playing is very simple. Like they're a team that will rotate this Bloodseeker mid at low 6 or 7 this game, and they can overwhelm TNC's draft.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is they need to try and ignore the Wraith King, because if they ever isolate the Bristle or the Darkseid, they will die to like the Rupture plus AA, just dead.
And so I don't think Wraith King carries this game. I think Bloodseeker actually is really good versus Wraith King carry.
Because he can just kite out and...
It's kiting, it's a shard, it's just... I mean, Bloodseeker actually dominates these strength heroes in the late game if you have enough items.
What if you play the Wraith King the way we saw somewhere in the wild cards? That the Wraith not go...
Vessel?
Yeah, he just doesn't go into jungle because it will be Bristleback taking up all that farm and getting all the stacks, and Wraith King will just go fight and build.
I'd like to see that, just because they have the Bristle, right? Like, they have to... One farm, one fight. But exciting game.
Exciting game. I love it. We get to see both these teams play the style they want to play, and we're going to get to see which one of those two teams is going to have the better idea of Dota going into this AniMajor. We're going to do that. We're going to experience this game together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Or TC.
Yes, thank you, Shiver. I'm here joined by the OD Pillow again, and it is going to be a pretty hype matchup. Does feel like both teams got kind of exactly what they wanted. Does look like both drafts do have their merits. So, Owen, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, super excited for this one. It's always going to be fun, especially when it's both teams' first game here on the LAN. EG versus TNC, and it's a lot of sort of hero player combinations are going to be. We're going to have to keep our eyes out on. Tim's on his Earth Spirit. He's going to be rolling around the map, causing a lot of chaos. And then over on EG, just looking at things like the Arbed TA. This man on this hero, he can take over the entire game himself. So a lot of things to be excited about seeing. And one of the, I guess, kind of different things is talked about by the panel. I wonder how much you like it, and if it's something that you feel that TNC can roll with pretty well. If this idea of having the mid Bristleback and the offlane Darkseer, having these two cores, bringing the chaos whilst Gabby on the Wraith King gets the farm. Do you like this approach from TNC?
It's their comfort. It's what they've been super good with in the DPC, so why not, right? Like Curtis was saying, you don't want to change your strategy up so much going into this, so I do like that they do just put it out there. So they just test the waters, see how EG is going to react to it. I'm definitely looking at Tim's though, right? I want to actually see if he's going to ever make an early move, because you have to imagine, this is TNC versus Abed, Owen. So there's got to be a little bit of that wanting of blood for Tim's in particular. We're going to see, I want to see in particular, these rotations of like Ion Shell on the Earth Spirit, maybe an early TP, potentially looking to pressure Abed early on, because that's something that they can definitely do to burn those refraction charges and actually set themselves up for a good start.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Tim's movements in the early game have to be something that EG will need to be quite prepared for. And in terms of the lane in general, I mean, how does Bristle play against the TA in the matchup in the 1v1?
It's pretty farm heavy. TA slightly will be able to out-farm the Bristleback, but I think it's really going to be up like to what Curtis was saying on the panel, is just rotations early on, who gets the double runes, who's able to secure better, who's able to maybe get a stack camp or something on that small camp early on.
And then looking at the side lanes, I mean, anything that sort of stands out to you as being a difficulty here for one of the teams?
Definitely the Darkseer. That is going to be really tough for him versus just Bloodseeker, who sustains versus freely. You have an AA, long range, able to trade hits and always bully. So they're going to have to, of course, manipulate creep with that Earth Spirit, and we'll see how Bach is able to do. Because he's also, I watched quite a bit of their games and just was looking at him. He struggles a lot in some of their games. Like, he has like 9 deaths or 8 deaths, so he ends up being that, like, for Armel and for Gabby to kind of pop off. Nice.
Do those deaths tend to happen in sort of the laning stage, the early game? Is that where Bok sometimes struggles?
I mean, it's kind of all over the place, to be honest with you. I saw him playing a lot of different variety of heroes, though, so it's also in the region as well, too, right? Like, SEA is a bit crazy, so they are just kills sometimes that maybe aren't so good, but it kind of just happens throughout all stages.
So far on the CS, I mean, as you say, bottom, Arteezy is having the edge here against Bok, not struggling at all against the Darkseer. Top lane, moving in onto Boomy. Boomy has got the stick charges and the Fairy Fire ready to go, so be able to survive that, but we are certainly seeing it between Ice, and Crit on these two. They've got a lot of burst kill potential in this lane, so Boomy, he's going to have to be very careful as the line. He gets caught out of position, EG's going to be able to blow him up.
I think him and Gabby both have to be pretty careful. I think this is going to be the tougher lane for the side of TNC. The minus armor in general versus Wraith King, he is one of the lower armor carries. Even when you have Ring of Protection, you're only at like this 4 armor. And there's a Blightstone, a little Shredder, and then there's this Mars who just rips into you with physical damage of God's Rebuke. So they got to be a bit careful up here. And mid, I'm actually seeing some nice stuff from Abed. He actually goes for Meld at level 3. That's kind of cool. Since he's playing versus that melee matchup, you can easily get that Meld off onto Armel and make the trades more valuable for himself.
In there, able to give Armel a right punch here as Armel will look to grab the creeps away, and so he's going to maybe take them up and going to go for some new target. He's going to get the bounty route here, make sure that Arbed is able to step back and get the refill. Not that Arbed's going to mind too much, still has the bottle full at the moment. And the water route.
They have to be sure that they're not
Tim. So Tim's still.
Make sure they're not too low on HP. I think that's one of the biggest things I'm looking, because look at Bach. Immediately when we see these heroes low on HP, he just starts getting hit by Arteezy. He might actually just die. He's gone.
Well, there we have it, first blood. Indeed, not An easy start for Bogdan and just 6 CS against the 15-8 for Arteezy. I mean, you said it in terms of the heroes. It's not an easy lane for the Darkseer to play in and put any pressure on. And Bok, yeah, he's not going to be able to have much impact down here at all. So we'll see what sort of moves he does make on Darkseer. But this bottom half of the map hasn't been great. Of course, Tim's still yet to really find a place to make a move. Still just sitting halfway through level 1. So it's going to be very hard for him to have an impact in this early game, considering they just didn't really have the opportunity in the lane to get him any XP here out of this Sprint. So it'll be a very slow start for Tims.
They're getting the stack started. Look at Boomy. He's even got, what, 1, 2 double stack over here. They had triple stack on the Ancient side here from the Earth Spirit. And Tims is looking to maybe play around mid. I do want to see him look for that rotation early on with a level 2 Ion Shell on him, TP to mid. Look for probably around the 6-minute rune, just so he can set up Armel for a bit of success. Since Armel is out farming, fine, but he is not actually winning the matchup versus Abed. Abed is out farming.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So they can find Fly here. Fly is going to walk up into the 2 and then Bok and Tims. They got the damage. Fly is out to the side with the stick charge. He's still alive here now. It's the backup of Arteezy as they'll turn towards Tims. Arteezy ready to run down Tims as Arteezy claims the kill. Bok vacuuming Fly up to the high ground. Will get the kill. Gonna look to surge himself away from Arteezy, but of course that level 1 surge quickly coming to an end. Blood Bright's available and Arteezy is on track to clean up another. Runs down Bok. Double kill for Arteezy as he really is having the best start he could hope for on that bottom lane. At the same time, in mid, Arbed, he hits that 6, chases him down, takes out Armel as EG getting some big kills in the mid lane and the bottom lane. Up top though, TNC, they are able to take down Ice. So core deaths across the map, but still overall, EG definitely having some pretty scary looking starts here on some of their cores.
They're really crushing the start. Fly, even though he dies bottom, it actually feels like almost a good death because he just TPs mid, refills Abed's bottle, and now Armor versus a full TA. It's top, Gabby.
And look at this straight up top, Gabby. Stick with the 1 charge is just enough to save him, but he's now fully out of regen. We'll get passed over a Tango, but has to be careful coming close to that tower there. Crit saw good opportunities to set up for the combo onto him. See Fly trying to check out what's going on, and we'll actually be able to sap some of the XP. By the looks of it from Armel. Armel's going to try and do his best to push Fly away, and it will work.
So we'll get a good chunk of that XP though. He's juking him. He's okay mid lane.
Yeah. He's not going to find him at all. As Tims, he's gone. This mid lane has become a bit of a no-go zone here now for TNC's. Boom is TP'd in. Slowed down by the trap. Has the backup of Armel, so Arbed and Crit won't be able to dive in anymore. But Arbed now with the DD, with those treads, I mean, with the levels as well as we're seeing with this trap set up around the mid lane. This is a very scary place for them to turn up. I mean, Arteezy, he couldn't be having a happier time. He could not be having a happier time down here. Kill after kill. 3-0-1.
They kill the Ring of Health. They kill the Vanguard. That finish for Armel is now dead since they go for this invasion play. They even get traps around the area here too. This is the beauty of a TA versus these heroes that want to farm stacks and just sit in the jungle so much too. You're just going to be able to set up vision in the area that's going to be a lot harder to de-ward. Hims will find the 1 ward, but level 2 Earth Spirit at this point. Arteezy has had a dream start. And as the panel was saying, like Curtis was mentioning, Bloodseeker versus these tanky strength cores, he thrives when he gets this type of start. So this is definitely a concern for them here. And there's also a medallion already on Crit. There's quick stuff coming out from EG. A very good early start here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how does Tims even make it? But all of these cores, they're not easy ones to roll into, especially when you're as under-leveled as you are. Going into this TA or into the face of a Bloodseeker, both of these heroes, they're just going to kill you.
They took the mid tier 1 at 7 minutes. Now they've got easier access to go into these jungle points and just steal the stacks. Thankfully, Armel, he does go through and actually clean up 2 of them for now. But now they've lost their jungle. They've lost access to their ancients quite heavily, and Abed might just start actually playing more instead of playing on his side. He's going to be able to farm the opposite side of the map and deny a lot of gold. This is definitely concerning here for TNC.
I mean, what's the move here for TNC? Yeah, you know, the speed, it's stepping up pretty fast from EG. I mean, who can they sort of get together to try and make something happen and try and have a punch back at EG?
I think they have to start utilizing the Ion Shell. Double Ion Shell and Darkseer Earth Spirit, maybe have the lines start rotating as well. They got to start doing something because they're losing too much map control too early. They've even had to now leave the top lane. Ice is 6. Wraith King has to go jungle, and now it feels like they have 2 heroes that just have to jungle on Armel and Wraith King, as Armel still has to wait for his Vanguard to come back to life. As it is coming out now.
And they're going to go full in on the sort of just hoping that EG don't speed things up too much, queuing up the just Radiance. He's going to go for the full greed. They want to try and somehow get this game going to the later stages. So a lot of pressure on the rest of TNC to make sure that Gabby is going to have time and space to build up these 2 items. And more, of course.
That does feel a bit concerning, but they do have good way to run at them, right? With 4 heroes, they have Bristle, they have Earth Spirit, they have Darkseer, so they can actually make the space for this Wraith King if they do run out together. But EG is making the first moves completely, and RTZ even setting up a defensive ward for himself, and he's just going to TP top anyway. Even though he doesn't spot anything with that ward, he's going to look to continue pressuring.
This is all under the dire ward of TNC. We'll get the spear back to the range of Ahmed as they bring down the Wraith King that wants. Tim's rolls in, but he instantly gets ruptured. The arena's out from Ice. They turn towards Tim's Ice. He's able to get himself out as the arena holds back Ahmed and Gabby. Ahmed trying to move on forward, but EG, they've got the full 5 here. RTZ stepping off to the side, but the Blood Bright's down. They'll turn back in on towards Gabby. RTZ commits over the spear, pushes back Ahmed. Gabby will live as he gets himself back underneath the tower to keep Gabby safe for now. So TNC, all things said and done, definitely able to limit the casualties there, only losing Tim's, and they will be able to push back a full 5-man attempt there from EG to take that tower.
Bach finally gets some breathing room down bottom to get it level 7, get his arcane boots online. But that is a reincarnate down too, so it is a very long cooldown that is used for that one where EG can play around it. And they're probably going to look to just keep going up top. RTZ healing up off some neutrals. He's going to be able to continue pressure up there.
Let's see if Armel's strong enough to sort of hold off this aggression.
What's he going to buy for armor? I see he's buying Treads right now, but he does need a little bit of armor versus this lineup. There's little Shredder, there's no.
He's set up.
He's in trouble.
He's looking pretty dead here.
Sure.
Straight away, I mean, they're playing this combo nicely. They've been doing it since the laning stage. Crit and Ice. Just
look how fast he
in.
is.
Easily allowing him to get the angle for the spear, and indeed RTZ's chasing for more. He's got a rupture ready if he needs it. Good stun from Boomy will hold RTZ back, so RTZ actually not able to continue to commit, but of course TNC pushed entirely away from this top half of the map now. EG can get the objective they're looking for, get that tier 1 tower.
They're really smashing this early game. There's no real reactions that TNC can do. They weathered the storm at first because of that reincarnate, but that kind of it. They didn't get any positive out of it except for Bach getting some space. Gabby now does end up going bottom, but as you said, he's going for this very greedy build, so really does feel like EG is just going to punish the hell out of it.
Coming in with the TPs, they know that reincarnation is still on cooldown for a good amount of time.
6 on Snapfire.
People disappearing off other areas of the map. Gabby's not sticking around at the tower.
They don't hit buildings very easily anymore. Bristleback is a good tower hitter overall. Same thing for like Wraith King with Skeletons, but when you're in at this deficit, it's easy for EG to set up. They have multiple different heroes that can actually set up to go for those defenses. Bloodseekers was that Mars. They have Kisses.
They're trying to get on top. Gabby's been ruptured. The Kisses are coming out as well. Gabby's going to try and run. It'll turn with the Crit, but RTZ's got it. That's Gabby down. Over to the side, Tim's will be able to get on top of Crit. Finds him in return. Instantly out with the TP as well to make sure that RTZ can't clean him up. But that's Gabby going down, and of course this whole draft and lineup for TNC, it's so important for them that Gabby doesn't die. You know, everything's on this Wraith King.
They at the least get the tower, but yeah, it's expensive. Did we see what was going on? Did they say anything?
Towards the mid up.
Just a pause. No lag. I guess just might have been some slight lag. Language setting. Okay. That's a new one.
Different one. I guess. Oh, so I should have had his client in a different language or something. So it must be all fixed now. All fixed now. He's changed the settings. We're good to go.
Nice blast in mid. TA trap watching Boomy.
And they'll see you later. Smooth by there from the low ground. Arena down. Perfect setup for the blast. It's a low effort kill there from EG. 2 shells and the line's gone.
Once you start getting ahead with TA, it starts to be really difficult to play the map. These heroes like Lion you just die. You know, there's a trap on top of you and you're just dead. One other hero comes over for rotation and you do end up just dying.
TNC though, considering the objectives that have been taken and the kills that have been had, only 2k behind, so still holding in an Armel. He is going to be very tanky on the Bristle. Vanguard continuing to beef up. I mean, as I say, if they can somehow fight as the 4, keep Gabby safe, they will have this Wraith King that does have the potential to become quite a bit of a raid boss, and they're actually going to look to get him in. Okay, no, Gabby, he doesn't want any part of this.
I don't think
he's going to continue to hit creeps. Bok, Boomy, Tims, they're ready to go on the hunt. They've got the 6 on Boomy. They have that burst from the finger. That they should be able to get the kill if they find a hero alone.
They got to get a high priority one, though. They need to try to find Ahmed. He's got a haste rune, though. They might just end up having to be satisfied with crit. They're actually going to go at the D ward right away, but they're going to reveal their position. Yeah, I mean, Armel is tanky in a way, but at the same time, he's not. There's so much minus armor that's coming out. It's a level 4 meld already. Max Little Shredder with a medallion, too. This is not going to be easy for him to actually tank the brunt of the force that's coming out from EG. And there's an Ice Blast on top, too.
I mean, yeah, is this still a game where you do like that he got the hood, or do you have liked him to see some sort of plate mail or something else instead of it? Or do you feel that the hood is indeed very necessary here?
It's such a good pickup always when you're versus like Mars and AA, but I feel like the plate mail might have maybe just a casual medallion, because I was clicking around like who's actually going to build a medallion on their team besides just the Bristle. It's a little bit of a weird pickup to get on your core, but it does feel like it might be more necessary versus all this minus armor.
Nice catch here from Tims. We'll be able to dispel the smoke movement here from EG that was on track to get down towards Gabby. So Tims just making sure he's always in position roughly on the map between Gabby and the rough whereabouts of EG.
It's Roche time. They've got the Deso, they've got the Medallion, they've got the Shredder. They're going to easily be able to do this one. I don't think there's any way TNC can contest this.
Yeah, they'll have to let one go to EG. Sages will be theirs, and EG will see what moves they want to make next. As Arbed very getting at the front of the fights now. So of course, yeah, Armel just going to go for this Albert next. Needs to have something against the TA.
That would be nice, at least for that.
3,100 gold into the relic.
It's time that TNC really does need. But I just feel like they're just losing. They're just going to keep losing on this map control. This mid tower has barely even been touched. 1,700 HP still on it, and EG's playing active. They're still looking for plays.
All inside TNC's jungle right now, keeping the wave push right up to the tier 2 here. 15 minutes in, and this tier 2 probably going to go down without being defended here by TNC. So it's a very early pressure just continuing to come out from EG as TNC just opting to try and play as far away from EG as they can, so that Gabby's farm goes uninterrupted.
Getting a pipe on the Darks here next too, which I feel like the Crimson Guard might actually be more valuable this time since he is versus all this physical damage, but it does feel like he does want it. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely scared of the magic. Yeah, hood on one core and pipe on the other, so really focusing. Said the damage from the AA. Boom.
Goodbye.
Ooh, okay. Steps out the base, and EG, they make short work of him. Boomy's gone.
They've got the
yeah, 16 minutes
here.
in, they're having a bit of a tickle of the high ground.
Why not? They know that Gabby is not prepared yet to fight. He's got the Relic, but not quite the Radiance yet.
That's very true.
Force the issue.
You're effectively pushing in whilst there's no carrot.
And Arteezy's still farming in the mid lane, so he's not actually getting, disrupted of having to stick with his team the whole time. He's getting his own type of farm. Armel has to start reacting. Nice waiting with his ward, watching the Armel rotation. Won't quite catch him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See Arbed just trying to find a few more creeps here to hit this timing of the blink in combination with picking up this DD rune. Just a couple 100 gold away from having the blink dagger. He's in the mid. And drop the arena. Not quite enough damage to take down Tims though. Tims, he's going to live through that burst. He's out.
They revealed their ward with that play too. Instantly dewarded by Boomy. So limited vision right now from the side of EG, but they have so much information just from the tower pushing that they've been able to do and from the traps that Abed is laying down all over the place. And yeah, Blink coming out on the courier. Another tier 2 getting pressured. Map shrinking for TNC.
It certainly is. And even though, 4K, not that the biggest of leads you'd necessarily see in a game that one team is sort of getting as far ahead as it feels that EG is, it's very much the fact that, You know, EG, they're going for the objectives. They're going for exactly what needs to be done. They're not aimlessly chasing for kills. They seem that they've got a pattern. They know how to close up this game. They know what their goal is, and so far they've not been forced to stray away from it. It very much does seem that the EG is pretty much in full control right now.
Absolutely, and Arteezy's he's not sticking with this team, so he's not getting under-leveled by any means. He's actually playing his own game on the side here, so he's still getting very farmed, very high level. Level 14 on Bloodseeker. Abed's 15. He's got a BKB about to be finished on Bloodseeker too, so he's keeping up with the pace of the opposing carry, actually keeping ahead of the pace of that opposing carry, who's just been sitting in the jungle the whole time. Gabby.
So how's his progress looking? A few hundred gold and the relic and recipe will be done. So Radiance at least, but no, they turn up and still have quite the struggle standing against this Bloodseeker TA. They will be able to blow up Gabby twice. Radiance alone is not likely to make that much of a difference at this stage of the game. He's going to need to still play a bit of the AFK game, even when that Radiance is done.
Bottom tower is under attack.
As long as he gets really good RNG with the evasion, with the mischance from that Radiance, maybe he can survive, but it is so much overwhelming damage now. So the crest, little straight,
we got the rim.
Armel, they're looking for it.
They're looking for Armel. Good dice buzz coming over. I mean, he didn't stand a chance there. The minus the damage coming out with the DD on our bed. That's the Bristol back gone. That's going to be a huge concern for TNC with this sort of lineup that they're trying to play with the draft. You know, the Bristol, he's got to live. You know, if he's not alive, you've got nobody else to start a fight or to respond to a fight. You know, Bristol's life is everything for TNC to be able to do something. So with Armel gone for 30 seconds, they're unlikely to be able to make any sort of moves there as EG steps to the high ground.
15 seconds on Aegis. EG really trying to force the issue. Something is going crazy in the other game. Gary is going ham over here.
There's definitely much more of a calm experience in this one. 12 to 3 is saying not an insane amount of kills. Very, very controlled and careful game here from EG.
And look at Crit putting them
lane to lane.
Are you going to play the game line? They're starting to make a move out, Tims.
So they're Fly. Fly's going. RT's maybe looking at the chance of getting back in on this. Arbed's making his way back over. Ice, no arena for 20 seconds.
That is a magnetize and a finger. So it is a pretty big committal that they had to use to get that one kill. Don't know if the magnetize was absolutely necessary, but you're just trying to get anything on the map since they are at this stage deficit
you just
right
try
now.
everything at this stage. Yeah. You've got to secure yourself something here, TNC. You've not been able to find kills for the most part of this game. You have to guarantee you get whatever gets presented to you. As EG, of course, there's still some easy objectives for them to take. The tier 1 still standing down bottom, so some very simple goal for them to pick. It starts to bring the bottom creep wave round. See if TNC can pull together any sort of defenses outside of their base here on the bottom half of the map. This the side lane.
They're bringing down, but it was spotted. Arteezy actually saw Tim's TP on that tier 2 with the vision. Ice is going to know that this Earth Spirit's in the area.
He's going to get ruptured. He's going to turn it. Arteezy wants the BKB. They're ready to go in. The arena's down. Box gone. Abby's down the watts. He's going to be back for round 2. But Tim's, he's getting hit hard by the kisses. Tries to roll away, but Arteezy got the kill. They turn, looking to lock down Arteezy. Hex into the stun, but it's 3 TNC. Only Armel and Boomy left alive as EG, they're ready to look for the cleanup here. Armel trying to run, but Arteezy chases him down. Double kill for the Bloodseeker. Boomy, he's into the trees. They're hunting for him. They're not going to let Boomy go. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the damage. It's a team wipe. EG clean up. 17 to 5, 8k lead. TNC just not showing any signs of being able to fight back at EG this game.
The game plan from EG, it's too fast. They got too much of an advantage at this point. TNC, they can't fight, and they're all set up in the area. EG, they saw the Earth Spirit setting up from the tier 2, so they know that this fight is inevitably going to happen. Ice just throws his life away. He doesn't care. He's like, all right, we're going to win this fight. I jump in. It's over. If he gets that type of initiation, there's no way they're going to be able to do anything about it with this BKB from the Bloodseeker. And putting out a bit of interesting skill build. Arteezy's got 1 point in blood right and then stats. Because all he really has to do, it's not like this science is phenomenal this game. He's playing versus a Spirit or some super mole hero. He just needs to be able to stand toe-to-toe and fight back versus these tanky. That's also why he's gone for the lifesteal talent too. That's really good planning, really methodical from EG this game. 10,000 gold lead already. It's also 12,000. And continues to taunt them.
able to respond a little bit here. I mean, how we doing on Gabby? Radiant, so after that, it's sort of a slow move on towards Halbert. I believe we did see the Courier of Armel getting taken down that last fight, so I had the recipe of what would have been a completed Halbert. So it's going to be put on the sidelines for a little bit. Top lane, Ice. He's got the setup on Bok. Another kill here for EG, as getting out on the map is a huge struggle here for TNC right now.
Oh, pretty cool too. Abed, he finds himself the Grove Bow, so if he plays at max distance with his attacks overall versus this Rifting, he doesn't even get affected by Radiance. So that miss rate that comes into play, it won't even be hitting him if he plays at max range because of all that plus range that he has now.
Pretty insane, actually.
It is pretty nuts. I mean, this talent is ridiculous, this level 10 one that we are now seeing a lot. We're seeing so much TA.
Yeah. We are just seeing sort of flawless play here from...
I feel like
No, but the fact that it's both cores, right? Arbed and Arteezy, they're yet to die this game. There's no moves made on them. 6-0-6, Arteezy 7-0-6. Had a perfect start from the laning stage, and just very, very careful play from EG, making sure that they don't make any mistakes.
It's super clean. They're the better early game teams, and they're really showing in this game. Just really methodical, just across the board, not giving TNC any hope. As TNC, as we said, they're building these halberds and stuff like that. You know, those will be effective to be able to disarm the TA, but armor is still a massive issue for them. You think the plate mail is cute up now, but
it's not going to be easy here.
no.
TNC.
I don't know how they do the initiations. Yeah, they have to have armor be able to actually tank the brunt of the force so that Tims can get a good follow-up, so he can actually, you know, this magnetize to spread probably can get these silences and all that, but he's just dying too quickly. He just gets killed in a matter of seconds before the Mars Arena even ends.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah. And I mean, you're right as well. You know, this BK being queued up next for Armel is not gonna. It's not really going to make a difference, right? I mean, Hood, BKB, where is the armor? Is the evasion really enough?
Doesn't feel like it will be. Abed steps up a bit far here. But he's got BKB.
We got Boomy. He's got Negus taken out by big meld here from Abed. Be able to block Armel off to the top. Abed works and on towards the bristleback. Armel trying to get away, but he's been ruptured. He'll try and CP out, but Arteezy's in with the damage. Armel's gone. TNC are able to take out Ice, but they lose 2 for it. Abed and Arteezy continuing to go unscathed in these fights. They just cannot kill these two.
Ice continues just to be the sacrifice. He jumps in, he gets hit by everything, he dies, but for the greater good, as Bush does respawn, crit, spots it with that trap too, and they're just gonna back up and go for that one. TNC, can they contest? They still have 25 seconds without the bristle. Feels like if they give this one up, the game's pretty much impossible for them, but don't think they can even make it there in time.
Yeah, they just can't make the move quick enough. No. With the speed that EG take down run.
Feels like
every geniuses.
Feels like a valuable Bloodseeker shard game. So I mean, usually we see the TAs take it, but he's not versus any effective silence hero. So yeah, Arteezy, really good shard game versus these strength cores. He's gonna continue to just rip them apart.
Ice. He's got the setup here onto Gabby. Backup's coming in from EG. Nice blast connects there with the meld it. They're gonna be out pop Gabby the one. Oh, they're on the cliff. Oh, this time Arteezy's got a friend. Ice and Arteezy, they're up on the cliff. Arteezy's going to TP his way off it, back towards the mid lane. TNC are able to get in and take down Fly. Ice also off the cliff as he looks towards Booming. Crit goes down. Arteezy and Arbed, they're going to make their way back over. See if they can still clean this one up as they've got the rupture down onto Armel. Now step in, they'll bring him out. Rolling Tim's trying to get in onto Arteezy, but they don't have the damage. Arteezy's back up to full HP there. With the cheese, as it's another cleanup by EG, triple kill for Arbed. As Bok, he nearly goes down as well there. We'll see the dive in onto Boomy. Spear off the mark, though. Boomy's going to go for the TP out, and he actually makes it away there with that spear missing, so Boomy will live. But another fight where TNC do struggle to kick back. They get the 2 supports. Nice little cute move there from Bok, getting the 2 cores on the cliff. Definitely meant that there was some time for TNC to punch back that fight.
some time to run away, perhaps, as this TA just shreds them in a matter of hits. BKB gets popped, doesn't have to worry about missing at all, even if he is close range. Abed nearly has MKB to deal with that annoying evasion that will be coming out anyway. 14,000 gold lead. And TNC still struggling to really find much of anything in the game. Clean game from EG. All sticking together again, all 5 heroes up on this high ground. TNC rallied together too, but this fight is pretty impossible. Ice waiting at the wings to initiate.
Yeah, he's got the arena back up. TNC's got to be careful.
In a blow to the Dire, their
First step
bottom tower
backing Arbed just with this completed MKB. Evasion isn't going to do anything at all.
So hard for them to play the draft the way that they wanted to, where you have these tanky cores running in, so it allows these Earth Spirit in line to get their spells off properly, but they're just not tanky. EG just waiting outside their base for an opportunity.
EG happy to take their time. Ice is up to the top, ready to start bringing that wave round. They want to try and make sure they've got pushing it onto TNC when they look to go for the high ground advantage.
Tims?
Arteezy. They get the rupture down onto Tims, into the blood bright. Arteezy wants to push in for this, but the Ghost Scepter's out. Tims by himself sometime. Oh, he's on the cliff. They've got Arbed there, but he is going to get cookied back down to the low ground. Ice Blast coming in. They've got the lockdown to take Arbed down the ones. But now EG, they're ready for the chase down onto TNC. Gabby's going to get surged up to the high ground in time. Desperately trying to escape from EG here, but the arena's out. They've caught Armel. As Armel trapped in the arena will get cleaned up immediately. A buyback comes out for Tims. Gabby dies instantly after he reincarnates. As Arteezy diving into the base here, runs down Bok, looks over towards Boomy. Tims trying to get away with the Ghost Scepter, but as it comes to an end, so does his life. Arteezy takes him out. The Ghost Scepter on Boomy will not save him this time round, as they've got the control through it all, as it's another team wipe by EG. 29-8. EG getting very close to being able to close up this game 1 here against TNC.
They lost nobody. And that was with the Tims buyback. They couldn't kill anything yet. It's GG. Whew. What a clean game by EG.
What a game. Absolutely. I think, you know, one thing when it comes to seeing EG, for the EG fans back at home, you know, always all up on what sort of performance they're entering the tournament with. This game 1, pretty much little to no hiccups from them here. This was just very, very, very solid stuff from EG, as this game, it never looked out of control for them for very early minutes.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound white, boy.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
On the line again, and Tim's is definitely a position 4 player that felt very comfortable on all those melee fours. Like the Spirit we just saw, Tiny falls in that category, Tusk would fall in that category as well. Like that feels like comfort to me.
Yeah, in the DPC, he was playing those heroes, but he actually specialized in a lot of range damage dealers. His most picked heroes were like Lion, Mirana, Phoenix, actually.
Okay.
I mean, historically, he's been really good on these Earth Spirits.
Yeah.
At land, sometimes you revert to that comfort zone. But the other hero that Boomy plays sometimes is actually a Puck. So to pick a Puck early, and he would just play as 5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a Neo idea. You know, Puppy's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone has really been doing it this patch.
But that's the fun thing about 5 is if your vision game is on point and you know how to get laning phase, any hero can technically play 5.
Yeah.
Like your job is literally just to be the guy who runs in first, the guy who has good warding game. Like if you have a unique way to approach the game from a different hero, you can utilize 5 for that very thing.
I think it's because of the skill set of 5, as you were mentioning, right? Like your heroes don't really define a lot of the things that 5s can do.
Yeah.
But you don't want to pick some too crazy stuff. You still want to be able to control runes, get some map control. I like to call it like map presence. Like I just call it map for short. It's like you want your 5 to be able to move around, and when he goes somewhere, there's map pressure on them. So like Clockwork, I really like his 5, stuff like that.
Yeah, the value of having a melee 5. There's like so many of the perfect supports. It's always like, it's always these range guys, you don't get jumped. But when you suddenly change it up and you put this 5 melee hero, and he's just running around, it's like, oh god, we gotta kill him first. Why, like VP Solo back in the day, why he was so good at his role was because he was able to be a hero that didn't die instantly.
That's
positioning was
maybe is, I don't know. Like the really tanky 5 is what I'm referring to, not the player.
Okay.
Because like back then you would build like 5 bracers on Ogre. I remember seeing his inventory. It's literally 5 bracers.
Fluffy hats are the new in thing, by the way. Fun fact, you can go to Fluffy's double branch. Just get like a 1k HP, walk to lane, don't need regen, get a couple bounties, bring the tangos out. You're a big boy.
You can also buy 8 fairy fires to start with.
That's true. Yeah.
That can taught me that one.
You could also buy no items and rush a Vanguard.
Jenkins also taught me
Jenkins
that one.
also told me that one.
I get
heard about that one.
A lot of really good ideas.
Howie, we're on the panel together. Please, can we push the refresher Mars thing?
No, I don't think it's very good. Refresher's a very good item, but I like it. No, because Refresher as an item, it can work on Mars for sure. It can work on Mars.
All right,
I liked it on like
only Mars.
Pangolier. Pangolier Refresher was really good, and Bat Rider. I thought those two.
All right, there we go. But Mars number one.
So they go with a puck on TNC. I think that means this time is probably. I mean, we don't know, right? They play puck 5.
Exactly.
We like
Check
flex
the mic and make sure it sound right,
If you don't
boys.
know what you're doing, EG won't know what you're doing. Ooh, a Rasta. That's a crit special right there.
Yeah.
EG is basically every single pick is like face up. You know, the Mars should be off lane, your Shaman is just your 4 A's, 5, etc. But they have, when you're playing against teams that are trying to be flexible, picking hard counters unflexes the draft, right? Because right now it's like, if you want to put your puck mid, we've already got the Shaman to deal with you. We've already got like the tankiness of the Mars to be present. So TNC, they're kind of putting themselves in a position of trying to be hidden, but it's kind of getting a bit more shown now because of EG's.
EG's basically, their draft is just stable, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Like there's a thing, I've been watching some chess videos because I find theory really fascinating. But when the opponent does a lot of like weird wacky moves, something you can just do is just make your foundation stable.
Exactly.
Like there's a reason why stuff is a standard in the game.
Yeah.
Like if they do something weird, you just go and beat them.
Ooh, okay.
Night Stalker, okay.
That's pretty unique.
It's a good pick this game.
It's-
That's one of the heroes that A is terrified of.
Yeah. But it's one of those heroes where it's less about laning phase, because again, it's not going to win its lane. It's going to go for farm, but it's what they do as soon as that laning phase collapses. Those couple first night times, we need to see them playing together, be proactive.
And I like this versus EG because your idea should be we get through lanes and we out-rotate them, outplay them after the laning stage. Night Stalker is one of those heroes that naturally does that, you know?
Yeah.
You need to survive the lane. It's hits. Even if you lose the lane slightly, you can kick out almost anyone.
This is where EG, their response is instantly picking more tankiness.
Yes.
They've now picked 2 heroes to counter this puck. So if it is tiny mid, your DK is there. If it's puck mid, there's a DK there to be the counter. Night Stalker, his game plan is to feed off the supports. But if he's ever playing too aggressive, like there's a bit of disconnection where Night Stalker goes in, puck line and tiny, they need a couple items to join him. So before that timing comes in, this arena will once again be the big victor. And it's why EG was able to take that lead in the first game. Was Darkseid or someone was running in first, the arena has value. So Night Stalker, he kind of wants to be the one going in first, but if he does die straight away, TNC aren't going to be able to take that second fight. So yeah, arena is high value here, and Night Stalker has to be so decisive with which fight he.
If you're flying from the Night Stalker out here, I don't think you can get speared to the arena though.
You
Correct. You're above, just like the Lion Earth Spike.
But you still get
the arena
trees,
is
right?
yeah, you can still get through to trees. The arena is super high value this game. But I'm just thinking like maybe they can play around that fact.
True,
I mean, at the same time, you have like Hex and DK stuff.
Yeah,
they're very stable stuns on Night Stalker. Classically, what counters Night Stalker is tanky heroes, as you were mentioning, and just hard stuns.
Yes,
And like it used to be like Beastmaster, right? You had vision on him, and you just roared him, and you just killed this guy.
At least this time, TNC, you know, they've got the last pick in the draft, so they can unflex a little bit of their quirkiness. Because right now, like, it could be Night Stalker off lane.
Actually, Gabby's even played tiny carry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll do that. I think they should last pick a this game for sure.
Especially with the double tankiness of Mars and DK, like, they're putting so much emphasis on killing supports. They kind of have missed the beat of how to actually kill cores right now.
But like right now, like
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Is decently armored, but he doesn't really kill. So that opens up, like, the main thing about offlanes right now is often by vanguards and they're in your face. Night Stalker is a hero that is not in your face. At nighttime he can, but it's all about kind of right clicks and chipping you down.
Yeah.
TB doesn't really care about
TB, one of the other counters Night Stalker is when it becomes at first night, you just keep shoving the wave. So he has to defend that tower and can't rotate. TB can just make a lot of illusions and do that. The other thing is, I've noticed this trend, but people, they pick TB because they're going Dragonlance SMY. These Scotty, these items, they don't care about the magical burst as much anymore. Before, it'd be really hard to pick TB into Lion Puck Tiny. But I don't think Arteezy cares. He might even get a cloak this game.
Oh, yes.
Tank it up.
But that's where TNC, they have to, again, we've said it so many times now, their laning phase, they need to actually be present, and they have to be the ones proactive. If they kind of slip into a rhythm of farm, That's eventually at minute 20 when they look at Terrorblade or DK or Mars. These heroes will innately be tanky. Mars might have a pipe, DK will just with levels, and then TB with this Dragon Lance +1 build. They're going to have a lot of issues of bursting a single hero.
So they need a fighting core.
I think they should pick a Juggernaut, like something like this. They do need a fighting core. They have to win top lane because Night Stalker is not going to have any pressure. No one on their team's going to pressure DK. If you don't win at least one, like, you don't have to win the lane, but you need to be able to like make moves to the lane. You cannot lose 3 lanes and just have no options, especially not versus CG.
Well, they're running out of time in terms of that's all their bonus time they've got left.
Yeah, I would say one of the weaknesses of A, he can't really zone the offlaner that much solo. So if you pick something like a Juggernaut and you rotate a tiny 4 early, I can see them beating off Ice this game. It's hard because it's Ice, but they need something like that.
They go for a Spectre.
Vector, okay.
Not much of a fighting core, depending on hero build though.
2
right?
backline supports though. I can see him getting on top of them. I am a bit worried about this Terrorblade though. I don't know if they had the damage to deal with him when he gets BKB or even like a Hood or Poke.
The main thing for me is simply TNC. They have a lineup that, once again, mid to late game, it has its merits, it looks strong, but the inability to push lanes quick enough, or waves, sorry, kill creeps quick enough to then connect into kills, compared to the simplicity of EG where it's like a Shaman can push a wave, a Mars can push a wave, DKTB can do it innately. So TNC, it's so much importance on Night Stalker having a good game to get the momentum going in their side. So every time Night Stalker fights, they find kills. If that doesn't happen, EG will naturally, with their very stable draft, just scale to a point of being able to fortify a position and win a fight just from standing still. Like, play around arena, play around the Terrorblade, supports will be cushioned by their cores. And yeah, a lot of emphasis on TNC being proactive this game.
So what you're saying is, if the teams go into it the exact same as previous game, it's going to be feeling the same as the previous.
Yeah, I think so.
Exactly,
but I think TNC will make that adjustment. They're a good enough team to just be like, here's why we lost last game, here's how we need to adjust, let's execute.
Yeah. And that's why the Night Stalker has been picked, really. It's a hero that can, if given the right circumstances, can connect with, you know, does Lion have Finger, does Puck have Cold, does Tiny have Avatos? If each of these heroes have, you have that one, so much emphasis on both these, like Night Stalker playing with every hero at the perfect time to get them into that point of the game.
Is it still the case that Night Stalker first nighttime, that's the one he should shine on, or is it not as black and white anymore?
I would like to see them all collapse into the Terrorblade lane, take that first tower, and open up the jungle.
I think it's hard for Night Stalker to rotate that early on the first night. Like, you still need to farm a lot during that.
Yeah, they come to him.
If they come to him, it sounds good.
Yeah.
Surely you're not going to come towards a Night Stalker.
Sorry?
Surely you're not going to go towards a Night Stalker at nighttime. Hey, let's see what.
Oh, his teammates.
His teammates.
Yeah.
I was going to say. No,
honestly, though, sometimes the best way to deal with these temple heroes is just to go pressure them more. Sometimes it works.
Yeah. Well, let's find out if that will work this game and how the Night Stalker will indeed do in this game 2 between EG and TNC. We're heading over to our commentary duo of ODPixel and Fogged.
Yes, thank you again, Sheev. Yeah, EG versus TNC game 2. Looking like another rough one. Does feel like EG's gotten again this really solid stable draft, again with the basis of the Mars AA, which they look so comfortable with, and they've got Arteezy on one of his best heroes, the Terrorblade. Owen, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you know, seeing that the Arteezy Terrorblade coming out is going to be pretty scary for TNC. They've obviously decided to slap out themselves with an old big carry for Gabby, the Spectre. Do you like that approach here? I mean, how does this matchup sort of work out down the line?
It feels like it's going to be hard for them to get the pacing of the game. I feel like EG's got so many different ways to actually pressure buildings, pressure objectives. DK, Shaman, and TB, they're going to be able to hit all these buildings and just get that tower advantage, I feel, a lot earlier than TNC is going to be able to make the moves. But TNC, they do at least have a combo, right? The Puck and the Spectre, I've seen this one actually have some pretty good success when you do pop the double ultis to kill those backline heroes, but it does feel very hard. I think EG's gotten exactly what they want, and I mean, Mars is just looking like the absolute best offlaner, as we've seen, you know, 80-something% win rate across so many games, always allows you to win these team fights. And again, I feel like EG's got the team fight advantage with this draft.
Okay. I mean, one thing that they do have, TNC, though, is they have a lot of burst, right? You know, in that mid game, are they not be able to cause issues for the Terrorblade and blow? Because this isn't a Terrorblade backed up by any sort of defensive, you know, saving supports. You know, is that not going to be something they can abuse, or is there a reason to not be worried about that?
as long as they can fight him. I think that's the biggest thing is with these Tower Blades. It's something you're not even going to be able to get to him. The images are going to be pushing out. And I've been seeing in pubs like this, the newer kind of style build, like Curtis was talking about, like AY was saying, is this Dragonlance S and Y, and then you actually just go stats instead of leveling reflection. You get 1 point of that reflection for the fights, and that's just about it. You max up on those stats, you get really tanky, and you're not that afraid of big burst damage. But we'll see. We'll see how it all ends up happening. Also, reflection in lane, very strong ability. I've been seeing people getting it at level 1 now. We see Arteezy doing that right away. Very good versus Night Stalker, as Curtis pointed out as well. You get the full vision. You know, you pop it on that Night Stalker at nighttime, and you get to see everything inside of the fight. So we'll see how it all ends up kicking off.
All right, then looking at sort of the other lanes. I mean, last time round we saw Gabby having a bit of a slow start on the Wraith King. Is that going to be the case again here? Do you expect Prit and Ice and the Shaman Mars duo will be able to pressure the Spectre early on?
Yeah, this is a really strong win. It's this. Look at this base damage, right? 53 on Spectre, 78 on Shadow Shaman. Mars just dominant at being able to not only get last hits, but also prevent the enemy core from getting last hits with spears and pushing him away. Does seem a bit difficult for them as well. We've seen this matchup so many times now. Armel, he's one of the players that does get the phase shift, as we've seen Miracle. He does get the phase shift in this matchup. He likes going for the brute force. Armel tries to dodge those fires, misses this one, so he will have that damage on him, but trying to play around those brute fires.
Sure. I mean, it's not easy to dodge, though, you know? It's definitely one of those abilities that, you know, you can definitely try and play for the dodge. It's coming at you very quickly to the point where you've almost got to predict. And sometimes you can, right? If you're lined up with some range creeps, you know he's going to go for the nuke. You can try and time it, but yeah, definitely a tricky one here against DK.
Boomy does get a pull off bottom. It's a single pull, but it is Harpies, so it's a good one no matter what. They'll do block the hard camp. Boomy doing a good job of trying to secure Gabby's farm. But we see Gabby already starting to suffer. We see the 3 lanes looking good here in the first 2-3 waves for EG. Meta has been popped, so difficult for the Night Stalker to actually walk up to the wave right now. Tims can't really do much of anything on the Tiny up here until we do see nighttime coming around.
And that is going to mean, yeah, TZ having as good of a start as he would hope for here.
Yep. Starts with the upgraded wand right away, since he knows there's going to be some spam coming out from Bach just to secure last hits. You know he's going to use Volt to get any type of range creep, so you'll get those extra wand charges. Same thing for Tims. You're going to get extra amount of heal in case they do go aggressive onto you. And Fly, he'll just play the lane nice and stable with boots. Not really going to be tossed back in too many situations up here. And the Spectre's really spring. 6 last hits still. It hasn't really gone up at all. As Prit now getting aggressive with Ice. Boomy will be okay. They have to be so careful down here though on TNC. No, he can't get anything. He's going for these range creeps and gets denied in his face because of these high base damage. He gets pushed away too. It's you walk up. That's why Mars is so strong in laning phase. He just ruins your carry. Your carry's game just starts a lot slower than usual because you're just pushed away from these constant last hits. Boomy actually for a different type of play here. He invades to steal a bounty rune rather than playing in. So they will prevent Abed from filling up the bottle on that.
For sure, but yeah, the 7 CS against the 16
nothing.
8 of Ice. And it's not likely going to get any easier. I mean, a bit of fortune there for Gabby as Ice does whiff the spear. So Gabby not going to take any harassment.
Yeah, it's every time you walk up for a CS, you get rebuked back. You walk up for the next CS, you get speared away. Does miss the spear the time around, so he will get at least 2 hits on that wave. But yeah, continuing to struggle while Arteezy gets full free farm versus this Night Stalker.
So yeah, what overall, as you say, they're just bottom lane, Boomy. And he's able to get the stuff in time, so Crypt won't be able to follow up with the lockdown.
That was decent.
In terms of
that was decent from Boomy.
I mean, yeah, he's able to give a little bit of window for Gabby to attend to the creeps without them looking towards him. But yeah, this top lane is definitely going to be a problem. Arteezy, we saw what he was able to do last game when he had free farm, and on a Terrorblade, it's going to be even scarier. This laning stage going perfectly for our tour, 24 and 12. I mean, all 3 of their cores yet again here, EG. The laning setup has been perfect, and so far in these first 5 minutes, TNC no signs of really being able to slow down EG's laning stage.
No, Tim's level 2, just like last time, struggling to find it. Need to have levels inside of the laning phase. Bottom again. And Gabby just continuing to get rebuked, speared away from creeps, gets denied. Another ranged creep from Ice denied. They're struggling down here quite heavily. Is catching up 20 to 22, but you see those 10 denies on the Mars. You see 6 denies on the Shadow Shaman, so they're prioritizing just getting those range creeps.
And again, of course, an excellent game for Ice. Every time having that AA backup, and of course down the line the Terrorblade. It's just that good controlled area that Ice will be able to set up in, and Arteezy can just walk in and do the damage.
Yeah, and we do have to say, you know, Armel, he is countered pretty hard in this game. It's not like we saw the other day what Secret did play versus Nigma, where they had like 5 different forms of silences and just fully countering the puck, but he is playing versus DK, he's playing versus Shadow Shaman. These instant stuns can be very problematic for Armel, who does feel like he has to have a pretty explosive mid-game for them to have a shot in it.
Well, they've got their eyes over towards the mid lane.
Yeah, they've got the coil and they've got the tiny, so they can actually toss out of the coil to get for that extra damage, perhaps, onto Abed.
I mean, they're going to try it. Here we go, with the coil and the toss back into the stun. See if they have the damage. Still got 12 one charges in a fairy fire. They will pop as he heads over to the side. Flying crit up, Abed. Another all coming through. Armel still trying to find him. They will finally get him. They do manage to bring down Abed then. And they'll turn towards crit. They might be able to pick up the Shaman as well. Armel's going to have the orb up in a second. Hex comes out from crit. See if crit can do anything in return. He can't. Armel. And have another orb in a moment here. If we try and go for Fly, excellent stun from Boomy. Catches Fly. TNC with some beautiful moves here around the mid as Armel gets the triple. As this time around, this game, they're prepared, and as you said, you know, Armel, he's got to pop up, he's got to hit that momentum. What better way to do it than starting with a triple kill here 7 minutes around his mid lane?
And I've seen this so much actually from the SCA region that they're really good at using these heroes to break the coil. So Tim's with an excellent rotation, now looking to make the move bottom for Gabby. Ice might be in some trouble here. Another move too from Boomy. These two
comes out. Ice. Yeah, he's gone.
Great stuff.
I mean, yeah, Tim's making the moves. He really is. 1-1-2. Set up this action from mid lane to bottom lane. He's diving in. Arteezy's going to turn up. We've got the stun now, so Tim's he'll be fine. He'll be able to walk this one off, but Tim's definitely making up for the lack of action that was really brought in game 1. You know, we saw a real struggle from Tims to get the ball rolling as the Earth Spray in the first game of the series. This game 2 on the Tiny, looking pretty damn hot so far.
Yeah, loving the double support rotation. Even Boomy now looking to invade versus crit, get some information, even block out the camp, block out the stack, block out the Ancients too. Some nice preparation coming from them. Coil's back up around the mid lane, secure that arcane rune for Armel, and ready to do the same play. If they see the DK form get popped, they're going to go for a toss back again for breaking coil. Swapping the lanes, Ice goes top to play versus the Night Stalker. Cheesy, as you mentioned, is down bottom to the Spectre now. Does have to be careful of double rotations though.
Tim's going to pick up some XP here in the mid lane. He's just trying to play as far away as possible from Bok during that time.
Oh, he goes for the deny on the ward, but he's going to get punished for it.
We'll see down at the bottom as well. EG, they get the kill. Onto Boomy there. Easy catch and set up as Arteezy able to pick up some action. And with that kill, as you say, over on the mid lane, Abed, much pressure onto the tower. They have Armel coming in. Armel's going to do his best to hold this push off. And even further back up, they might try something. Been found. They get done off. We'll be able to get that phase shift and onto the 2 of them as they're going to look to try and take this TNC. Gabby coming in with the board, moves in onto Ice. She's done for. The rest of EG, they've got to run. Yet again, TNC reacting very well here to the aggression from EG on the mid lane.
That was really close too. That was heads-up play there from Abed. He cuts the tree to see the puck, gets the stun initially, but he will be able to dodge that spear, so he does end up surviving. Gets the full backup of his team to stop the tower push. They're reacting really nicely to the Zelda Dragon forms. That is that big rotation that we're talking about with the level 6s with the Haunt plus that coil. Fly also being chased. Boomy's here.
That's looking like a bit of a free kill here for TNC as they catch Fly out on his own.
Very nice.
Some more money into the pocket of Gabby.
Much better moves this game in the early game than last one.
Without a doubt. And Armel, this master tier puck, 3-0-1. He's having the exact start he needs. He's going to get timing on the Witchblade. And will be able to have the tools to make these early moves. And obviously, ideally, TNC managed to make some plays on the Terror play before Arteezy's quite ready for it.
Absolutely. All these early type of advantage kills for the puck enables you so nicely when you're playing versus a hero like DK. You know he's going to go for that early blink dagger, so if you get some type of advantage to get a little bit tankier too, like this Witchblade, will help out a lot if he does it initially jump. Bottom tower will drop. As we mentioned, EG does have a very strong pushing lineup. It looks like they might get a trade top. This catapult wave, it's on the tower. Gabby and Tim's, because they're probably going to be able to secure it.
Must I repeat myself?
How's our levels looking? Shadow Shaman is 6. But the AA is only level 4, so they won't have Ice Blast for quite a long time. Boomy?
No, near Ice and Crit, but Boomy's going to be able to find Ice. So some of the Hex. Rena's going to get dropped from Ice in an attempt to hold them back from chasing it. They're going to turn their efforts over towards Crit instead. As they bring down the Shaman, that's the Arena down, and not too much achieved there as Ice has to use it defensively.
Nice smoke break by the Lion, force that Arena defensively, and they don't have the AA6, so Fly, he's got to find somewhere to get those levels so that they can have that AA blast on top, because otherwise they have to commit Shadow Shaman wards with that Mars Arena to go for any type of kill. If Abed is not there, they don't have the damage until AA blast is online. And everything's still blocked over here, as we mentioned. That hard camp from Boomy that he blocked down on the Dire Ancient side, still blocked. Ancient's going to get cleared once, but then it's blocked. That's going to be really big to slow down Arteezy's farm. He already has the Dragon Lance, so he is pretty tanky already, but that's going to be quite impactful, and they're already looking to invade. They've got the Dark Ascension available from the Night Stalker, even if it isn't nighttime, so they are quite powerful right now. Up also in 8 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gabby just did his best to catch up here with Arteezy. Arteezy's still in that top spot with as good of a lane beginning that he did have, and the fact that he has been able to continue in this 12 minutes to find places to farm that TNC have yet to be able to make the moves into. So some good map awareness here from Artur as he's able to stay completely off the radar here.
They want to punish this up top. Fly's kept this lane steady for quite some time now, getting that level 6 just about done on the AA. We want to go for a kill here. We see the puck rotation, but there's a ward. It is going to be able to spot them out. Fly should be safe.
Positioned very carefully. Ideally trying to waste as much time as possible here for the two of TNC. You know, they're trying to make moves on him. The rest of his cores are fine. ZG, they'll smoke up from the mid. Arbed and Fly. They want to go for a big reveal here with the Blink Dagger pick up on Arbed.
They want to try to go for some big objectives. They do still see these heroes in their jungle, though. The ward is going to be de-warded. See if which one is it going to be to clear out these pesky heroes in their side.
See if they can find EG.
They've got to read where Gabby is.
The big catch.
They were pinging exactly where he does back up to. A ward placed. They do see him.
Wards down, but Gabby.
Oh, Gabby, he's got the read.
Very carefully positioning, getting that dagger, putting a stop to any blink initiation, and now they're going to come over the counterplay straight in with the horn. They're on top of Fly. They're going to look over towards Ice as well, as he'll drop the Arena to try and get out here with the DP, but they have the burst. Boomy's in with the finger. TNC, I mean, compared to game one, a huge improvement here from Team. This time round, they've got a fantastic read on these moves that EG is trying to make. You know, last game we saw EG pretty much get away with everything that they were doing. This time round, TNC, they're having none of it. They're moving in past the tier 1. They're looking towards Arbed. The Shaman wards will be dropped down. Bok is able to get out of there easily with the phase boost, and they haven't got the damage to take him out. As Bok, he'll be able to head away from this. Arteezy's trying to close the gap. Arbed, he manages to do so, but now he's jumped into the corner. Parnell, he's going to turn. Arbed ticking down the Witchblade. That's Arbed gone. Tims finishes him off with the Avalanche. They'll lose Boomy for it, but Arbed, with that to get kill onto the Night Stalker, cost him his life there. As again, Armel able to clean up and stay alive here. 4-0-3 on the puck. EG, a move towards the mid. With the remainder of this Metamorphosis trying to take down this tier 1. See if but push them back. They've got the fortification available. 20 seconds until Arena on ice.
Great moves from TNC still. Even though they do lose a couple heroes at the end of it all, there's push. The mid tower refill the bottle of Armel, coil back up in 40 seconds, and Gabby's getting all the space in the world to catch back up to this terrible. These are really nice moves. And just great reads, like you said. That move from Gabby, like he was 100% aware of them trying to invade with the way he was positioned on that neutral camp. Just beautiful for him to react, his team to react, him to get the haunt follow up. Really nice stuff. Looking like a completely different team this time from TNC. Blink dagger done now for Tims. Look at that. 15 minutes in, super early on. He's going to be able to follow up always with Armel now.
Yeah, I think this is just a huge part of it. It's all mid. You got the catch up first, Bok. He's not going to be in a lot of trouble. Then got him. No struggle there with them being able to blow up a hero with that ice blast. See if TNC's able to do anything with it. They're going to smoke up. Maybe see if they can try and catch EG after EG sort of unleashed their combo there.
TC's hard committing here on Tower. They see that this is the real.
They've got Dream Coil.
They might smoke Blink.
They don't have Finger. Have they got enough alone between the Hex? He's still alive. RTZ's able to turn. Sun's off onto Tims. RTZ's fine. They try and make the move, but they didn't have Finger for a good 25 seconds or so. And that just a bit of burst, they just didn't quite have enough. EG able to keep their cool. If RTZ doesn't get 100 to 0, he's going to be able to turn the fight around every time.
The Blink reveal too not being successful. They know Tiny's going to have it for the next few moments, and now he's got the Fusel Blade finished on RTZ too.
Oh, it's pretty scary. Yeah, I mean, these sort of situations now, you know, like just then when they couldn't take him out. Now there's no chance running away. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out from RTZ and that extra bit of control as well.
You know, I can see why they wanted to make the move with the Blink reveal, but their lineup is really around playing very effectively around these cooldowns. Like this Night Stalker either being there alive or them having the haunt follow up with a coil. So jumping the gun a little bit there, it's gonna hurt them a lot, hurt their momentum that they were really starting to get inside of the game.
Dropping down that little bit of a net worth lead that they had managed to build up with the last few engagements.
Now RTZ's got a fan brace. He's going to back up and farm on his side. Going to be a lot harder for them to invade. Abby's got good timing on Manta.
He does, but I guess what the game plan for TNC around this Spectre is it looking like they're trying to go for a bit of a slower, more late game ramp up, you know, compared to like RT's with this diffusal by BKB. You know, if you got this Dragonlance diffusal BKB, is EG's plan sort of to try and close this game up before the Spectre really gets there?
No, I think EG knows they're gonna have to fight back. TNC's gonna just constantly fight around these cooldowns, so I think this approach by RTZ is absolutely right. He knows they're gonna all in on him to kill him, so that's the way that this perhaps works. When you have this Puck, when you have this Spectre, when you have all this burst damage with Lion as well, it's all about deleting a hero instantly. EG's is kind of similar though. You know, they have this AA, this Mars, so it's kind of just a similar fight. And there is now a lens also on crit, so they have to watch out from how far they can get caught from Boomy. Bit of position there will get caught out, but it's just a 5 position. Armel has to be very cautious of his position. Aether Lens on this Shaman, max Hex. Has to be careful.
So sort of overall, as you said, RTZ, even when he has the BKB, you don't think there's necessarily going to be any urgency from EG to start running down lanes to push the advantage. There's still very much could be a game that RTZ is just going to continue to hit the creep, split the lanes up, and play for whatever portion they feel is going to be nice of this match.
They just know that they have to fight back because it's going to get forced at sometimes from TNC. They also have a great pushing lineup, so if they're always forcing these lanes in, they're going to get that map advantage. They're going to be able to get these Roshans because they have this easier objective taking with these Shadow Shaman and the TB.
Has that ever been cause for celebration?
This little casual toss. Try to slow down this push. I see this opportunity.
Ready to go. Tims is out of the blinking time, but he'll get caught in the arena. He goes down. Bok trying to step in here onto RTZ, but RTZ's fine. Up and actually with the jump stun onto Bok. Bok in trouble. Hex down, Bok's gone. Double kill for RTZ. The tower cleaned up as well. ZG get away with a tier 2 push, and TNC not able to pull together a defense.
He's so tanky now on RTZ. Even though he didn't go for the S and Y, he's got a Van Brace. He's keeping it on the strength Van Brace too. So HP and now, Armel!
They've caught him! He was the orb bar, ready to catch him with the Dragon Tail. As that's a painful one there. Arbet, you know, shutting down this momentum from Armel that's ever so important for TNC. Catches like that, Armel, he can't let that happen.
No, it's not easy to avoid though with this quick blink setup on crit to follow up.
And another one! Boomy, he's just standing in range of the
Maybe
blink
even
stun
two.
from Arbed. He's straight on top of them. That's Boomy gone. Tims will be able to turn with the avalanche toss to get Arbed away from him. But I mean, just like that, it feels like two sort of unnecessary deaths there from TNC as they just one by one die here to Arbed just being in range with the blink stun as EG stuck around.
And their burst damage is not going to be nearly effective anymore on TNC, as we mentioned. RTZ strength fan brace, but he also now hits 15. So 275 health talent, one of the better talents actually on these carries.
Talent, yeah.
It's huge. Like, he's 2k HP. How the hell do you bring him down now? He's gonna get thunder off in these fights, guaranteed, unless somehow you isolate him completely. He's gonna be saved. He's got teammates to back him up. Game's starting to look a lot more difficult here for TNC. He's got blink the line, so they do have ways to get that straight initiation, but it feels like they have to catch alone and isolate it, and now he has BKB too. Ice has gone for full defense, not going for a blink dagger, as they have the double initiations with the shaman. He just needs to tank up that Terror Blade, and it feels very appropriate this game.
Gabby, there's, you know, in these team fights, he's got to come out with his horn, and once the diffusal's done, you know, delete these two, so get rid of crit and fly as quickly as he can. And, you know, at the moment, oh, that's Tims. He steps in range here. Chris just able to turn with the hex setup. Tims, is he going to be able to live through this? I don't think so. Cold Feet's going to kick in. That's Tims gone. Again, TNC just sort of losing heroes here as they just step a little too close to EG. They've got to be careful and prepare for the distance they keep between them, as EG, they have got that catch and they will punish these heroes being out of position.
And now Roche, easy. They don't even have to commit the meta. Unless they see a fight coming toward them, they can just clear it with the Shaman wards. Abed even pops the ult. He's got the Aghanim already done too. And another health talent, of course, too, is the DK. 400 health talent at 15. How do you burst these cores? Their whole lineup on TNC's just deleting a hero before the fight starts, and now 3 cores are just too tanky for them. They have to kill the supports, as you mentioned, but
TNC,
even killing the Tors afterwards.
they're coming over. They want to try and go for the steal. Let's see if they can go for any big play here. Roshan falling like easy with the BKB, so he finishes up. The bash comes out. They're going to get him with the jump. Gabby, he's able to snatch the Aegis. Gabby gets the Aegis snatch. Artis will be able to still stand his ground, take down Tims. Box run down fly on the high ground. Umi will fall as they're still struggling to deal with Artis. Yama's able to jump out of the pit with the orb. TNC, they get kills as well. Gabby and Bong run down crit. He's got that Aegis intact, ready for the next move. They're able to make that play and just a bit of a slowdown from the attempt, trying to commit with the BKB. But old Roche, he's got his hands out for Artis as he bashes him, slows down the kill a bit, just enough for TNC to have the time to get in and be there at the Aegis drops.
Good old RNG coming into play a little bit there, giving TNC some hope.
Yeah, a little bit of time to play, and they play it perfectly. Gabby's in, and big moves from the Spectre here. 2-0-5. Now Gabby's game flawless so far. That Aegis, the next move that he would have probably wanted to look for or respond to. You know, if TNC want to play aggressive with this, it's not going to be as easy. They're going to have to deal with 2 rounds of Gabby.
No, and Gabby can now commit a lot harder into the fights with his life. Just jumping off the back lines, killing them, and then continue to look to pressure the other heroes. And even though they are tanky, as we mentioned, he does have Diffusal, so at least he can burn that mana pool away. He still continues to do damage versus these tanky cores. TNC needed that. EG, still looking to be active. Level 18 now on bed.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Good thing he did not jump to that orb.
G slowing things down a little bit now. Stand on there. Off the map, Arbed tries with the jump in, pops the Elder Dragon form. Armel, he's out. He's out, so able to avoid Arbed now, whilst this Dragon form has been popped. So another smooth move here from TNC, which will slow down his potential a little bit.
Oh, okay, Rune. But Armel, he gets caught.
Say that, no, Arbed, he's able to get it on top. Armel's got an orb in a second, but the arena is down. Armel, has he got any escape? Drop the Dream Core, orb out to the side. Armel, he's away. Actually manages to make it out there. Looks to be a bit spooky as Arbed gets that jump on him, but Armel will make it out alive.
Bad man, I can't believe he jumps into the river to try to get the rune away from 3 heroes. Thankfully survives for himself, but will have to use that coil defensively to get out. They do have Haunt back up in 5 seconds on TNC, but now that that coil's down for 50, they probably have to wait a moment before looking for the play. But I do see them grouping up, so maybe they won't wait.
I think they want to do with this Aegis.
Yeah,
I think even without the coil, they know that they can get to these backliners. I mean, BKB and Bot can just charge in and make it very hard for EG to sort of separate themselves from, you know, Bok and Gabby getting on top of one of these heroes.
Scan comes out though. They catch it perfectly. EG very aware of this move. RTZ, he's gonna ditch out of here. Crit as well. All grouping up around
Play the
DK.
top off here.
Just leaves an illusion to push out the lane, and it's gonna give all that in. Armel can barely even kill this illusion. It can take some quite a bit of time.
Again, easier with the full butterfly being done pretty much here for RTZ.
He did max the reflection. I guess it is so effective versus the Spectre and the Night Stalker. I've seen a lot of games where we do just put 1 point in it, especially players like Poyoyo. He loves stats, so.
I think you're right. It's definitely circumstantial, you know.
Yeah.
This game, just say some good reasons to play with it, and with sort of the action that we have seen. There have been fights. He's been turning up, and abilities are going to make the difference. As we'll see, top lane, tier 2.
They
Let go on here from EG.
TNC glyph as well to go for the push. That means they have no for bottom. EG was thinking about threatening something here. They force some reaction. But they will back up together.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's sort of the big brain move, you know, the Aegis on Gabby. They kind of want EG to try and do something, you know. So maybe they're saying, hey, look at us. Oh no, we've got no glyph. Try and bring a fight to us.
Not too much time left on it though. 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, they better be keeping that in track. Otherwise, that could cause some issues here if they're not keeping mind on that. Let's find something.
They're gonna
go the Haunt straight over. I've got the illusions in upon him as well. They'll try and turn the lockdown onto Gabby. Crit. He's not going to be able to get out as they take down the 2 squishies. Both supports fall on EG. Armel jumping in with the control onto White Side. It's easy trying to step up with the BKB. And they're stepping back now. TNC Gabby. Still got that Aegis available. The high side will be brought down. It's down to just Arbed and RTZ now. RTZ with no BKB. Gabby, Aegis times out. Given the full health and full mana though, which might be enough to give them the strength to get back in. That box trying to have a look at the 2 of them. It's just these 2. Arbed and RTZ. They're ready to try and take them on 2v4. Arbed jumps back in with the Dragon Tail, getting in aggressive. Armel's trying to get over towards RTZ on the backlines. They've got the damage control to take down Bot.
Tim's threw him in. Oops.
Oh no, he did not want
him.
Oh, no. Oh wow, there you go. You know, Tim's. You got to be careful how close you get to this. And as yeah, next thing you know, you're getting a first-class ticket on the old Tiny Airlines. As that's players dead for 25.
And the two tanky cores bet as well as RTZ again, taking both of the health talents at 20 as well. I've seen more Conjure Image duration talents, but 8 stats. You can see why this game. 20 strength always on this DK as well. Very effective.
Yeah.
They're going to be these beasts in the fight that we see that TNC can't really deal with, even if they're isolated, even if BKB is down from the Tower Blade. They still have to be quite afraid of RTZ and Abed.
That was, yeah, it was literally a 2 versus 4 situation, and nothing that could be done from TNC, and they end up losing a hero. So yeah, big struggles. And that is going to be a problem, you know, considering as we saw, you know, that the start of that fight for TNC, I think it went exactly how they wanted it. You know, they get the quick kills on the easier heroes, but then now at this point with how farmed up season after it is, it's sort of a question of what's next. How are you actually going to be careful? Gabby?
Did he get caught? Oh, the stun!
Ooh, that was close. That was very close there. It was between the DK and the Spectres. Gabby just gets out with a TP, but not quite landing in time.
What did he say?
Perfect TP there.
And I don't know what Abed said. They gave him a question mark though. I think Gabby's happy with that one.
Well, hang on, let me get up the old translate.
Can you translate for us? Is he saying lag or something?
I'll
because I see the ka. Usually the ka.
Well, I'm sure it's something nice. It was something nice.
It was something nice. Okay,
I'm sure it's something nice. It was something nice. Oh, and it was. I've actually got the translation because I am fluent in Filipino. It was. You were almost there. He was saying he was very close.
Maybe you're saying like I almost
Oh wait,
something like I get it.
Yeah, it was something referencing how close that was. So,
Okay.
So friendly little chat between the two.
Fair enough.
No
It
drama,
was very close.
unfortunately. We love the drama, but it was a nice little bit of ban. Yeah.
Gabby's got to be. He's just sent the Manta illusions out. Prince on the hunt. Got the dagger, hiding in the trees. AK form ends as well, so they don't have that free pathing to kind of hunt for him here. There's TNC is smoking. Got the Lincolns finished up on Armel too, so he's safer versus these stuns. They find Fly.
So
Crit as well.
He's gone. TZ coming in with the BKB. He got the best to split up in. Buyback from 5.
He's stunned.
They can get him
got
on
her.
TZ. This time they're surrounded him. And he's not getting any help. Fingers out. TZ is gone. Boomy there rolling in the dollars. He's just picked up 791 gold there for ending that godlike streak at Arteezy with the big old finger.
Huge play on Arteezy, perhaps regretting he popped that BKB so quick inside the fight when they were going in onto the backlines, onto these squishier heroes. Gets caught out. TNC. Very nice moves on the map, and now Gabby's got a Scotty.
Middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
That is huge. I mean, this is a big window now. A long time without the Terrorblade. TNC getting some work done here out on the map. Just setting up to be sort of the game that you'd hope to see when you get like the Spectres and Terrorblade. Now 18-18, less than 1k gold in it here. Quite a difference in how the gold is dispersed between the cores, of course, you know, whereas an EG, a lot of it, you know, he's 5k ahead of everyone else. So a lot of worth on this Terrorblade, where things are a little bit more evenly spread amongst the cores of TNC.
And they did get, of course, you know, Boomy, he's got the filler. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, so he's always going to be getting a little bit more gold than the other side. He's going to start getting pretty rich on this Lion. And Tim's, he's been having a pretty good game besides that one toss where he did kill his team. It's been a lot better performance.
No, it has. Yeah, he's getting some money to play with. I mean, what's he picking up? Gold, he's going E-Blade or what?
E-Blade, I'd imagine, yeah. It's that or he goes Lotus, I would think, versus the Terrorblade, but I don't know what else he can actually go
Lotus would be... yeah.
I like it quite a bit. He's gonna... Okay, he's actually over Force. All right. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, Force is always good versus like this, versus these combos, versus like the hexes and versus
hang on, Boomy.
Boomy. He's got A on disc. So, okay.
Easy. I mean, what's the game plan now for both sides? You know, EG, are they sort of saying we want to sit back, get the Satanic done on Arteezy, or how do they avoid sort of the situations of that last team fight going the way that they did again?
They just need to get the jumps themselves rather than getting jumped on, which is quite difficult. They will get the grab on Night Stalker here.
And he's taken out. Box gone.
And it's right around Roche too.
That's true, it's up and ready. TNC last time came in pretty nice to steal the Aegis. They're definitely kitted up to go for it again. Gabby's going to TP back to base, make sure he's full up on the mana. He has got the horns to turn up.
He's carrying it as well, too. Very important. Fly has a Glimmer Cape, but that's not going to save him versus this. I'm forward.
They're going to try the fire onto the high ground. Arbed jumps. Tim's able to force out to the side. There's a cover with the hot Gabby. He's moving over towards Fly. Bok charging in with the BKB straight on a crit. Crit's gone. So is Fly. They get the two supports. Bok trying to get himself out of the range of Arbed and Arteezy. He's up to the high ground. Arbed will find him. Gets in, takes down the Night Stalker. See back over towards the focus of Arteezy. Arteezy getting tossed back into the Hex. Arbed still with that strong Elder Dragon form, cleaning them up though. Over towards Boomy. Boomy will get burnt down by the Breathe Fire. Now down to Tim's. EG, they'll get themselves the stronger hold of this fight as they do not lose a single one of their cores. Arteezy, Ice, and Arbed, again, just proving to be a little too tough for them to take down.
Two supports still dead though on the side. He's starting the Roach. They're going to buy back Abed. He's scouting. Bashes again coming into play. Abed's losing all his mana. He's completely drained.
He's the mana. He's not got any one charges either. He's got nothing to play. There's a DD in the river. Gabby, he's got DD. Turns over towards Ice. She's just blown up at Tim's. Able to deliver him straight into the face of Gabby. Ice is going to buy back, but with this DD,
dying too fast.
They have a good attempt to take that road pretty quickly. Armel, he's jumping on Arteezy over towards the side. 13 seconds until the beacon is up. Arteezy can't command on this as Gabby takes down Roche. He picks it up. They get everything from the pit this time around. TNC, EG get nothing.
Great way of resetting the fight. They're like, oh, meta's down. TK form is down. We know we can continue this fight. And they stop the blink. I saw that from Tim's. Very nice play from him. Abed was trying to sneak to perhaps go for a stun and steal the Roche, but Tim's actually covers it nicely there.
Big moves from TNC around the pit. I mean, sure, it's still less than 1K. Of course, money having to be spent there on buybacks, but
sure,
the way they bought back and set up to make sure they got everything there, absolutely see in terms of the long term of this game.
You know, Gabby's got the dispersion, so he can jump onto the heroes easier also, without having to use a haunt. He can maybe jump onto these Shadow Shamans or whoever did the last instance of damage onto him. And he's doing such a good job with his micro. I see he's haunting in. Mantas immediately sends 2 illusions onto crit, which just by themselves, and then he just kills Fly with his actual hero. Then he starts committing for the rest. Really good target priorities coming out from TNC in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, sort of as anticipated when these supports were shown and they end with the Spectator, you know, it's very much not an easy game for Crit and Fly.
No, it's
to
not.
Get that done.
Fly being pretty sneaky down here. Cheese on the Night Stalker too now, so he's going to be much tankier inside the fight.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So very close game, but that Aegis could be the X factor here for TNC.
And these are, we're seeing as well, just with the the dwindling BKB duration on it's easy. These fights are definitely getting much more difficult for him. As soon as that BKB goes down, a lot of stuff being thrown around by TNC that, you know, whereas they might not necessarily kill him, it's not very easy for RTZ to really stand there and do the damage.
No, the Shaman's just dead instantly in the fight. That's a lot of the disable that EG needs to stick onto these.
Oh, Tims.
Ice. RTZ. They see Tims for a second here. They also see Boomy.
They see the two. He's out with a blink, but RTZ and Ice, they're ready, waiting for him. As Boomy will get caught, they get Yarima down onto Tims. As Tims, he's gonna be able to live a little longer, but EG, I think there was some hesitance there as they were unsure if maybe TNC were going to come in with more backup, but it wasn't to be the case. TNC weren't able to turn and take part of that fight. Now he's 2 heroes down, of course, down without buyback yet, over a minute.
Arm out.
So EG, see how much they can get done with this.
That was so close. Lincoln's saving his life. And that is a meta committed, though, by RTZ, so they have to get something big out of it. As soon as these supports respawn on TNC, I want to see them look for the fight.
I mean, how much can EG get with this sort of 2 heroes down, do you think? Anything more than a tier 2?
Maybe just forcing some heroes back. The meta, actually, never mind, meta's ending. But they're going to try it.
Let's see how much they can do.
Siege wave.
I mean, they're going to know there's no buyback. I mean, these are the 2 heroes with some of the bigger setups. See how much they can push in.
They've got the circle where
a few seconds left on the other Dragonfall. They've got the push. It's going to get late. Bot, he's going to try and get in on the fight. Gabby's coming in with a hop. But Crit's able to put the BKB. Fly will fall. They've got the control as well. Crit turning with the BKB shackle on to get. He's locking down the Spectre. Crit still full, but he had enough control to allow him to bring Gabby down the one. Gabby, he's going to be back for round 2 here. The call out was 3 of them. Arm out controlling them all as Gabby. He turns, brings down Ice. Stop for Boomy, comes out onto the Hex. Got the lockdown onto RTZ, the bash as well. RTZ in trouble. He'll pop the BK, trying to fight back. Turns with the Thunder over to Boomy. He's back on the full edge, but the bashes are coming out. Gabby, he gets caught up by the stun from Arbed. Again, Boomy lining up a beautiful 2-man hurt spike. Locks down RTZ, locks down Arbed. RTZ trying to turn for the lifesteal. He's somehow alive, but they're in with the silence. RTZ turns to one pot. He's able to bring down the Night Stalker, but the avalanche comes in. RTZ will fall. The Terrorblades out of the game. Arbed left alone here against the 4-man of TNC as they're able to push on, and they'll slowly but surely take down DK as well. TNC, they get the cleanup.
Great pass off from Bach, giving the cheese to Gabby mid-fight. He was going to die otherwise, to turn it completely there. Whew, they do get the racks, but TNC does end up winning that fight pretty heavily.
For sure, objective taken, but again, we're seeing with the speed that some of these heroes on EG die to sort of jump from Gabby and the moves that TNC can make to the backlines, that there just isn't quite enough backup left alive to allow RTZ to stand there and stand his ground against TNC's lineup. TNC, at the moment, they are just able to always overwhelm EG in these team fight situations.
Yeah, with the numbers, for sure. Boomy is doing an excellent job this game line. During the Satanic of Arteezy, he gets this full Hex off onto him. He also gets a stun follow-up too. Excellent coordination coming out from TNC. Scabby's 25 now.
Yeah, they're struggling to kill this Spectre. 8-0-12. Gabby having a fantastic time here. Really struggled, of course, to really just play his game at all in that first game of the series as the Raid King. This time around, he's in his element. Mid-lane racks, they'll be taken down here while Sarben and Arteezy still a bit on the sidelines. So, you know, all in all, even with that top racks going down, TNC able to find a Rexing trade on top of getting a phenomenal team fight win. 9k ahead now, TNC, is that the pressure really building up against EG.
Great team moves. Armel commits. He hasn't really been dying too much in the game. 5-2-11. As we said, you know, he's countered because of this Shadow Shaman, but there is no Shadow Shaman in the game. Crit just dies almost immediately. Time. The BKB did save some time versus that first life of the Aegis, but he just gets deleted every single one. Level 25 also on Armel. Starting to look really good for them. RT unable to hold his ground and just dish out enough damage during one BKB.
Of course, the 7k will make quite the difference. Now, means to deal with that butterfly of Gabby. Still, it is just the survivability. I mean, you know, he's able to survive for a long time. It's just not long enough. Well, obviously, between the Satanic and the Sunder, it definitely takes a lot of effort to bring him down. But they are able to do so. Just with the amount of kite and control ability that TNC have, it's not an easy fight for Arteezy to play into as a Terrorblade. No,
stuns, hexes, bashes. We saw Gabby getting a couple of them in that last fight too. Now an E-Blade also. It's just all these different things prevent Arteezy from attacking. He's got the Satanic at least to dispel versus that E-Blade if it gets put onto him aggressively, but they've done a great job of controlling him. Smoking up.
TNC.
They cleared the area too, so they know there's no vision on top of this smoke. Ground. Got the haunt at the ready. They've got everything. Nice, nice, nice.
In with the avalanche, Arteezy able to get the BKB off in time. Bok trying to look towards Ice, the finger coming down. That's Ice gone. This Bok, he's straight at He's moving over towards Fly. Turns with the BKB, but they're able to kill him off. Crit gone. 2 down. Tims turns with another toss over on towards Arben. They're trying to chase down Gabby, but Gabby, he's able to get away from the big course, take down Fly. Tims will fall, but now it's only the 2 left alive. Arben and Arteezy, can they really withstand this brawl that TNC is bringing them? I don't think they can. A Sunder from Arteezy. He's looking to help out Arben. It's actually enough. Keeps Arben alive. Arben's able to turn. He goes down. EG, they're turning it around here with the Sunder from Artor. The Sunder from Artor keeps EG's whips alive here in the second game, as it's a triple kill for Arteezy. As Arteezy literally giving his health there to Arben to allow Arben to turn and fight back. EG, they finally are able to find that punch back in a team fight. They do it with just the 2 of them.
What a sick play from Arteezy. He's not getting focused at all. They're throwing everything onto this DK. He still has Satanic. He's like, okay, wait a minute. I can Sunder here. Satanic and lifesteal up. Beautiful execution. After they lose 3 heroes right at the start, these 2 continue to impress. The 2v4, 2v5 scenarios over and over again.
It's not an easy game for them.
No.
We're sitting literally, most of these, it's Arteezy and Arben against the world. Ice, Fly, Crit, they're pretty much dead every single team fight. These 2, they've got to play it perfectly together, and we certainly saw a glimpse there in that last fight. They need to keep that up. That it has to be the best here against TNC, because TNC, they're playing phenomenally. They're getting advantage. But Arteezy and Arben, maybe these 2, even if they are the only 2 that are able to live longer than a few seconds in the team fight, maybe they can do it.
Just maybe. And he didn't die immediately. That's the important thing too. Hit and Fly got their spells off for once in the fight. They get the lead. They don't get a single thing off. They got the Ice Blast. They got Cold Feet. They got the Hex. They controlled Gabby for some time.
This is going to be quite a big one as well.
It is.
Having the Aghanims on Arteezy, this Terror Wave, it's going to be a right nuisance for TNC to fight into.
It can really nice to protect his supports. Just getting rid of these Haunt Illusions from killing the supports instantly, that could be really effective. Also, just frequency of having meta is going to be really nice. Didn't really point out either. They have Spell Prison him on Abed, so they have all these crazy stunts. He also has the AoE Dragon Tail during his Elder form now too. So all these illusions that have been kind of overwhelming EG might start to get solved because of all this. Timeless Relic on crit. So if he does survive in the fight, his duration of his disables are going to be substantial.
And I think as well, after that last fight, for the definite takeaway for TNC will be that it is down to the two of them. There's no value trying to commit on Arbed, right? When RTZ is with that sort of the backup, you have to go for the Terrorblade out of the two of them.
It's tough to make that decision though, because the Breathe Fire is very effective through all stages of the game. He does have the talent also, so he does have 55% damage reduction. If he does survive, he continues to blow those. It's going to keep our team a lot more survivable. Up to high ground, so being cleaned up. Tim's toss back.
He's in with a deep toss back here. Gets the catch on the Arbed into the Hex. Arbed on Zizi again. Is he able to keep him alive enough? Is Arbed still living? He does it once more. Arbed will not die here thanks to the backup of Artor.
The bro plays.
So they won't lose anyone here, EG. They get the objective. Melee rack's done. No lives to be lost as EG. They'll head back now. Look to reset.
God, it looked like he died for a second. I got lag spike. I was like, wait, did he die or was it Sunder? He did get the Sunder. It was really nicely coordinated by TNC, but again, nothing to disable onto RTZ. Now they at least know, right? This is where you start to recognize things. You make these mistakes, you start to recognize, wait, now we're going to need some type of silence or hex. If we go for tossback plays, we have to address the Terrorblade, the Sunder plays that are coming in. Meta's still down. There is a Terror Wave they have to worry about, looking to catch something.
Let's see what TNC can do with this timing. Looking to hit EG when they might not be prepared for it. He's in with a jump combo. Straight away, they'll look towards the back lines. RTZ turns over towards Box. Got the hex control. Box getting locked down. Hit by Grip. Box gone. Nightstalker will be they're prepared for the jump and they turn it around. Nightstalker gone.
Jumped in. Do they see him? They glimpse him for a second. He's okay.
It's a hard catch unless a blind spirit will do it, but no, not going to be the case. Trees and away.
Tried to catch something there, but all of EG was prepared. Now, full refresher, TZ2. 2 minutes still left on Aegis. They also, geez, that was the other thing. Abed still has that one. Since they did use the Cinder play to save him, he didn't actually pop it.
See if they can protect this fight. Exit TNC. Ready to come in hot on the bottom lane.
Full AC coming out on the courier. Abed, they'll spend a physical with this tossback play. It's on target.
Another toss back, but the BK is out straight away. RTZ trying to step back over towards Tim. RTZ look towards now. Gabby popping up. He's pushing in. Gabby's been hexed. They've got the space for the tower to go down. Armel's trying to push them back. Tim's has brought back. The onto the two of the backlines. Coming in with the horn. The movement to fly. Flies able to lift him with the scepter. Jump in from Tim. Shifting him to come onto RTZ. RTZ able to turn. The holds his ground. Tim's is going to fall slowly but surely. He's up to the high ground, but the damage is done. Tim's will go down. For 110, so's Boomy. Look, will manage to commit onto crit, but they're full HP. Cannot tackle these two. It's an ultra kill for RTZ as EG, they'll clean up the team front yet again. As arm out, it looks to be another catch here. Has he got any fancy footwork that he can pull off? Doesn't look like it. In fact, there it is. A deserved rampage there for RTZ after he's had a few fights here. The saving of his teammates, and it pays off there on the scoreboard. Rampage for the Terrorblade, 22-10 as EG, they're ready to close this one up. There's buybacks available for Armel and Gambit. What can they do? They need something big. RTZ still with the Aegis.
Last rack's taken out. They're going to back up. They're going to play safe after they force the buybacks. Dude, this AoE Dragon Tail talent is absurd. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to hit the real Spectre. There's so many illusions around, but he just clicks stun. Catches the real Spectre every time. This talent's crazy.
Yeah, onto the Ancient. RTZ ready to look to try and close this up. In fact, he wants to pick up some more kills on the way out. Turns towards Gabby. The arena's down. They've caught the Spectre. Gabby's out. GG is called as EG will secure his second game. Both the wins go away here against TNC, despite TNC really being able to step it up here in this game too. But honestly, I reckon if anything, EG was probably rather pleased with that, getting more of a challenge here in this second game, but still
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
A little bit sloppy in the Pinnacle Cup, so the dropping games.
Yeah, they lost
seems
to
like
Kezu.
Viking and win streak.
Kezu. I love Kezu. he's really fun because you can make fun of him about anything and he'll like have the same expression on face. He's very German.
Yeah. Synderen is very similar as well.
Yeah.
He's not German, but it's kind of
It's
similar.
really fun.
Synderen is
one of my favorite people to, you know, definitely pushes buttons from time.
Sometimes you have to ask him if you're going too far as well. Like I didn't even know Sind that well. I was still making fun of Cinder and Alchemist, you know, and all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that is still one of my favorite moments of my entire life. I will be completely serious. That is one of my favorite moments of my entire life.
I think every time Alchemist has been picked, that has been
everybody says
it. Yeah?
I don't know this.
Okay, so basically, it was the Book of El Minor, and I was the person who really didn't let him live it down. He goes, you know how like Sind every now and then when he's analyzing something, he'll have like this flash of brilliance, and he really lets you know like this is the big idea. And he goes, all right, listen up, work with me here. When there is an alchemist in the game, it is an alchemist game. And that was his takeaway from the matchup. And it made sense, but it was just such a ridiculous... Yeah. It is true. It is true. But we just like kept bringing it up over and over again. It sounded really funny.
I know exactly what it means, but...
It definitely makes sense. We got a draft going on that TA instant banned out.
I like the AA draft ban in particular. I really want TNC to ban it in their games versus EG. The game one just looks super dominant. Game 2, TNC actually counterplayed it quite well with some Spectre Tiny stuff. Soccer
but fuck, man, like you come from the EG, from the NA. I'm sorry, you've been
the EG region.
The EG region, the EG region. And
I want you guys to know.
Wasn't fuck like yeah, in the tiebreakers, right at the end?
No.
It wasn't the tiebreaker.
I mean, so what happened was Quincy was able to get 2-0'd by EG. And there's a toss bug that let Yawar
buyback. What's funny is the same bug occurred in our region like a few days earlier. Just no one cares.
But it's a relevant region. So.
What?
NA.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You guys have been whatever the butt of the joke for the last 5 years. And now you get 1 year when you're
let us have our moment.
I'll let you have
I need the USA chance back. Like that's what I live for.
It's a good year. You got EG and then also Quincy crew. Like it's a good time.
Okay, so to the draft, right? Yes. We should probably do that.
Man,
isn't Puck like 80% on EG?
Oh
like
yeah,
the win rate even higher. Right? Actually, in the last 7 games, 100%. On EG.
I believe it, yeah.
It's crazy. And
I think they just banned it versus him at some point.
Yep.
And yeah, these are the Siggies, right? The Avid Puck, the Crit Earth Spirit.
Yep.
Crit came into the scene as an Earth Spirit spammer. He remained one of the best Earth Spirits in the world ever since Monkey Business, so...
Yeah, and it's picked up quite a bit
at the same time, you mentioned, like, this is what Team Spirit also likes to play, right? The Grimstroke, the Tiny. I think their mid usually plays these magical burst heroes, and they play a lot of double range supports.
Do you think this will be Tiny 4 or Tiny mid? Because they play it on both sides.
I think they should play mid versus Puck.
Yeah.
I think it should be mid carry, and he should get a fast blink dagger. Puck is a hero where he has like a window where he's very vulnerable because you get the Witch's Blade, you get the Travels, and he scales up extremely quickly. However, if you can punish him in that time frame, he can look really weak. For example, in the tiebreaker game the remade game between Secret and Enigma, like when that DK was able to buy the blink instead of Hood.
Adam morphed
into a blink dagger. Like that Puck did not look nearly the same. He was vulnerable during that time.
Yeah, and Tiny as a core gets that advantage, right? He gets enough farm early on, and he can get that blink by the time Puck is completely online. That's one of the reasons why you would like to put him mid lane against
Also, I just think Spirit, they play the best when they have 2 range supports, actually. They're one of the few teams I've noticed, they just have 2 high damage supports, and they're able to kill off whatever they see.
Also, that Mars banned out instantly by EG in the first phase, followed up by some Lion. This is mostly to protect the Puck. Legion Commander, by the way, I have seen many things, but I haven't seen Position 5 Legion Commander, and that's in
That was
NA.
not good.
Yeah, that was
only
right?
once.
Yeah, only once, and that's it.
It was not good.
Yeah.
It's because Abaddon was banned, and
they wanted some clear or...
I actually don't know. No, they saw Bat Rider.
They're
like, okay, we don't have Abaddon, so we're going to pick Legion Commander. And I feel like every 5 has had this idea, like myself included. Like, I'm just going to play some Legion 5, like we saw in Kuroki like a few years back. Yeah. It's not good. Don't do it.
Yeah, you can't. You're just not as strong as some.
No, you're just
Abaddon
bot
on
with
5.
spell.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you literally don't do
If you do get that shard, however, it kind of feels
alright.
right.
One spell, like you pick the entire hero for one spell.
That's what Legion is. Didn't Slack say? No, Sunsman was.
No, but Legion as a hero, you have lane pressure. You can defend towers with a max cure. You're tanky. You can pick off in a fight. This 5 Legion, you literally stand like 1,000 range because you don't have Abaddon out. You're standing so far away. you can't stand close enough to dispel them instantly sometimes. And
the only good thing is you
best.
get that BKB built in, right?
I mean, it is a really good spell.
It's
If you had to build on one
really
spell,
good,
it's up there. But I don't like it. Like, just conceptually.
All right, what else are we looking for now? We're starting to get a little bit deeper into this draft. Anything in particular that you're really thinking for EG?
For EG, I think they need a bit more damage under 5 right now. I think Puck can start the fights, Earthsphere can follow up, but you just want to have a little bit more for the fight, so the fights don't take too long. How Crit plays as Earthsphere is he rolls in, he'll get a round of spells off, and he's really good at resetting the fight. So you want to burst the first hero that...
And what are you talking about, the hero on position 5? Some Warlock, some Witch Doctor, something like that, or... are you still fine with Abaddon, with Treant? Because these are the heroes that EG plays, right? And
you're right, actually.
I wouldn't mind seeing either direction. Like,
yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think I overstated it. I don't think you need the 5 burst. Because when you asked me that, I was like, okay, I want AA. A's banned. Okay, I want Grimstroke.
Yeah.
The other team has Grimstroke. So maybe don't overcommit to a subpar hero. You can go a different direction with this. Take the long fights with something like a Treant. That sounds pretty good, actually.
Maybe the only problem is, like, when you do pick that Treant and you already have a lot of catch, you do tend to lag damage in that mid game, right? But with the Puck,
how Avid plays Puck, it is pretty high damage. So he goes for a lot of magical damage when he needs to, and if they don't have physical, he's going for like Deso AC. He's fully committing into damage.
And I love the fact that a lot of players, you saw Miracle last night as well. It didn't work out, but you saw him going for that AC eventually.
Yeah,
just transitioning into a Puck that's right.
He's such a flexible hero.
If you remember Singapore Major, Mickey was literally winning games from that mid lane with Puck being a real position 1.
No,
like just going,
he was the carry.
He was the carry. He would go for the Sky.
Yeah, they would have like, what would have like Venomancer?
Just always some
like,
Bloodseeker, Venomancer, something like that.
And you look at the end game screen, Puck like, I have 70k damage. Like, okay, you're terrible then, I guess.
Yeah, and when you mentioned this Shadow Shaman, we've said it so many times. If there's a Puck, Lion stand out, you pick the Shadow Shaman. Yeah. It just makes your game much easier.
Was it on a panel with you when I was like, okay, so when does it make? Yeah, it was like, when does it make sense to have the Rasta instead of actually having the Lion? It's like, oh yeah, when the Lion's bad. Like that's what you figure. I mean, obviously, going to be some extra things that come into play.
It's the other thing, right?
The same thing you said. Yeah.
That's the same thing. Okay.
I mean, it does.
Wait, sorry, I didn't.
It was a little bit of push.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that for sure. Definitely going to be an extra
Shadow
thing.
Shaman's way worse versus Puck than Lion is.
Yeah.
Because with Puck, you get the Hex off, you get the stun, and you burst him. Shadow Shaman, like, if he tries to shackle the Puck, he's going to silence by Earthsphere instantly.
I love the Sench.
That's a good bench pick.
Yeah, I love the Sench. It's a hero that is actually banned versus EG a lot because they play it so well.
They do.
And then suddenly you don't see it picked by them for a long time, and you think, okay, we don't have to ban it. Let's ban out heroes.
It's hard though, right? Yeah. Like, I don't want to give them AA or TA either.
That's
they played
true.
the first two TA just now versus TNC, and the game felt over literally at 6 minutes.
The TA looks like the hero of the patch, like the hero of the major at least. Yeah.
It does.
Why tie here?
So the silences don't really work as well on him, right? He can get a lot of these things off, and he'll be able to...
I like the idea of it because they pick these 2 ranged squishy supports, and they need something to just stand in front line and be able to stun the enemy team, give them some space to fight.
Enchantress can possibly bully him a little bit, right? If you find the right creeps.
Yeah, it's a bit RNG dependent.
And they go with an Ursa now. This looks pretty bad after this pick for the Tidehunter, right? Or you don't think so?
So my read on Ursa is that hero is strong, but his laning is actually really weak. Like, if they go Gush and Shock, I think, and block the camp, they can actually win this lane. And what I think Spirit should think about is they should start Grimstroke there at level 1 with the Nuke. Just have like sort of a surprise gank on him. Even if you don't kill the Ursa, which honestly, like, maybe even make him level clap, that feels good. Like, they can swing that lane in their favor.
No, you're right for sure, because Gush plus Shadow Shaman's damage,
it's actually scary, right?
It's so strong.
Don't expect
I've seen the same lane. It actually did lose, but the players were misplaying it a little bit. They weren't really playing together.
If you play really, like, I've seen these Tidehunters, they start Tango Solve, so a lot of stats on the Quamlet, and then they bring 3 Mangles, and they just gush off cooldown on the Ursa, and you cannot out-sustain it. EG is, I would say, they're probably have the most robust safe lane players, I think. Solid.
Do you kind of have to ban out Drow now if you're EG?
Ban out Drow, huh?
Yeah, I think Drow, for me, Drow Medusa might be the scariest, versus the
because
Ursa.
it's hard for Ursa to play.
Yeah.
I think Ursa actually counts as Medusa.
I know what
Is
you're
that
saying.
different, or?
You're talking out of this fast-paced gameplay with defusal build.
Seconds remaining.
Late game, you straight up beat her, I think.
I haven't really seen that unless Medusa doesn't buy a Scuddy.
I see.
If she doesn't buy a Scuddy, she loses. If she buys a Scuddy, it's not really that simple.
Honestly, I believe you over me. I just play really bad pubs in NA. They don't mean anything.
It's not from my pubs, really. It's from the SEA and
yeah, so you have real experience. I'm just talking. I'm just making up words. People believe me because that's a credit. It's really funny.
I love how humble he is.
It's the NA trade.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, fake it till you make it.
Like, tier 8 CIS player, TI winner. Who are you gonna believe?
Usually, I mean, hey, I won't get too into it, but usually it is the real ones who tend to be humble. But you go right ahead.
Oh, no, I was just thinking, because
you're fucking AUI, dude. The heck you want? I say hello, I say goodbye. When you want to talk about that, I'll shut the heck up.
So I was wondering, EG's lineup, they need something to sort of frontline for them right now, right? Like, Enchantress sort of does it, not really. Earthspirit is tanky. I think he has 4.4 strength gain or something stupid, but he's not a real frontline. They need something that goes in, starts a fight, or like anchors a fight for them. Some tanky offlaner.
What did they ban out? Is that TB? That's
on
TB
EG banned out PL and TB.
Yeah. How about the Centaur if you're picking for EG, if it's not banned out?
Centaur, I can see the idea working. I don't like that hero so much against Tidehunter, just because, Stampede versus Ravage. Yeah. Ravage is good for set, but it can still work for sure.
They have been picking it. Is Timber still in the pool? Timber is banned out, obviously, early on. I really don't see, like, you have Underlord, you have Centaur. What else can you give to Ice Size?
I mean,
I don't see them picking Brood here. It's actually banned. Is it banned out? It's banned out. It's banned out.
Okay, I was just gonna say, like, Ice Size's Brood is something to be scared of.
It's difficult to.
Right now, Team Spirit lack a bit of sustained damage. They have a lot of magical bursts at the start of fight. Ravage, Tiny Combo, all the spells come down.
All about the pickoffs.
Yeah, but if you can sustain through that and reset the fights, some like Earthstraight rolling and Ursa's still alive, you can definitely power through their fight.
Oh, Doom actually.
That's a good pick. Yeah. I completely forgot about that hero. Really good for Tidehunter.
I was going to call it for Team Spirit because they had Grimstroke as well, but before the Ursa was picked up.
Probably some of that is like they don't want them to have Doom as well. I mean, I don't know if
they probably
Doom
won't.
carry,
Yeah, Doom carry.
Actually.
Yeah.
That stuff used to be legit though. Doom carry with like super strong.
Probably not anymore.
Okay, so they need a carry that's a bit independent against Doombringer, I think, right now. I think they want the support to be able to move around with the Tiny, maybe even go to Titan to pressure Ursa, and
I still see the same heroes. Monkey is still in the pool. That's an option, but they go with the race.
Okay, classic for Doom.
All right, now that the chips have all been laid out, what is the game plan for EG to actually win this one?
Both of these teams have pretty much similar gameplays, right? These offlaners with long cooldown ultimates, they can fight early on. On one side, there's if he opts to go for the defusal, CIS Raid Kings actually join fights very early on. It's phases into gloves.
Is he going to go the Soul Ring? Is that more Chinese only? Or?
It's more Chinese, but he might. However, this phases into gloves, and then you decide whether to go
Armlet, Radiance,
or Radiance, or whatever. Yeah, like. I think both of these teams have pretty decent drafts. I'd value perhaps EG's a little bit more just because of the name, but I like the Grimstroke, Shadow Shaman, and Raid King quite a bit.
I think Spirit's draft is vulnerable in the early game. Yep. They have 2 range supports for Enchantress. I think EG should look to collapse on mid with the mid wagon and maybe TP into Doom with the pot coil. I think they should be able to like set up the tempo really well if that happens.
Okay, so a little bit of tempo early on when we're looking at Team Spirit's draft. So also, how do you feel about the Ursa now, all things considered? Because I know that you were looking at
just as a hero or
just in this draft.
In this draft, I mean, if he has a good game, I think it's a pretty free Ursa game. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
He has a lot of stuff to back him up. He has abilities to let him hit like coil, even just some Earthsprit roll, but it all depends on the lanes this game, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, you heard it from our analyst. This one is definitely going to be tough for Team Spirit as well. You have to keep in mind how much pressure really is on a squad like this. A lot of players not having as much LAN experience in an environment like this, and they're going up against EG.
honestly, Rich, I know how you feel. Oh, I say goodbye, do a bit of shouting in between. Lacoste says all the smart stuff. In the meanwhile, looking at these two drafts and the two teams, are you leaning one way or the other?
I'd say 60-40 for EG, where I've seen a lot of Ursa games where he completely takes over. Might not be the easiest laning stage because he's laning into Tidehunter. Tidehunter plus Shadow Shaman is going to be a ton of damage, ton of minus armor, even though it sounds good on paper, but you know, it's same goes for like Slark into Tidehunter. It's really not that good early on. It's more about like once you get the levels in the mid game, you're gonna feel that, you know, good matchup. But in the laning stage, it's really not that great. And you know, panel discussed about how, you know, this is not a really experienced LAN team. They're not really playing in LAN environment right now. They're in a hotel where they've been you know, isolated. They made this as their home for the last 10 days. So I really don't feel that this is going to influence how they're going to play the game. Maybe when it comes down to the big stage, then it's going to matter. But right now, I feel pretty confident how Team Spirit is going to perform in this one.
Yeah, and you call that Wraith King pick right at the end, something that can contend with that Coil, the Doom, and these extended team fights from EG, of course, with his reincarnation. And a point that AUI brought up as well was that early rotation potential from EG, collapsing onto mid lane around the 5 with the 10-minute catapults, with the Earth Spirit, the Enchantress around the Dream Coil, maybe even TP the Doom in there to set that tempo early on and try and limit Team Spirit in how they do build up into their key items, because they are quite reliant on that itemization, especially on that Wraith King.
EG is going to run an aggressive tri-lane, so they have a sentry ward already on the Enchantress to be able to devore the big camp and put the ton of pressure. Earth Spirit, Enchantress plus Ursa seems super strong. One of the reasons, because we discussed it, panel talked about it, Tidehunter, like, he is really strong, and now they're also like adjusting the lanes. It seems they're definitely going to need to bring Shadow Shaman if EG keeps the tri-lane, roll from the Earth Spirit.
Straight past them. And they also body block that bottom wave, so it's under tower. That's going to mean it shoves out a little bit better and forces the Wraith King and the Grip Stroke to be in a more awkward, open position to allow that roll, that move in with a creep, and EG to play aggressively. So there's the adaptation from Spirit, also making up their tri-lane in a 3 versus 3 down bottom.
Team Spirit will need to body block the big camp. They see the center ward on the Enchantress. Earth Spirit wants to block the small camp, so there's not going to be a pull. Nicely done by Crit.
Yeah, stopping any kind of creep manipulation. Might take a lot of damage, though, from this.
He might skill Inkswall, just kidding, doesn't get it. If Shaman was a bit closer, maybe if you had boots of speed, but went for a more stat-oriented build. Magic Stick, 2 Ironwood Branches, a Fairy Fire, and a 6 Stangos.
Honestly, really well done by Yatoro so far. 4 and 2, even after that little body block, the pullback, the lane in the state it's in. Still gets a good amount of CS from under the tower and then pushing forward. So not the devastating situation that maybe could have been in this early laning setup from EG. But for now, tri-lanes, a little bit of calm there. We can take a peek into some of these other spots. Abed on the puck in towards mid. Going up against that Tiny, of course. Toronto, Tokyo.
Tiny gets level 6. There's going to be an instant rotation from the Earth Spirit. Already they're hiding in the tree, ready to snap the coil. So this type of rotation is very easy to, you know, like know what they're going to do. So I expect Team Spirit to react like prematurely. You know when you're going to be able to hit level 6 on Tiny. You call for a support help, and someone should be there. Possibly, yeah, just the Shadow Shaman. Sit there in the trees, also be ready for that type of a play. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we have Tidehunter plus a Doom. Both of these heroes are going to keep farming. Not a good matchup for Tidehunter in the mid game, because this most likely will be the hero that the Doom wants to go on with the ulti. Yeah. Again, possibility that Earth Spirit makes a rotation to the top. One more time, extra slow, extra stun to bring this Tidehunter down. Right now,
it's kind of interesting though, right? Because usually Tidehunter we consider to be very good against these melee heroes, bullying them with Anchor Smack, getting forward. But if Ice Spirit the gen that he needs to sustain in that lane, he's got Devour, which will be able to outscale the Tidehunter, especially going into mid to late game.
This is where Ice shines. Historically, he's been always good in these 1 versus 1 scenarios.
Oh, for sure.
You can't really bully out Tidehunter out of the lane. Super strong, great stats gain, playing into melee hero. You know that he's going to get the farm. It's all about that. What happens when they hit level 6?
It's about to expire. I thought maybe a go there from EG with roll, a Centaur stomp. They don't play an aggressive move just yet. Keeping Arteezy farming freely. He's a good wave and a half ahead of the racing in terms of last hits. while Abed secures a bonus bounty rune here, because it looks like the Enchantress will be able to slip back and take that right-hand one for the Dire team as well.
So Enchantress forced to get out in the triangle, try to get a creep from there. Body blocks, they just keep body blocking it. They also have a sentry ward that is inside the square, so that blocks it.
It's kind of cool how that Ench is playing from Fog though, right? Because he's still a threat no matter where she is, and that's why Team Spirit keep both supports down here. So it means they're leeching experience from each other and losing out in that XP battle, while, you know, Spirit kind of staying away from the Ursa, allowing...
Abed gets it.
Oh, Abed, yeah, takes the water rune. A little tiny combo comes in.
Can't really blow him up, not at this point. Abed had a water rune in the bottle, any one level below, so still very hard to get. At least he steals the water rune. This matchup, Puck against Tiny, I've seen it go both ways. Like Tiny can't get a return kill, can't get something done if Puck overextends, but you know, one of the reasons why we see more of the Tiny lately is the introduction of the water runes. He pushes out the wave with the 3 3 grab, and then goes back, farms the small camp on top of it. It's just a story of the mid lane these days.
Yeah, the ability there just to stand his ground, not really under too much threat of dying because he is so tacky. See if they do rotate into that mid lane, or if it's going to be down to those midders to TP into these side lanes later on. Team Spirit wanting to move out of the tri lane though. Again, they don't want to be stuck down there leeching XP from each other. Try and find the Enchantress, see where Fly has been playing, because Anch has taken out some of these jungle camps. Getting a bit of CX for herself. Will get closed in on him with a Grimstroke stroke. The Shackles coming in. Enchantress being chased down as Fly will be dropping shortly, unless these little wisps will heal her up. Fly surviving, but the stroke of fate takes her down.
Unfortunately, did not have Enchant ready straight away to dispel the Inkswell. Puck, he's level 6 already. Let's see the Earth Spirit. He's hiding in the trees, possibly ready to rotate on the mid lane, but the lane is kind of pushed in. So just farming a small camp for now. And there's the rotation. Refill bottle. Enchantress will do the job after you die. Pretty much the stuff that we see lately all the time.
Forced the TP back to Fountain, in fact. Doesn't go for the TP to the tier 1. Got kicked back into the Ursa. That's a long walk back to that lane. 18 CS, lacking in that levels and experience department. And Miposhka and Mira, yet again, moving towards the Ench. Fly, the only real target out on the map that they can attempt to go on, but they whiff out on their combo. Opens up Abed, coil the Grimstroke and snipe it. A pick off of his own, dodging away from the Wraithfire blast. Poshka dies to the potato of Ench, and Fly, these little wisps, the attendants arriving means that Yatoro, even though he's tossed forward, can't close the gap onto Ench enough.
Because of the tri lanes, all the supports on the map are very underleveled. We see Grimstroke, who's level 2, Shadow Shaman level 3 at the moment, even Raking 7.5 minutes in, has not hit level 5 yet.
And the one victor there is going to be that Tidehunter. 3.3k net worth. Or the roll from Crit, the clap out of Arteezy. Yatoro doesn't have a TP scroll, does he? So he's kind of stuck down here, and Fly's rotation return to the bot lane. Inks comes, Mira, Miposhka defending their Wraith King with their lives and everything they've got. But look at Ice. Gorged earth and cut through the trees. They desperately scramble for any target they can grab onto, but under the tower, the Shackles catching Arteezy, forced to clap away. Toronto Tokyo TPing into this fight, and the Ravage from time catching everyone. Ice is done for. Losing Arteezy on the left-hand side too. Evil Geniuses overextending, and Team Spirit reacting perfectly.
It took them a while to try to get on him, and then he had 19 Magic Wand charges, so also healing self-use. They rotate to Doom. First rotation, got knocked out of it, so he will not have a TP scroll ready for another 30 seconds. Tiny, he needs to be active. I've seen different builds on Tiny. The ones that I really like is just Brown Boots into Blink Dagger, have a Windlace for more move speed. This time around, he decided to go for the Power Treads, which will delay your Blink Dagger. Usually, you get it between 9 and 12 minute mark if you skip to upgrade your Brown Boots.
Thinking about the turnaround onto Mira. Down to half HP from the chain stuns of Team Spirit, though. And yeah, on that tiny topic, I know we've seen in SA quite a lot. The brown boots straight into the blink dagger, 6 or 7 minutes, and you are just running around the map finding pickoffs. Similar to what Arbed is attempting now. The coil again launched out. He's getting half HP, but has the backup ready here to save him out. Shadow Shaman and the Grimstroke, they deter Arbed and force him to return to his mid lane.
Team Spirit is really good at figuring out what's gonna happen in the next minute. They're already there, one TP rotation, one guy sitting behind him. They need that level 6. You don't necessarily need to put a point for incarnation. It's just by having it, they see you're level 6. We'll think about whether they want to gank you or not once before they do it.
Toronto Tokyo as a wave to clear out mid. And they've that died down bottom, plonk him in front of the tower, soak up the damage, stop the push coming in. Wherever the Doom go, Collapse will follow. Herd, Soul Ring, and working on the phase boot, so he's incredibly tanky. And they should have Ravage up shortly, but you can't Ravage when you're doomed. TP response is arriving, and the Tidehunter is just impervious to all this damage.
And you can't die from Doom when you're Tidehunter.
Not at this point, no. Pretty top of the net worth, his highest level.
He's just out-regioning at this point. Meanwhile, they will be able to put some pressure on the top tower. Skellies are there, 2 supports sitting behind Wraith King all the time. I don't think EG will try to make a move here. Maybe they have a good read. There's a one or that kind of scouted them out. At least one hero. Now Tiny mid.
Another corner from Arbed. Let's see if this one pick up a kill, because Tiny snapped the coil thanks to the kick from Crit, but mirrored the shackles. Thrown to Tokyo, the toss back onto Crit's Earth Spirit. Still sitting at 400 health with 7 stick charges, bottle charges, and everything else in between. Toronto Tokyo's fine. Well, bottom lane, in comes the Wraith King. Blasts into the Ursa, Collapse. Gets his foot off, and Isis one hit away from death. A double for Yatharo, and into react for his Tidehunter.
Very impressed by the way Team Spirit is playing first minutes of the game. They're just everywhere around them. They're reading EG like a book. They know where they're gonna go. I'm also stuttering from how excited I am the way they're playing right now. And also the Tiny, he decided to go for the strength power treads. It's something that makes the difference in that tank. He still had the magic stick plus a fairy fire, but a bit too tanky, limited amount of damage. Crit bought a tome for himself, which got him to level 6. Power support's doing on Team Spirit side. Level 4 Grimstroke, Shaman getting closer to level 6. Could potentially make a rotation on the mid lane. Let's see if they want to smoke, like they do.
Yeah, they might want to smoke down to bottom lane because they counterpult away from EG.
They did not want to make too suspicious. Just want to show one hero on the map. Otherwise it would be too obvious, but EG having a really good as well.
They know this is coming. Retreat back from Isis and Fly. And Poshka, Toronto, Tokyo can't get to the bottom lane. They're going to try and wrap around into the triangle instead, but get spotted in the process. Maybe now the idea is to move on to mid lane. Tiny spends his combo, but it stops the push. That's the most important thing there for Team Spirit, is that bottom tier 1 stays alive. They got the tier 1 top. The Radiant, the Dire team, like I mentioned earlier on, it's Crit trying to tend with Mira. Another Serpent Wards, X-Well, Arbed, stuck inside, danced up. The Phantom's Embrace, hold him in place, and now the toss back again, a double kill for the Tiny. This movement has been so swift and slick from Team Spirit. EG don't know what's hitting them.
Very nice.
The first usage of the Doom was not there. First the rotation and not getting anything out of it, and then the first time it was used on Tidehunter, he survived. So right now Ice does feel very comfortable just going in. They don't think they have enough. Also Ice probably regrets maxing out the Scorched Earth. Would definitely love to have a Devour, reduce get more gold out of it, going into hand of Midas, sitting at third of the network chart. But I've seen Dooms just popping off completely. When I first saw it a few times, it wasn't really that great. The hand of Midas, then you get a BKB Blink Dagger. It's almost every single time the same item build. But you're the king in the mid and late game. Like the double Doom, sometimes even triple Doom with the third Roche. You have enough mana to actually use all your abilities.
Yeah, you don't go to the late game, you bring the late game to you.
Exactly.
Get incredibly stacked. There is that hand of Midas, almost 13 minutes in. Coinciding with the timing from Tiny though, and that's why we see TP top. Tiny with a Blink Dagger behind Yitaro. The Dire Observer Ward though, I believe, spots that TP rotation, so Evil Genius is going to try and ping-pong themselves across the opposite side of the map, knowing that the Tiny won't be able to respond this time. And maybe finally collapse onto that bottom objective. Onto collapse. Fly throws a few little projectiles at him. The Hellbear Smasher chipping away, but it's nice little tickles in comparison to the health pool and tankiness of the Tide right now, who just stands his ground in front of that tower.
Collapse, what a boss. He tried to use the trusty shovel and saw that they're going at him. Stopped immediately. Like, well, I just don't want to go for it. I hope he decides to get a Pipe of Insight as the first item. It's a very expensive one, but he's going to mitigate all the damage coming out of the Ear Spirit.
Looking for Mirror. Mirror slapped up. Serpent Ward's not going to come. Didn't get the Fairy Fire off. And Hunter with a big Ravage there allows Yathrot to get towards that bed. Toronto Tokyo looking for a combo. RTZ still bound up to the Doombringer now. They do have Miposhka still backing up this Tiny to try and retreat, but Isosize chasing forward. Simply Infernal Blade to slow down the jump in from Abed, finally securing a kill of 2, 3 in a row for EG. And this tier 1 tower should eventually fall. The Team Spirit sticking around. Reincarnation. Do we have it there for the Race King?
He has a point saved. One finally gets it online. Unfortunately for them, Shadow Shaman didn't get his spells off. If he manages to drop off the Serpent Wards, I think the fight just stops there. They wouldn't get another kill on Tiny, possibly. Tiny, now with the Blink Dagger, will be able to jump the Enchantress. Enchantress also tanking up, going for Fluffy Hat, Power Tread Strength, Magic Wand. Might even get a Casual Clock just to be able to survive with that burst.
The deny. There it is. Collapse bided his time, and Toronto Tokyo attempts on to crit. But again, like you're mentioning, these tankier supports itemizing to deal with that Tiny combo, making sure they don't get burst down immediately. His Invis might catch him off guard though. Inkswell plus the Tombo from Toronto Tokyo, something they might not quite expect. But it himself in that mid lane regardless. Been quite slow and steady here from EG. It looked a little bit worrying in that position they were in earlier on, where the reactions from Team Spirit were thick and fast, but they've kept the farm rates up. Doom, of course, accelerating quickly. Puck now heading into the Witchblade, and that Diffusal Blade on Ursa Warrior
That's
too far away.
This is when they take a fight near the Roche, possibly in a triangle, smoke up, and turn that into Roche. With Ursa maxing out to the Furious Vibes plus a Morbid Mask, there is enough damage to take down Roche. He can actually solo kill him once he gets that Diffusal Blade up.
It's quite interesting, yeah, to see the not only item builds, but skill builds change because the item builds, right? We used to see Ursa with the Battle Fury, not really go for the second spell too early on. Overpower, thank you. Brain being a bit slow today.
It's okay, Gary.
You're used to it by now.
I'm used to what I'm saying, you know, a lot of mistakes, a lot of mispronunciations, so you're like, yeah, Gary, you're 10 out of 10.
It's one of those spells that always get mixed up with Overload, Overpower, and Overcharge. Like Iron Storm and Ursa, I don't know, my brain just can't handle it for some reason. Too many overs, not enough unders. And there is that pipe you mentioned on the top. Collapse buys it up. Wants the Block and the Salt Crest, it looks like. There's his big buff-up items.
Team Spirit wants to farm up the Radiant on a Raid King. It's going to be their big timing, plus a level 12 on it. Fred, but there is no Diffusal Blade yet.
Still coming in from Team Spirit to defend this Reincarnation.
Ravage is
have a Ravage and EG to slow down the Reincarn. RTZ gushed up. The Inkswell's forward. The Hex catches crit. They'll go for the target first. Bring the Earth Spirit down as they get a Doom towards the Tiny. It looks not able to completely finish off a Warrior who enrages and hops back to safety.
Another Doom kind of wasted. The only good Doom they got was the Tiny on the bottom lane when they managed to get a kill on one support and a Tiny.
And they hold the Ravage, right?
Yeah, Ravage is going to be available one more time, but unfortunately for Team Spirit.
Oh, in we go. Inkswell combo. Fly, caught out. Completely off guard, and Ice just gonna have to stun and run away.
Like nobody's business.
Tiny will grant him a wish. He will fly once he uses the combo with that Abbott toss.
Not sure the destination is quite as he would have expected. The Fly gets a free return trip anyway. 10 seconds and he'll be back alive. Good control of the map here from Spirit though. In the dire jungle. Tier 2 gone thanks to Serpent Wards. Outpost already grabbed up. 18 minutes in. Very fast tempo from them so far.
Unfortunately for them, Wraith King had the level 1 ulti there.
Oh,
it's a
sad.
huge difference, you know. It goes down by 80 seconds, and then you're ready to fight in another minute and 20. Now Radiance is online. Still not gonna feel that comfortable going in. Radiant using a scan, so they know they're in a triangle. It's all about that. We defend the Roche. We have a Ravage. We know the Doom is down. 2 big items on EG. The Fusel Blade about to be delivered to Ursa. Pocket the Witchblade on top of a 1,000 gold, and Doom. He is coming back into the game. The War maxed out in Hand of Midas. Now has a BKB out of a sudden.
Look at him go. I think you're right, yeah. Team Spirit forcing EG to play in the less desirable portion of the map, that bottom right-hand corner. If they can get a tier 2, maybe balance the scales a bit, grab the outpost for themselves down there. Tier 1 tower mid, of course, prime objective for EG to take is lacking a little bit in that structural damage right now. So they need some pickoffs to allow this to happen, but Team Spirit are giving them nothing. Linking away from mid, realizing danger is lurking just around the corner.
They're playing the map so well, understanding when they need to go in, kind of protecting the entrance to the Roche pit. You can see skeletons around the Roche pit and the Hellbear Smasher, so everyone knows the Roche is not being done at the moment. Skellies die.
Oh, little Skellies tooting around. A nice little move by Abed there. We saw him cut the wave behind the tier 2 mid, so making sure that they're able to get something additional out of the map, but here it is. Roshan attempted all of this control. Literally the past minute and a half, 2 minutes has been moving towards this moment, this point right here, like you were mentioning.
This is a big moment for Team Spirit. They get the Roche, they're dropping the Shadow Shaman wards, Reincarnation ready in 15 seconds. They can prolong a team fight with Ravage if necessary.
EG scan. The Troll Priest walks into the pit. And EG is smoked up, spotting out Mira. They see Shadow Shaman. EG starts the jump in combo. Tokyo with the Inkswell. They have to call it tiny, but they lose fly and crit immediately. The Soulbind comes out. Rogue still not dead. He's nearly falling. The Doom. He comes in. The collapse snatches the Aegis. He get the kill, but the main prize taken by the Tide. And Toronto Tokyo's back in. Second round of spells. Catches out. Artesia and crit. Oh, dearie me. He bought back and died again.
Gets a triple kill. Can they chase? Blink Dagger ready in 3 seconds.
Top the Tide. Good stomp from Ice, but that tiny Tokyo takes down Doombringer, and Yatoro will actually claim that kill for himself, picking up a spree.
That fight was already done. They don't have, like, if they don't Doom Tidehunter, which he did, but it's still a lot of damage. Toronto Tokyo went in on 3 targets, Avalanche plus Toss.
Well, he still has Ravage.
Damage already done, pretty much, yeah. He did the budget Ravage there. Picking up the Aegis. Wraith King was very close to also picking it, but, you know, you do not want to risk things. Doom going in, using the War Stomp. Hands kind of shaky.
Definitely looking shaky for EG overall. 15-4. That lead starting to build up for Team Spirit. Hitting all their timings and keeping that pressure on the map, and now prime position for them. Radiant team to the dire triangle. Cut out that wave, take the 2 remaining outer towers.
For the next fight, you can't even Doom Tidehunter. He has Aegis. It's even better. I believe it's even better. Now you have 7 heroes against 5. Crit already bought back and died, so his item progression is just not gonna be there. The good thing going for him is that he found the Fillet Stone.
Oh, nice.
Shaman also holds
Abed.
1.
Oh, Abed. Oh, Abed. Toronto Tokyo nearly has him, but the phase shift there, nice advice with Crit. Good play from Crit. But the Gush in the back still finds the kill onto the puck. In come the Shackles, Mira holds him in place, and the Serpent Wolves pummeling EG into the ground. Arteezy, he's left here, he's on an island. There's no one to save the teddy bear. No picnic for you, and an absolute slaughter. Team Spirit 5 alive, they're gonna go high ground now.
They just don't have enough damage. GG.
It's over. They've actually just tapped out. Team Spirit with some sublime team play. The control of the map, the reactions, the response to the Troy lane, everything. Check every single box. Team Spirit did it perfectly.
They were so quick, just rotating. Sometimes, you know.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Actually talking to maybe.
It sound right, boys.
Big
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
I was talking to one of the coaches, and the answer is very apparent, or not necessarily very apparent, but it's very apparent that you need to find the answer to something like TA, right? And what that coach actually said to me was like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of TA, or there are going to be a lot of TA answers, and it's not a surprise, and right?
It actually scales through time. Like TA, when it's first discovered, is completely broken and busted. Then it goes in gradients, right? The first gradient is teams start banning Curb. Second one is they start figuring out counters to it. Third, and I actually think the most important one is you start getting used to how busted the hero is, and you don't die to these two shots that you usually would, because you either itemize for it, or you're playing more carefully, or you're more conscious of how strong the hero is, right? So the hero becomes less and less effective as time goes by. Because of that.
You need to be like a shark.
Just by nature of being played a lot.
Just by nature of being played a lot. The strong, broken heroes are the strongest in the first week of the patch. After that, it kind of scales off.
And if they're for longer than that, that's when like you need a patch for them, right?
The first week of them being actually discovered and played, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes a hero is broken for months and no one's picking it, and then they figure it out.
And also, yeah, I think like the real thing too is like that once you hit that homeostasis where it's just you're rotating back on the old answers, and then the same answers come up. That's when a patch is super refreshing as well. But as we start to see these early bans, we're seeing a lot of the same hosts of folks that we would expect to see in those bans. Doom going to be added as well.
Actually, Viper banned out makes me think the Team Spirit might snatch either some hero that hates Break or TA herself, right? It's an option.
It was first picked in NA, the Viper. I think NA and SA, they do like their Viper, so it might just be a read on that.
'Cause
EG
I
not
checked
so
their
much,
games, I
but
did see, yeah.
they did like respect Quinn's Viper a lot, so they might just think like, oh, they have experience with this hero. They might have looked at. I don't know what's going on.
That's so cool.
I actually do like your concept though. That breaks.
Yeah, because this hero wasn't that popular in SEA or in China. Like he's picked up here and there versus PA versus Spectres, right? But versus Bristleback perhaps, but wasn't really that popular.
I think as the tournament goes on, especially when No Ping starts playing, we'll start to see like what these teams can do with this hero. That team picked this hero. They played at like pretty much anything but one, and it just dominated all the games.
Look at that, Batrider and Viper. I really
these are some meta bans, right? Like
this is completely new. I feel like TA must be in the first two for one of these two teams.
Viper and Bat. Yeah, you're
Viper
right.
and Bat, right? Like, what is there? There's Huskar and Venomancer.
I can't quite see.
I think Doom is with the Viper. Yeah.
Okay.
AA on the other side.
Radiant team.
Every now and then.
Tiny instead. So when I was looking at players and what they're playing right now, mid players, it's Tiny and TA. Those heroes are most picked. Sometimes some Storms and the casual ones, but TA Tiny, they're so popular. And isn't TA kind of decent versus him as well? Like
versus Tiny?
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know if you want a 2-3 TA from second pick. I think maybe the hero, they feel the hero's strong enough to do that.
Yeah.
Like that's when you think the hero's broken, right?
When you can first phase it. And
yeah, when you first phase it, not as a closer, right? Because as first pick, you can pick it on that. I don't know.
Of course. There's a chance for them to counter it a little bit with a.
But I do like TA versus Tiny. It's a pretty good matchup.
Oh,
Ooh, okay.
Yep. Another
AA
hero.
ban, Batrider ban. They were ready for this. I think they predicted the Tiny pick, and they are ready.
It looks like a perfect pick, right? It's so good. AA banned out Viper. Yeah, he's strong. He's not amazing with the break.
It's an Isis Ice Timbersaw.
Yeah, and the Lion. Okay.
Classic. Easy hero to open up. It always sort of solidifies your draft. You always have some stuns, some catch, and some burst.
And they played Timber plus Lion many times before in NA, so this is something that they're used to. This Lion can also just rotate away once Timber is 3, leave him there, rotate towards mid, get some. Not the greatest rotator, but still.
But you're freed up to do what you want.
You can do whatever. Yeah. They go with the TS. Okay. I mean, if one team wasn't gonna get it. But this locks into Tiny though, right? This is Tiny 4. I have seen a lot of CIS teams play Tiny carry, particularly VP. I think they play the carry Tiny really well. They go like phase boost Blink Dagger. They're sort of playing it at like a mid Tiny. Just be aggressive. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Flynn could still be the playmaker. You can do that.
Right. So, with the direction of this draft currently, what else are you looking for Team Spirit?
Well, right now in the bans, they're looking to ban out heroes that are good versus TA. Since they picked her early, they do need to spend their next 3 bans, to sort of protect her in that sense.
Do you think this Ember? I completely agree with. I like the ban because of the Flame Guard. Just gets rid of the refraction, gets on top of her easily, right? I can completely agree with that. I've seen some teams ban out Venomancer, and even when Veno is laned into her, you just jungle, you ignore him. Eventually, you get refraction dispels, and it just ends up like, okay, you have a Veno on your team. I have a TA that's fat.
In this game, the one thing that might make the Veno work is that, as we were talking about earlier, Timbersaw frees up the support. So Veno alone doesn't counter her, but if you have a freed up support that can run at her with the Veno, that might be hard to deal with.
I agree, yeah.
I don't know if I would care about Veno so much this game. I just don't think that hero's that scary for mid.
That's scary, yeah. I agree.
It might be some weird scrim thing. That happens a lot.
I think we saw Veno yesterday as well on mid lane.
Yeah. And honestly, sometimes they pick Veno and they don't lane it versus TA still. And he just is good versus her in the game because you're still some like...
Just the dots and whatnot.
I want to say like pseudo melee, but TA just hits from so far now, so that's not even true.
I don't understand the range on TA anymore. It's
very high.
Busted. Yeah. Like if you get Quiver or Grove Bow, you're a drow. You're not.
The thing about that Veno TA matchup is if you hit the wards, I think they have 0 armor, and the Desolator applies on them. So your side blades, which goes 2,000 range now,
are just killing people.
Huge pure damage.
They actually ban out the TB and the Razor, so they kind of think alike.
Those are 3 TA counters, I would say, right? Like Razor, I don't think he dominates TA in lane, but he is pretty good versus her. And TB, like he's just super high armor with illusions to burn
plus all the damage instances.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Yeah, I forget who it was on panel earlier who was really hyping up Razor against TA, saying Razor might be one of the answers. down the line. Yeah, I was surprised by it as well. I actually have it written down, but I forget who actually said it. But now that Ursa ban coming out as well.
I can see it. Like Razor, your lane versus TA is pretty good. She'll farm. But if you have any sort of tempo with your supports, like some Clockwork who can run in with you, you can pressure in the jungle, and your ulti destroys her, your Link destroys her.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited to see what the TA answers are in a few days. Like what people think those strong TA answers are, because different analysts are saying different things. Just ban it forehead.
Phoenix is one of them, right?
It's really good because you have so many damage instances coming from Phoenix, and it's also full comfort zone for Evil Geniuses fly for as long as possible. Fly Phoenix, exactly. But you have this line to cover you a little bit. You have the Hex, you have the Impale. It feels like a pretty good Phoenix game. Problem is obviously always the laning.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, we find ourselves in the scenario. We're talking about how in these best of twos, you want to be in those scenarios where you got everybody on something that they're comfortable on, and you're calling out names every single time that you see this locked in. You know, you got Fly, you got Ice. It's a good looking draft for EG so far.
I'm perhaps waiting for some Grimstroke, some... Mars might not be that great for Team Spirit, but Mirana, perhaps, that we talked about, looks pretty solid versus Phoenix. They go with the Gyro. Okay, so that puts actually Tiny on the 4, right?
Wait,
yes. That's most like
you just have a visceral reaction. Were you just trying to see, or did you really not like the Gyro?
I love Gyro. It's my most late carry, but I honestly didn't expect that at all. I don't think that hero's been that highly valued. Everyone I message about Gyro tells me to shut up and go away. So it's very hurtful, actually. EG immediately with the Storm. I think that actually is one of the heroes that is quite good versus TA. I think if nothing happens, the TA can slightly out-farm Storm, but I can't remember what game I was casting. But
there was a game Storm TA
the
already.
Storm solo killed TA really early. Do you remember who that was?
I can't remember, no.
I think it might have been Vici Execration. I'm just making up stuff, but it happened.
It happened. Sure. I actually watched the game. I just can't remember.
Take a page out of Kyle's book. He's very good at doing that. Just make it up. Just make it up. Yeah, just make it up.
Last time this matchup happened, Storm killed TA 15 times, and he just abandoned in the middle of the match.
15 times.
It was really good.
Wow.
Well,
okay, so
helps put the egg.
If Storm doesn't do well versus TA here, that means the CIS is definitely the strongest region, right? Because they...
I have no idea.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Not sure about that one.
But they go with the Mars. They go with their
one of your classic heroes you mentioned.
Yeah, this is what they pick. I actually expected perhaps a Mirana Mars, and then you put the Tiny on that position 1 like we talked about. But they go with Gyro Mars, which is also solid.
When you do this, when you pick your cores as first pick, not last pick, it's because you feel like these two heroes have really good synergy in their lineup, and it's going to get banned out. You won't be able to get it last.
And they do have a lot of circles, right?
They do.
Mars,
the circle strats are very good in this game.
Radiant team ban.
They ban out actually the Life Stealer, okay.
I'm thinking about the Gyrocopter a bit more. It is seen as a Timbersaw counter, but that lane is really like sus. It can swing both ways really hard. If Timber has a really good lane, he gets a lot of reactive armor, and you get kicked out of lane that's Gyro, it feels really bad. On the other hand, you always provide that magical damage, maybe some lockdown with the Missile to kill that hero.
Well, one thing that I see from Team Spirit, however, one obvious problem for me is lack of instant catch. It's a free Storm game, right?
Yeah.
You have no way of actually getting Abed decently, like Tiny perhaps. Like
so what I think that means is because Mars can do that, but you need a lot of items.
Yeah, you need
hood into Yules, I think, and then even a blink on top of that. So maybe EG should look at shutting that down from the Spirit side and just like picking a really strong safe laner, which I think is when they function best. I don't know what happened last game. They're aggro trialing with Ursa is super weird, but anyways.
How greedy do you think Morphling is? You don't really care about
for EG?
Yeah, because they ban out Grimstroke Mars Mirana that we mentioned for Team Spirit, but for EG, Morphlings,
it's good for Gyro, for sure.
Historically good versus Mars as well. You can fly over, maybe not versus Rebuke, but versus Gyro has always been decent. Do you care about that much? Like they banned out the Lifestealer, also a hero that's been played versus.
I think because there's a Tiny. Who's like a pretty weak 4 laner, you can definitely get away with this game.
You can get it? Yeah.
The thing about Morphling is, if he has a good lane, he's not like a slow hero who has to AFK farm. He's a carry who will pressure towers. You can even get like some Dragonlance on him and just hit towers.
They ban out the Void instead, which would make a lot of sense.
Spirit's just gonna pick like some Mirana here? Is that most likely?
My problem is...
Oh, sorry, no, they need a 5.
Yeah, they need a 5, yeah, exactly. They have a Tiny 4, and they need some reliable catch. They go with the Disruptor. It's most played in CIS, yeah.
I mean, CIS teams have been playing this hero for like
and it's another circle, right? Like,
you do need a circle.
Gyro, yeah.
There we go.
That's a good point.
All right. What do we think's going to round out this draft?
10 seconds remaining.
Life Stealers banned out, Void banned out.
Juggernaut. But I keep saying that and no one picks it. Like, I don't know if the hero's just not that good. Or if it's because I'm a solo player, I want my core to do everything for me. Yeah.
Select your heroes.
A lot of damage instances.
It's a good PL game, right?
Yeah. It's pretty solid. You don't care about any of these heroes pretty much. Gyro AoE damage that people talk about, it doesn't really work that well against PL. Maybe Hood build.
Yeah. Oh, I can see that working. That sounds pretty good. I think the lane normally can be sort of 50-50 with Mars, but just because again they see that before, they're confident that this PL can free farm. And I think that's when the hero's strong. Like, you need to get to this level 7 timing and start running at heroes.
Yep.
Okay. And you think they'll be able to do that here?
I think so. I mean, Tiny should be weak in lane. Is the left side Radiant? Is that how this works? I don't cast much.
I'm not sure as well.
Okay. If the Mars Tiny is on Radiant, that's a lot better than them, just because you can pull in between your tier 1 and tier 2. If the PL's on Radiant, I think that lane should be super easy for him. Even if PL's on Dire, I think he should probably free farm.
For me, the main point in this game is the Storm Spirit on that mid lane, because he can take over completely. There's what you have, Disruptor and Tiny. You don't really care about that much. Yeah. You can itemize against it, so if he rolls out of control, he will make enough space for this PL to just go ham and
I mean, if you ask me, I have to pick EG because I'm from NA.
Okay, I'm going with Spirit for sure then.
But I think the draft is pretty good.
You gotta give Spirit credit. The draft, like you guys said, looking pretty good. And then on top of that, they've already created an upset here by things off with at least a draw. At very least, they're going to be able to get a draw. If they get a 2-0, how many ripples is that going to throw throughout the entire group stage? We're going to be jumping into the game right now, and we're going to see if they can keep this upset going or if EG is going to be able to knot it up.
I'm dead.
Are you guys going to play the game?
Welcome aboard Tiny Airlines. Do not fasten your seatbelts.
Right, Lacoste on the one hand, a lot of circles, the Venn diagrams from Team Spirit, my favorite kind of draft. But EG will disengage the Timber, the PL, the Storm, ways to escape from the circles and bisect them.
Yeah, this lineup from EG is very good at going in and out of the fights. They will just keep repeating that with the Phantom Lance reset. Same goes for Storm Spirit. Then you have a heal coming out from the Phoenix. Timber, so in and out, one of the best heroes to do so, and not relying too much on cooldowns. The only big cooldown you have is Phoenix Supernova in the finger. Yeah. Even without that, EG's lineup can pretty much keep fighting all the time. History might repeat itself one more time. Position for Tiny. I just don't like the hero. I just feel the whole potential of the hero is being wasted. You're using 2 out of 4 abilities, pretty much.
What's the kind of idea behind that? Is it that mid Tiny just gets to items faster and you use the magic damage earlier game and it feels better because position 4 Tiny is a bit more delayed, or?
Position 4 Tiny, like, he soaked up a lot of farm, a lot of safe farm, because if you don't get a lot of early kills, you need to give him a lane to farm a Blink Dagger. Especially if the game slows down, he will need to be taking up the farm, let's say, higher tier 2 tower. This is where he wants to get his Blink Dagger up, because it's kind of a secure space to farm, especially if it's warded up.
And also, very importantly, the panel was bringing up the catch factor onto the Storm Spirit, where Tiny is pretty much the only reliable way to catch Abed when he is on this Storm Spirit.
They have a Disruptor. I love position 5 that they picked as a last pick. Grimstroke got banned out with the Disruptor. It's kind of a CIS classic where it provides you long range reach. He's out of mana, glimpse back into the Static Storm. No one likes to play into that. You can't really itemize. I want to see what his item build is going to be this time around, but BKB feels like a safe choice, maybe even a second item when you're playing against the Disruptor. Tiny, even Gyrocopter, it's not a magical damage. Looking at The off lane, ISS should have a pretty good time. There is a lot of harassment early on from Gyrocopter. Rocket was one of the best spells early on in the game, Thunderstrike. So you need to be careful about that. One of the reasons why he brought a bit more regen, 6 tangos plus a healing cell, and also decided to get a Timber Pain. Playing into 2 range heroes, you get too much value out of it.
And especially with Crit backing him up, he's always got that disengage with the Earth Spike, able to catch up with Poshka or Yatoro. Also the fact that we know that Timber Saws like to be left alone, level 4 or so, and Lion could look for those rotations into mid, where, as AUI was saying, as we've mentioned before, this Storm Spirit matchup against Templar Assassin, it can look very even, but some of the times we see that level 3, level 4 from Storm, get the Vortex under tower, kill the TA off, and it snowballs out of contention from that point. If you add in a Lion to the mix, got another stun, and real good kill threat.
Toronto Tokyo using these side blades nicely. 4 hits in a row, dealt damage to Abed. Doesn't have bottle yet. Meanwhile, Abed does, so he can go and pick up one of the side runes.
Double deny there coming through from Abed off of 1 Vortex. Wonderfully done.
Needs to be careful. Toronto Tokyo playing it really well, just protecting the top water rune. Once making a move to the bottom, Abed will just go there and refill it.
Yeah, needs to do so. Down in that bottom lane, we have seen, the Mars, the Tiny, tossing the Phoenix around. Difficult early days for Fly. Very squishy hero, could get caught out by some stuns, but Phantom Lantern so far has had a pretty good early laning stage, guarded by that Phoenix. As there goes the initial burst of damage on the Fly, just chipping away at EG a little bit there. 12 and 6 on the Mars. Starting to rack up a fair number of denies, but the problem begins top lane already. ISS level 3. Dragging wave around, and this is where that Lion can start to maneuver himself in towards that mid lane or around the rune spawns. Crit though, under vision. Radiant Ward there that we see, and a dire one up on the high ground will spot out the Lion's movements. Templar Assassin right now, starting to fall behind, hasn't really had the opportunity to go and farm the small camp, which we quite often see from these Templar Assassins in the mid lane. Very much having to play the straight 1v1 lane matchup. It's also blocked up by a Sentry Camp. Thank you, Observer. That's another good reason why he's not able to do it.
Oh, very smart. Something that you don't expect, but we talked about pretty much the same thing, actually. Is that ward in? It's in. So EG and Team Spirit both blocked the small camp. It's being pinged out. Not getting more farm. What you get from the lane.
Yeah, super important against both of those mid laners. Tiny gonna have to run it back. Gonna have he's brought some more regen out to it. It was very, very awkward for that Tiny to stick around. No real mana pool to play around with as Abed deals the water rune, but mirrors Tiny, rotating in with a toss. Does get the anger for the avalanche, and Abed taking a lot of damage for the right click.
Tiny needs to be careful.
Here comes Crit.
Could make a kill.
Dive forward, you're right, and flies on top of it. Body blocks up the Tiny. Mirror dragged back with a Vortex, hexed and slain. First blood for Abed.
Not just that, he's also going to be picking up the enemy bounty rune. TP's back to the lane. And also a water rune. Can he get it? Toronto Tokyo is already there. Crit.
That's still dangerous. Toronto Tokyo. The refraction charge is going to be burnt on cooldown. 8-1, 1 fairy fire. The damage coming thick and fast. Miposhka rotates in, try and save the TA, and so will Tiny with an avalanche. Looking for Abed with a toss, but Abed's fast enough to run it back, while Toronto Tokyo is being burnt alive here with a toss onto him. And the refraction comes back up again. Still being burnt down by Fly with a dive, and the fiery spirits, they kill the TA in the end.
Tiny, he needs to get this kill. Earth Spike ready in second. Crit, can he deny himself? He cannot. At least he gets a free TP. If he denies himself there, needs to spend 100 gold. Nicely done by EG. They rotate both the supports. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Arteezy, he needs a cell. Someone needs to TP there and bring him a healing cell. Ice on the top lane feels pretty secure. Just having a ring, 2 points in reactive armor, going straight into Hood. No shenanigans. My man, he knows that can't afford to. Back in the days when players were so greedy, what if I get the mana boots, not even a casual cloak, and try to get the blood on first item?
Straight up. There's a stun. Chain disables, the support's rotating into that mid lane again, and they are snowballing this Abed Storm completely. Shutting down that Templar Assassin who was already struggling in the CS department, 17 and 4 on her. Well, Storm Spirit now 31 and 8, so pretty much doubling up on the CS.
EG just playing around Abed. First 6 minutes, going for bottle refills, securing the runes. He is level 6 now, and they can start putting some pressure on the tower. It's not gonna be a lot of damage, but it's gonna be some chip damage.
Yeah, because you mentioned that Arteezy would want a south bottom, right? PL is now pulling waves. He's alone, left completely isolated and deserted bottom lane. No one came down there because both supports TP'd mid. Crit brought a salve and bottle refilled Abed to keep that pressure and tempo up in the mid lane and forcing Team Spirit to come into mid.
Keeping the catapult alive, dealing a ton of damage. Not what I expected. Zip available, goes across. Level 1 glimpse, not enough. They did not want to waste more time. So some pressure off PL, as you mentioned. Same goes for Timbersaw. They're getting the levels while keeping them busy on a mid lane. Once Arteezy gets level 6, he can easily just go to jungle. Collapse has that Arena of Blood available, but Arteezy juking in the trees.
Yeah, just doppelgangers away. And Mira, so far it's position 4 Tiny, like you were mentioning, has had a pretty slow start, and that may be a bad omen of things to come for Team Spirit in this match. Because Timbersaw's been left alone, Gyro has ditched top lane and gone back to farm some stacks in the jungle. That leaves Ice to pick up some of these big tanky items, and I don't know, it feels so bad for Team Spirit to leave that Timbersaw alone up there, because he's able to go and shove that tier 1 tower, open up the map for his team, and start being that tanky nuisance.
I'm not sure how they kill Ice. Next, they need to bring numbers. They need Static Storm, Gyrocopter to drop the multiple rocket barrages and a cooldown to be able to kill him. Because right now, with that early hood, 7 minutes hood, has 7 stick charges, a bracer. I don't think he dies. Like, he should feel pretty safe for the next 10 minutes, pretty much.
It's like an impossibility. EG have also scouted out a stack being built up in that top jungle. Fly glimpsed back into the Gyrocopter's damage, can't dive away. Couldn't even catch this stick charges. Chain stunned perfectly. They will defend their stacks, get a D-ward them. Boschko making sure the vision from EG doesn't stay around in that aggressive portion of their own jungle. A crit onto Tiny. Got the 8-minute rune. It does spawn bottom though. A regen there for the TA, but a toss back into the Gyro again. Getting Yasuo involved. Storm Spirit's there with the Vortex. Tiny should get burst down, but Abed running pretty low. Limited on mana. Oh, no, he's
what a zip. Pop the mango straight away and gets on top of it. Bottle refill. It happened. It did. EG Fly manages to get it.
Under attack.
Keep refilling it. This is something that they've done in the Singapore Major. Play around up whenever he's playing the Storm Spirit, and here comes one more bottle refill. He never needs to go back, and I like his itemization, what he's doing. I've seen a lot of Kaya Sanj, Storm Spirit. He's not messing around. Going straight into Orchid. His next item probably going to be just a BKB to be able to have that sustain. They have no abilities whatsoever that through Magic Immunity.
That safety against the circles as well. All of that team fight from Team Spirit. It will be here soon, you know, Gyrocopter closing it on 6. We've got the arena like you mentioned. Static Storm will be up in the next minute or two. But EG getting themselves out on the map once again. Abed stealing some stacks. 2 supports connecting the Timbersaw top, while you mentioned the Phantom Lancer now, you know, level 6. So perfectly fine for him to go and jungle himself through towards that top lane. And a completely different story to game 1, where Team Spirit were the ones very heavily reacting and very snappily getting into position to fight. It's been EG dictating exactly what the moves have been.
A bit of a different game this previous game. Storm jump on this position for Tiny, who is level 4. Doesn't contribute that much, uses Avalanche, still manages to die.
And a dominating streak for Abed, yeah, 4,600 net worth on him.
Radiant's bottom tower.
TA starting to catch up little by little, farming through the Ancients, through whatever little stacks have been left to her as well.
Every single time you kill Templar Assassin, it feels like you kind of killed Meepo type of a hero, flash farm.
Because it's not just the money you get from the kill, it's that 20-30 seconds where she's not farming. You think about the GPM she's getting, like that's 400, 500 gold, maybe more with the stacks she's able to take down. Crippling the Templar Assassin very quickly.
And this is what I talked about. The tier 1 tower has fallen. You see Tiny top lane. Tier 2 tower wants to get some farm. Will soak up some of that easy farm, safe one. Not even gonna get the last hit. It's very hard.
And they jump on Yatoro. And says Ice is to come and play in the mid lane. Just very systematic from EG. from top lane and towards mid. Claim up these objectives. Try and use some of their own ulti abilities here. Supernova, Finger of Death. They spot out the TP from Mira. Tiny. Straight up jump from Abed Storm. The Avalanche toss into the Static Storm. Spirit there in the arena. Well done on to Abed. Ice still pushing forward though. The Hex and the catch onto Collapse. Not going to be enough to finish it. Fly takes down Mira's Tiny. Ice and the Finger of Death. The Supernova lands. And sure, you killed the Storm Spirit, but the cost was dear.
Egg popped off. Pretty much he was the only one who was trying to hit it, and then Finger comes, first Finger damage for crit on top of it. They will get the tower. Ice is just killable at the moment, and if he decides to get a Vanguard, I don't know how they kill him. Like, maybe it's a bit of an overkill. If he wants to Collapse.
Well, Fly trying a bit of a dewarding mission there, unsuccessful in his attempt.
Glimpse ready, but it's only level 2, so out of reach, and it's also a Timbersaw, so no point to waste mana. Meanwhile, all this was happening. Arteezy gets the free gold from the tower, keeps farming the jungle, very close to his defusal. They just needs 400 gold. I wouldn't mind seeing Hood also on him, because there's a bunch of magical damage, second item Hood on PL feels very strong.
Yeah, tank yourself, allow your Phantom Lancer to actually get involved in these fights. We are still holding on though as Team Spirit. Gyrocopter not looking too bad in the old net worth, but there it is, that catch on Storm. So vital when they get that kill, but you lose out at what? 3 heroes in the exchange. Supernova, Tier 1 tower's dead, and that Finger of Death right at the end onto Yatoro. Picking off the Gyro in the trade. Good little fight from EG there, and all dictated by these catapult timings. Much smoother from them, and it's down to Spirit now.
Team Spirit does not have a good hero against Timbersaw. They don't have Spirit Vessel Carrier. They don't have a percentage-based damage, so he's gonna feel pretty safe. Look, this might be the game where Ice just ends up with 0 or 1 death in the end, no matter who wins.
Not easy. He's being pinged out. Had no idea this is coming, but he gets the doppelganger, the real one. He gets the Storm, spear back and dead. The unfortunate situation for the Phantom Lancer where he spawns inside the field.
Doesn't matter if it's the high ground, if it's a cliff, he will always find a way to get Gary.
That's the Arteezy way. A good move though from Team Spirit. You know, using these circles we've been talking about, getting on the board, finding core kills, and Collapse leading that charge. He is the carry right now of their team. Top of the net worth. And he has all of the abilities they need to pick off these more elusive targets in the Storm and the PL. Never feels like a rush for EG though, does it? It's always Team Spirit scrambling to look for fights, trying to build up their items, catching up in this kind of game.
I saw a play from Nico when Execration was playing, when he used Branch to get out of the static field. Yeah, the static field, kinetic field. Could have possibly been done the same thing with the Ironwood tree there.
Ooh, could have been an idea, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure it works, but I believe it does. You know, we analysts, casters, you know what we say. I'm going to reveal a secret. If you're not certain about something, you say, last time I checked it, it was working. Or to be even more professional, like last time I tested it. To look like you're doing some extra work. And then you say, yeah, it worked.
I was in demo hero mode last night.
I spent whole night, didn't even sleep, was just testing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is how it's worked with like Sprout and Cogs, right? People trapped inside. If something takes their place, they have to get pushed out somewhere. Tiny gonna get pushed into the grave by the Storm Spirit, and that Phoenix yet again controlling that middle lane and that dire triangle.
That's the Orchid reveal for the Storm Spirit, so he can get easy pickoffs on the side lanes if someone wants to push. I'll talk about what the optimization for Mars in this game should be. Hood of Defiance into Yule Scepter, so you can survive through the initial burst, and also have that setup for the Storm Spirit. You have also a way of removing Fiery Spirits, removing that silence as well on top of it.
Man, Ice. You kept saying he's going to be unkillable, and he might have 0, 1 deaths.
No, I don't think he dies. I don't think he should die at all. Now that seeing that Vanguard is up and that he's going for the Guardian Greaves.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that pick. I was like, okay, he's actually gone for it. Might be overkill, like you mentioned, but he can just do what he's doing now. He has sat mid for about 3 minutes, just pushing wave, making sure that there is no pressure at all on his own tier 1, and that leaves a complete wide open map for RTZ with 150 CS, 16 minutes in. Diffusal Blade with a hood. EG should be feeling quite strong and ready to fight. But they don't need to force anything. They can just keep scaling, keep farming. You know Team Spirit eventually will want to come to you.
Whenever you have PL in the team and the matchup, the carry-to-carry matchup is good, you don't feel rushed. You don't necessarily need to go in and seek out the fights. It seems like it's just going to be a tier 2 for tier 2. Both teams playing with the catapults, a lot of damage coming onto these towers. Team Spirit actually backing off. They only see Phantom Lancer at the top, so they are a bit worried.
That's a good point you brought up, and I think Lizard mentioned it as well. Gyrocopter against Phantom Lancer. And we've always thought historically that, oh, he's got AoE damage, he can clear illusions, but it's that double-edged sword, right? If the Phantom Lancer gets on top of the Gyrocopter, he doesn't really deal with the illusions that well.
Yeah, it's really not that great, especially once Phantom Lancer gets that tanky item, which most likely is going to be hard eventually. Then the damage output from Gyrocopter is really not noticeable.
Yeah, you can take the illusions down to like half HP and then they're all done for. And look at this. Timbersaw just TPs into the middle of 5 heroes, basically.
Thanks to Glimpse.
Glimpse back all the way to top lane again, so tier 1 should finally be claimed by Team Spirit here as Evil Geniuses. They are putting themselves in a position to contest this. Are they on division? The Team Spirit know this is coming. They spot out the Timbersaw. And they full on leg it away from that tier 1 mid.
Timbersaw is, I'm back, baby. I'm back on the mid lane. You glimpsed me. I'm ready to go in one more time.
You thought you got rid of me? You thought you know who I am?
Some damage dealt to tier 4 tower. 330. Not too bad. First Roshan still alive. Spear.
Phoenix. So that's a target they can go for.
Not sure they needed a bit of an over there with the Static Storm.
And Abed farming away. Gets himself up to that Kaya now. But yeah, tier 1 mid still standing and Team Spirit struggling to get a firm grasp in this game. 3k lead starting to build up for Evil Geniuses. And again, is that situation where they really do just want to extend this game out. There's no panic, no rush.
ISSI is just building up stacks inside the Roche pit. Haste available, Storm Spirit will pick it up.
And then he's back into mid lane.
They tried. He tried to make something happen. It feels like EG wanted to do Roche, but realized maybe we don't have that much damage. Once Phantom Lancer joins, we have, but he was playing the top lane. So, a couple of seconds wasted, nothing too serious. There was this window where Arena was down for 60 seconds. Send goes Static Storm. Static Storm will be up in 30.
And they will chip away at Roshan. Very, very fearful play from Team Spirit, though. They're scanning the bottom tier 2, pushing out with the Tiny. 2 heroes holding ramp in that bottom jungle. Gyro farming behind and TA in the Ancients. So Roshan completely uncontested, and Storm Spirit, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, going to have absolutely free reign in that next team fight. And now, execution-wise for Team Spirit here, it has to be so spot on. This next team fight could just be the game-ending move.
Abed can't afford to go for more greedy items, especially now that he picked up the Aegis. It's not so much about the Aegis, it's about the neutral item. Found the Nether Shoal, something that Phantom Lancer likes to hold. But he went for a hood anyway, but they give it to the Storm Spirit, and now he can go into the Bloodstone, especially with Aegis being picked up.
And go straight into those late game items.
No need to get a BKB.
Nah. Kaya Sanj coming up for your Timbersaw as well. So he's got that status resistance, all that tankiness which we've already seen from him. His presence on the map has been insurmountable. Sticking in that mid lane and making sure teams have to make silly little moves like this. Backstabbing the tier 1 tower with a Tiny. One more hit from Mira, but
another glimpse.
He bought a Blink Dagger, so Tiny probably quite pleased with himself in that, as long as they don't lose any more. There's the Arena Spear catching out Crit. A 1-for-1 trade and the tier 1 grabbed by Team Spirit. Collapse with a TP home though, now disrupted Do we get the escape out of here? I don't believe so. Phantom Lancer's on your tail. A 2-for-1. The tier 1 grabbed up by Spirit, but this is still EG gunning it straight down towards that dire base.
Phantom Lancer's getting huge. Done, as we mentioned, now going into SNY. On top of the Imp Claw, he deals a ton of damage. Ice Ice one more time. Not killable, they're completely ignoring him.
Yeah, he's just a monument to tankiness right now.
It's the thing about the support. Position 5 doesn't really do too much against the Timber. Neither does your position 4. Offlaner, he can't afford to get a Spirit Vessel. Position 4, it's pretty much always the same item build. You need that Blink Dagger to get on top of people. Position 5 will not get enough farm, and like even if you decide to get a Spirit Vessel, he will have a way of dispelling it because it comes down very late.
They've got to catch him with the stacks down with like Meld Strike, everybody there.
I don't think it's enough, Gary. I actually don't think it's enough.
For even a chance then.
Yeah, right now he has Kaya Sanj, he has a Vanguard, Armor, Hood of Defiance on top of it, holding a Bracer, which gives him even more magic resistance.
Oh, he's toying with him now. He's just standing in front of their tier 2, holding the creep wave, keeping the push going while the rest of his squad, they're down bottom, they're farming triangle.
Hodl, wait. They can't touch him. He has 3,000 HP, effective HP. It's probably around 6,000, to be more honest.
Yeah, probably. And the fact that stuns just water off a duck's back. Don't touch him.
Middle tower is under attack.
And a great spot here for EG to be in. Ancient stack built up for Arteezy. 2 tier 2 towers ready to be grabbed up by them in the mid and the bottom lane. And this first Aegis really has allowed them to take some pretty supreme map control, but it has to be said, Team Spirit, they've kept that net worth lead at around 3k. They are still farming very nicely. TA's up there, close to where the Phantom Lancer is. Gyro hasn't slipped away, so they are starting to hit some of these important item timings themselves. BKB on TA is going to be big for them.
TA has been slowed down. This is not type of a game that TA wants to play. She wants to be out there on the map, putting some pressure, possibly invading enemy triangles, getting some kills. Also stealing Roshan from a TA lineup, always gonna feel good. I'm just watching at Ice. I'm not even moving my mouse, Gary. Checking what he's doing. If they want,
is that your therapy?
This is my therapy, exactly. I just chilling.
Nice mug of tea with a bit of honey in it. Watching Ice Timbersaw.
I want to see if they decide to make a move on him. Like, he dies if they bring 5 heroes.
Well, they can move top instead. The start onto the gyro, glimpse away. Arbet set off to the other side of the map. And crit is your sacrifice from EG. While Mira getting caught up here by Ice. Some good traps to slow him down with the Phantom Lancer. There with the Lance and the Sun Ray coming. Mira attempts the TP, but sliced and diced by Ice. Oh, Storm Spirit, the Yule's in the spear stacked up. Arbed caught with a couple of chain stones with the homing missile coming through, but Yatoro is the help of the glimpse.
Good glimpse back. Bit of a lag. We'll disconnect and reconnect quickly.
He'll be back just fine. Is that his Bloodstone finish now, Lacoste?
Yeah, it's Bloodstone flying to him. Phantom Lancer doesn't have anything queued up. It should be another tanky item.
Skadi, maybe?
Skadi feels good. You're playing against the 2 range heroes. The slow is insanely good. And either that or a heart. I would kind of prefer Skadi because you're playing into 2 ranged cores. If it was a melee, maybe a Skadi would have been a better choice, but we'll see what he decides to go for. Abed ready to go.
So is Yatoro. There we see reactive armor stacks for the Timbersaw. Most tanky talent choices from the Phantom Lancer. And with that Skadi or the heart, whatever it might be that you mentioned, only going to increase his tankiness.
Timbersaw still deciding, what do I want to buy? Wants that Guardian Greaves, but does not want to spend gold. So he's changed his item build quite a lot. Disassemble Saya and Sanj, get the Bloodstone, have a Sanj, possibly upgrade to his Halberd against the Gyro, against the TA. That'd be great.
Oh, he can disassemble his Vanguard as well, can't he, for that vitality boost? Oh, that's so good. We'll see what he turns everything else into. He'll have like a ring of health and stuff like that.
This is something that pro players have been doing much more lately, just getting more efficiency items by disassembling.
Just wrap around. Team Spirit.
And there we go. And you're
feeling it. Yules and Spear coming, Static Storm onto Arteezy with the field, the circles all overlapping towards the Phantom Lancer. Arteezy, he's gonna doppelganger, he's still alive, and they turn onto Miposhka. Sunray Disruptor, and the Sunray heal allows the Arteezy PL to cruise through to this victorious fight for EG. Mira snapped on, zipped towards Arbed, will find the Tiny on the backside, and Toronto Tokyo is BKB'd and TP'd. They're on the run. They are moving back to their fountain. That was their aggressive move, and it just flounders, falls flat on its face.
Once EG gets a kill or two, and if egg is still available, they pop that egg, fight's completely over. They don't have enough attack speed to kill it. Templar Assassin is not gonna stand there, especially if BKB is down. Gyrocopter also forced to use an earlier BKB in the fight. Now we have a Bloodstone on the Storm Spirit complete. We have Phantom Lancer going for the Scotty that we talked about, and you have a Bloodstone on Timbersaw, also keeping this casual ring, so he disassembled Kaya and Sanj. It was enough, you know, he got something out of the item, he got 0 deaths from it, and Bloodstone done, Heaven's Halberd done.
Dagon next, yeah? No.
Has Shiva's Guard.
No, Shiva's, please. Slice of Slice, you know you want to buy Dagon 5. And Arbed there, heading into Shiva's Guard as well, apparently. So we'll see if we have a bit of a switch up between the Timber and Storm Spirit, both considering the same sort of itemization.
They like to toy with their items. That's the one thing that I noticed. I wouldn't mind either a BKB or Aghanim Scepter. This is one of the best ways you can protect the egg with and just keep them in place. So both Timbersaw, it's a setup for a big Earth Spike for Lion, or Phantom Lancer to just deal damage with the illusions. Arteezy, we can see that he is burstable if it's executed properly, but there's a Sunray on top of him, plus a Hood, a lot of damage that he can soak up. It's not, if he's caught alone, he's gonna die. You know, sometimes my analysis is really on point. If they lock him down for 5 seconds, he's very nice, Lacoste, thank you very much. But if there's a team backing him up with the Sunray, with the like Timbersaw going in, possibly using Heaven's Halberd pre-BKB, this is something they need to be very careful about.
So much more difficult for Team Spirit. Because we were saying even, you know, 10, 15 minutes in, the execution from this Dire squad, it has to be really perfect. So far, you know, the spell casting has been on point. It's just not been quite there in terms of where they are taking the fights. The positioning of EG been one step ahead this time around. Storm Spirit thinking about the go on Tiny. But here's the Yule Spear. Arbed getting caught out with a chain stuns. Earth Spike onto Tiny. Arbed with a bit of mana left. Gets over the arena with a glimpse back into the field. Catching out the Storm.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Big kill. 400 gold for Mira. Not the hero that you want to give it to, but it is what it is. Roshan will respawn in a minute and 20 seconds. Tier 3 item starting to drop. Quickening Charm for Team Spirit.
And Roshan a minute away. So Storm Spirit will be alive. And Radiant even scanning in the pit just to try and make sure there's no funny business happening over to that side of the map. And they're even smoking out here.
Arteezy would love to farm his Scotty, just needs 100 gold. There's already Courier in the secret shop, which is not secret anymore. We definitely need to change the name of that shop.
What do you want to call it?
Everyone knows about it, shop.
A very well-known shop. Smoke into smoke. Everybody dance around the Roche pit. Toronto Tokyo getting trapped down as Ice Ice.
Ice Ice playing the previous patch, or you could scout things out in the Roche pit with Courier.
Doesn't work now. Flaps and Miposhka thinking about making a move, but yeah, yet again, it's a Timbersaw, boys. You can try, you can have a crack, but I don't think you're going to be able to take that man down. They want someone else. A Courier will work. Plate mail gone. Ice Ice loses his Courier this time, and Roshan respawning in 1 second.
It's the only thing they can kill. Ice Ice. Hero cannot die. Courier is pretty much the only thing.
Susceptible to death. Well, then Roshan is alive, but the trouble is here with this really interesting map setup is that Team Spirit are in Radiant Triangle. They're defending Roshan.
While Fly is scouting things out with Fire Spirits inside the Roche pit just to make sure that they're not doing it.
EG are on your base. Tier 3's taking a lot of damage. Roshan now being attempted by Team Spirit, it looks like. They're in the pit with a Melstrike and minus armor. Roshan not dropping quickly enough though, and this is going to allow ISOCize to move himself forward.
He has no
through the pit. You're right, he doesn't, but they're still going to get in here on top of him. Oh, crit the Blink Hex, finding the target with the Earth Spike. Finger of Death coming, the Glimmer 5 at a time at the tiny. Mira will get a combo off. ISOCize, he's still at half HP. You can't touch this man. He's too strong. Pops his Bloodstone and breaks the vision up on the high ground, making sure that Team Spirit can't execute properly. Claps Blink down, and Yatoro, he can't contend with the egg.
They
up
need
on
to
the
get
high
out.
ground, they've got a TP home. Toronto Tokyo's done for. Abed's onto the Mars now, and Team Spirit, they're all dead.
Even without any stacks, ISOCize goes in, soak up pretty much all the damage. He was worried for a second, you know, maybe I can die, pops the Bloodstone, Sunray on him. This is the second Roche, his Aegis plus Shard. Let's see who gets the Shard. Probably gonna give it to Phantom Lancer because his Shard feels really good, and that's exactly what they do. Poshka will go for the Courier, not gonna get it in the end, not much damage. Glimmer Cape TP out. And right now, EG in full control of this game.
Yeah, they're strapped in. Seatbelt secure for them this time. 10,000 net worth lead. Like you say, with all that, the goodie bag from the Roshan pit, making the situation for Team Spirit incredibly difficult to handle. And ISOCize stacks himself up a nice little double or triple wave there. Arteezy's on your tier 3 with a catapult top. And they will open up this base. ISOCize, he's under tier 4s. He's been a cheeky devil, isn't he? Hey, look at me. I'm a Timbersaw. I can do this. I can do that. You can't do anything to me.
Gotta get them all those stacks, 30 reactive armor, back into tier 4s.
Go on then.
Nope. Ow, back into
top back. Storm Melt Strike. Timbersaw half HP. Doesn't give a bloody damn about that damage and control. He just can't be touched. All right, Ray, glimpse him in. Call down coming. Another spear back. Timber's dying. Timber's dying. Oh, they got him. ISOCize finally falls. Now TZ will lose the Aegis. Team Spirit, they hold on. But dear hope, around that tier 4 towers on TZ, you'll stop again. A nice arena spear. This is Team Spirit fighting back, defending their high grounders. The huge Deso hit there. Nick clears through the Phoenix, but Mira the toss-up. They're supernova, and they the back. In comes Abed. Finger of Death, zapping down onto the TA, and they will get Toronto Tokyo. Now they come back in full force with ISOCize's second life.
I think they will try to take one more fight possibly if EG doesn't go and try to end the game on tier 4 towers. Like ISOCize was going with them. He went in, tanked a lot of the damage, and the nice execution from Team Spirit. First the spear into toss back, into the static storm. Zip. 50 seconds.
Your spear, mate. Kinetic field there. They can't touch Abed now.
No buybacks on both cores, so they can clear up the tier 4 tower.
Spear back to Fountain. Don't get him in there. Abed running low on mana though. Tier 4 still looking reasonably healthy here. EG taking 2 lanes of barracks, but I think EG have time.
Respecting these abilities that can move you out of your position. The only one they lack is Magnus. You have Tiny, you have a Spear, you have a Glimpse as well, so need to be very careful how you're going to approach. Your 4 towers still alive.
Just 1 lane to go into now though. Team Spirit having to deal with the super creeps coming in from 2 different sides. So potentially a little bit more breathing room for Team Spirit. The fights, when they get them under tier 4s, look pretty decent. Building up towers, getting all that little damage out, all their circles landing. There are just so many targets that EG have out on the map that Team Spirit can't really contend with. I guess you can start thinking, you know, the buyback on ISOCize, if he does die again, could signal some worries here, evil geniuses.
I'm gonna be worried. Phantom Lancer going into Heart, taking up the illusions even more. Storm Spirit has Aghanim Scepter done on top of Ceremonial Robe. You wouldn't want to get this item when you're playing Storm Spirit. You get the level 20 talent, you get that Ceremonial Robe, status resistance, and magic resistance down by 10%.
So good. So do you think ISOCize is going to be telling RTZ, hey, you've got buyback, go save up money for it. Go and do what I just did. Stand under tier 4s.
You guys gonna play the game?
They might do it, yeah. Ice, you know, will respect the damage coming out from it, will not do the same thing again. 2 set of barracks down, now knocking on the last one.
Not easy, just frontlining. So tanky, 4,000 health. And a Lotus Orb to back him up. As Ice does finish off that nice buff up item.
Ice. They got it. Yes. Look at him, professional esport players. Not diving tier 4 towers.
He's pressing his buttons, boys. He's cutting waves. Making sure this is all too easy for Arteezy. Tossing illusions around, Mirror there trying to chip away at Phantom Lancer, but again, Sunray with heart. Collapse will miss out the spear with a great doppelganger dodge. Yatoro, burn all this mana down at 314. The pawn from Abed, slicing through the Gyro Disruptor. Double buyback comes from Team Spirit now, but the focus on Collapse blows him up with Finger of Death, and it's a 4 versus 5. And Evil Genius rocks them all over. The Bolt Footers arrive as Ice sprints towards the fountain and forces the GG.
Much better execution from EG after calling out the good game 22 minutes in game number 1. They managed to keep the composure, like just be able to adapt to how Team Spirit is.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
With you as well, T, right? Yeah, I think the main thing for Liquid is this is the second major they're at now. The first major, they came in day one with one plan.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
And in person.
I'm gonna stay in this pose.
If only life could look this good all the time, things would be so much better.
How about next invention in the world? There's glasses you can buy, or lenses, I guess, so that you see everybody with the beauty filter
Oh my
on.
gosh, yes, please.
God,
Perma drunk filter. That's the way that I want to live.
Ooh, it's like walking into a Black Mirror episode right there.
Exactly.
Guys, let's talk about something else that's live. The draft! We got ourselves Vici Gaming versus Team Liquid, and obviously we saw Vici Gaming. They came out of the wild cards. We've seen a lot of them. Team Liquid, this is their second series today. They were able to tie with Beast Coast earlier today. So I want to mostly ask how you guys feel, how their playstyles are going to match up for this two-game series. Tsunami, you can go first.
I saw Liquid versus Beast Coast, first game of the day, upstairs. Liquid was Templar assassinating and oracling constantly, but that's because they weren't getting their hands on Leshrac. Leshrac has been their go-to in the DPC, giving it to Sumail on the regular, and Beast Coast loves that hero. They were flexing it consistently between Whisper and Chris Luck in their DPC. So this time, Liquid, they know how China works. They ban out the bugs every single time. Nyx Assassin Broodmother, you're playing against China, you're playing against Southeast Asia, you gotta take them out. Vici Gaming, they, I guess, taking a middle of the road approach. One ban for the AA, one for the Morphling.
It's safe.
It's
I feel
safe,
like that's like the, if you don't know what to ban, those are always good bans.
Yeah, it depends on how heavily you want to target Insania. His Oracle, he doesn't really play that much Coddle these days. His Grimstroke, those are his go-to, and he's usually more than willing to first phase it. And the way that I've grown to enjoy this Sumail Liquid as opposed to the boxy Liquid is Koikfa and Mike are a little bit more sacrificial. And I think that was usually Boxy's go-to in kind of enabling Mike. Koikfa would also be more of a supporting utility role even from the mid lane. And I hope that's the route that they take, because I like seeing Sumail.
Okay.
I want to see him in superstar form.
I think a lot of people with you as well, T, right?
Yeah, I think the main thing for Liquid is this is the second major they're at now. The first major, they came in day one with one plan. It was like the puck plan. It worked well. Day two was a new plan. Day three, they realized plan 1 and 2 wasn't too great. Then they kind of bombed out.
Yeah.
So they've come into their first series, and it was the Oracle TA plan. So now in this series, they're going to shut Ench. Ench was, pretty much one of the fundamental reasons why they dominated, I believe, in DPC, was their position for Tiger Enchantress, playing very tanky, going for Solar Crest, getting the Dragonlance, just being up in your face. But yeah, for Liquid, this is a major where they need to be able to show that they have development and not simply just two approaches to the game. So it's already refreshing that they are, showing something new and not just going straight for, let's say, an Oracle first pick because it's available.
Yeah, and in terms of revealing too much, also, how much do you feel like over the course of the 6 weeks of the DPC, was there much adjustment to having Sumail as their new mid laner? Or was it basically like the same operation throughout?
Well, that's the thing. The adjustment didn't come from the offlane. Koikfa moved into that role. You weren't going, oh wow, Koikfa was now bringing this new hero pool. It wasn't. He was still playing the Slardars. He was still playing the heroes acquired for the team. And it was, if anything, it was the desire to pick Leshrac, to pick TA, to pick these more, the Sumail heroes. And he was just popping off and dominating a lot of the game. So yeah, the main difference is just you don't have the, again, not to use the phrase cheese factor, but you don't have the quirkier hero pool of Koikfa being utilized in mid. He's kind of toned down his hero pool, and it's enabled Sumail just to play the classic Sumail heroes.
He'll use it from the offlane, though. I remember seeing a lone druid in one of the DPC.
They've dabbled. They've dabbled.
I don't think it worked, though.
They picked it. Yeah. I didn't say how it turned out, all right? I'm saying it's there.
Don't give up the way the Liquid stretch. Europe, we bombed out, all right? We can't reveal everything. Let the teams do to the research tsunami.
That's true. I mean, I'm repping China. I've been keeping my eyes on Vici Gaming for the past 6 weeks, and it's been thoroughly entertaining. They have been the most consistent. That's the name of the brand for years. Always kind of podium finishers, but never really champions. And in this situation, I think that they're personally my second strongest in China. LGD was the one that made it directly to the group stage. Astra, of course,
But on
playoff.
a tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was neck and neck between Vici and LGD. Vici and LGD. So I think that Vici coming out of the wildcards was a foregone conclusion. And now in the group stage, they're really going to test their mettle.
I think the main thing for Vici Gaming is the fact that they've drawn against all the European teams so far. They drew against Execration in the wildcard. So even though they are first place, it's not as if they've had a dominating entry to the tournament either. And again, this is where Liquid needs to kind of show them who's a little bit of a boss.
Yeah, but isn't that a good thing? I mean, Vici Gaming, they came out of the groups first. But that
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
are looking like they're gonna do something of the sorts again. They came top 2 in the previous group stage. Obviously, there's only been day 1. This is the first series of Vici Gaming in the group stage, but if the wildcard is anything to go off, you can't snooze on this team. They will show up when it matters. And in terms of picks, I feel like, though, the Snapfire Mars, they can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, it's a really strong combination, but I like Liquid's development to what is a very popular opening so far in DPC, or especially the major. This Doom, you have pretty good armor, but also you can utilize the jungle to get a better creep to play the lane. Like, you aren't going to feel too much pressure. If this is a Snap 5, you're going to have a perfectly good time here. And also your hero that likes to go, phase drum into an instant BKB. And the biggest counter to any Snap Mars lineup is heroes that can just cut through the ranks. So, for example, Pangolier is a known counter because you have Rolling Thunder, you go in. Same thing with Doom here. He can just literally plow his face through the Vici's lineup and then enable his team. Simply put, Vici, they have to block camps. If this is an Ent plus Doom offlane, do not allow any jungle camp to spawn, and this lane will feel a little bit kind of underwhelming. Yeah,
the Taiga Enchantress definitely a force to reckon with.
Denied. I think, honestly, yeah, this Vici Gaming draft seems like it's taking a page out of Liquid's book, because in China, Dark Willow was not particularly popular. As good as the Mars Willow combo is, usually we'd see most of the team fight be on the shoulders of, like, Faceless Void Chronospheres, which is also banned out. And so the fact that they're doing it from their offlane and their 4 position is shades of Europe, which is good for Vici, because I think that after having so much data on them throughout the wildcards, they need to be stepping out of the box a little bit. Mars has been the most trending offlaner in all the regions throughout the wildcards, I think, so no surprises there, but Willow is unique for this region, I would say.
Yeah, they're just doubling down on having laning presence, and okay, I was not worried, but I was expecting Vici maybe to go for this DK, just because Liquid, they do have some flexibility, but you kind of want to force that a little bit. And now they just have such solid lanes. Snaps are enabling the safe lane with aggression if they want to go that route. They have a Mars Willow lane, very potent. Now DK, if it's against Puck, will have a completely free time playing there. So Vici Gaming, they're not relying on making moves. They're just going to hit creeps and farm up and...
So Medusa is one of the heroes that at the end of the DPC season, everybody was picking it, and then everybody started picking it in the pubs, and then it started getting figured out a little bit. So at the start of the wildcards, I think we saw it maybe a couple of times, but it wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Why here?
It got figured out and also got 7.29 deed in the face. Level 20 talent. There wasn't even any buff. It was a level 15 talent that bumped up 5 more levels and was like, oh yeah, that may have been a bit too good. So between those two things, between it being played a lot and between the nerf, I still think it's a strong hero, but it's not nearly as much of an early game fighter as I remember it being, which seems like it's not been traditional for Mike. He's been playing more of these mid-game carries.
I think the main reason for Liquid to pick it here is they've identified a weakness of kind of tower pressure and a desire to make moves on the map. Their lanes are strong for Vici Gaming, but it's all around the DK. Like, if DK makes a move, the Puck rotates in, Ent rotates in, they can deal with that type of threat. So Medusa's jungle should feel pretty comfortable to farm. And the issues with Medusa right now is simply, if the game is too quick, you're not broken at 15. You're now broken at a later point. So you naturally can't rush an axe. You now just go for normal items, be it like a Manta, Butterfly, Skadi. And it's that type of farm that you can find in this specific game. But yeah, Vici Gaming, they are looking to play strong lanes, get behind this DK, and overwhelm Liquid while they're trying to buy time for the Medusa. For Liquid, though, they do have pretty good rebuttal, just because, like I mentioned already, they have the puck there. And the lane of Ench Doom, I think this is actually a really strong lane, especially into a Snapfire. Snapfire wants to find kills in lane as a support. And into this type of lane, I don't think they're going to be able to find kills. So the off lane of Liquid's very strong, and it's on Vici Gaming, the off lane and mid lane, to be the really ones kind of getting some momentum on their side.
There's only 2 heroes left in the pool that Poyo has played this tournament, which are the Spectre and the Juggernaut that are still in the pool, that is. And I have been told, Tsunami, correct me if I'm wrong, that generally his hero pool is not the grandest.
No, he is. He knows what he likes, which is why every single time we see him on anything Faceless Void throughout this wildcards, we've been like, "Whoa, that's surprising."
Yeah, a new hero.
This man has more of a roster. Unfortunately, China's favorite response to Medusa back in the 7.29C patch was Ursa Diffusal, which has been early banned out by Liquid.
Yeah.
I would be okay with Jug Diffusal. I think that Jug SNY, Jug Diffusal, China doesn't really build Battle Furies anymore. And so Poyo is still in his comfort zone with whichever likely melee carry he gets picked up. Liquid banned out AM and TB. And I'm not really on board with a Spectre, not against a Medusa. I don't think you can end the game quickly enough and Medusa's gonna out-carry you.
You need that extra little something to join the kind of the group in that fight. You know, Liquid, they're picking Grimstroke to add some extra wave clear to the lineup. When Doom is the frontline defending tap, and they go for the Spectre.
They go for it.
Oof.
I'd say good news for Insania, because he'll play the Grimstroke eventually. Maybe he'll take a page out of ZinQ's book, go for the straight up axe. I don't think he's getting that much money. Definitely Insania not as greedy there. But Dark Portrait on the Spectre is quite nice.
The Spectre pick has its merits simply for the fact that when you haunt, just like we saw earlier today, these supports will just instantly die. Not the Ench, but like the Grim will instantly die. And he is a key component in kind of enabling the team to go a little bit forward in the earlier fight. So I can see how Spectre will kind of unlock the big team fight, and you can just isolate them away from the Medusa. But I think early on, Liquid are going to have a really nice time just pushing out waves, farming up. And if they start to move forward, if they can dictate when Vici Gaming use their spells, it's going to be hard for them to try and win a fight, get enough courage to then go again. Because if they don't have Haunt, if they don't have Arena, it's an issue. They're locked into having a lot of items to try and win this game, honestly.
A lot of items, a lot of cooldown dependency on your cores. You got Elder Dragon form, you got Haunt. Meanwhile, Liquid, they, at the very end of the draft, end up getting Double Doom. That's usually an opening that we saw so often in the wild cards. Liquid are just going to be able to move faster even though they have a Medusa. And it's a 7.29D Medusa, which she's just as strong as she ever was once she hits level 20. So I'm leaning Liquid for this game number 1.
Yeah, I'm leaning a little bit Liquid because I just like the kind of development of the draft where you now have a Doom. If he goes for a quick BKB, you pair that with 1 or 2 items on Medusa, they're going to be just running at you relentlessly. Even if you don't have Doom, just the tankiness of Doom alone will kind of offset that, and I think, yeah, Liquid's in a good spot.
Well, we did hear Blitz say in the interview earlier with Sir Action Slacks that he's just gonna make a good hero and make a carries it. Let's see if he can do so on the Medusa as well there in this first game against Vici Gaming. My panel thinks Team Liquid has the upper hand, but what do our commentary team think about that? It's over to Cat and BSJ.
Well, I don't know about you, Brian, but I certainly feel like Vici Gaming has the advantage here because history is behind them. When they matched up against each other in the Singapore Major and the Wildcard Series, Vici Gaming won. When they matched up in the playoffs, again, Vici Gaming won. So for me, it's a little bit more Vici Gaming sided.
Did they have Sumail though during all those games?
They did not have Sumail. That is a big difference.
No claim to Boxy or anything, of course. No,
it's just a different team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The dynamic is unrecognizable. Yes, Quakefa plays similar heroes in the mid lane as he does to the off lane, which is really nice for the transition for him, but the way they're building, the player they're building around is just very different. Even though Boxy was their off laner, a lot of their drafts were all about enabling his heroes like the Slardars to be aggressive on the map, and it usually took a bit of early game sacrifice from the rest of the lanes. They do a lot of aggro tri-lanes just to make sure Boxy got that start. And it's the same thing now, but about their mid laner. And Medusa, not seen as much this major as I thought we would see her, to be honest. I thought she would be like the hot pick, but people are generally electing to ban her second round, so I'm not complaining. Don't particularly love watching Medusa Dota, but hey, you know.
We worked the DPC together. Brian hated. Ooh, Koifa's going to go in for the sneaky Devour pickup on the range creep so we can have the Devour up almost as soon as possible.
They were ready for
Vici
this.
Gaming was very ready for this one, and Koifa is probably going to pay in blood here for that range creep. First blood going to DY.
That's such a sick read. I wonder if that's by virtue of knowing most Dooms go for that, or specifically Quakeful likes to go for that.
Yeah. No, that is a good question. You know, I actually had an opportunity to get an interview in with Insania before this event kicked off for them, and I had that question about like what's different about the team. Is a little bit of damage here on a Mickey, but should be fine ultimately. And one of the things he said specifically about the mid lane difference is the fact that my reasoning was Koifa as a mid laner, very stable, right? So I thought, okay, you can pick his hero early because it means he's probably just going to go even almost no matter what. Whereas Sumail, you want him to dominate matchups. He said it was the opposite. He said, actually, we get Sumail early picks because we know he'll go even. Like, he's so good, he will make a 40-60 matchup even, or maybe even win it. While on the other side, Koifa, because he's got these cheese sort of heroes, we want to save him for last because who knows, maybe it ends up being a Brood game or a Lone Druid game or a Visage game.
Yeah, what I love about these guys is that since they're all so dynamic, they just kind of play whatever. And the interesting thing with the Sumail edition is that he is being planted in the mid lane is every game that I've seen so far. Before that, they would mix up the lanes all kind of places. I even remember seeing Boxy going mid a few times. We've seen Mickey playing off-lane heroes from the carry role, but it's not nearly as versatile in regards to not swapping the lanes around, but in terms of who's supposed to carry, they still are very much changing that.
And now, what do you think about Vici Gaming so far? I mean, they came out of wild card. They look very good. I feel like they, in my opinion, I thought they were going to be the team to go through the Singapore Major. About halfway through that tournament, I thought they were going to take the whole thing. They just look like a solid roster, right?
Yeah, so far, watching PSG LGD, I can see why Vici lost to them, meaning in the DPC season itself. That both teams had the same record, but they lost the tiebreaker. Yep. So I'm been thoroughly impressed with PSG LGD, and I wasn't sure based on the wild card whether or not that would translate further in, but purely by virtue of being forced to a tiebreaker against LGD, I will give VG my praises here.
Okay.
They've looked good, but I wasn't sure. Like, yes, all the teams in the wild card were no joke, but you have to know they're all there for a reason, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this lane matchup, Grimstroke Doom versus the Spectre and the Snapfire. I'm assuming this is going to be pretty heavily favored to Grimstroke Doom. I mean, there's just most Spectre matchups. It's not like that hero really does that much in lane.
I was thinking that too, but look at the CS. You got 16-4 for Spectre, 10-2 for the Doom. I think in a normal lane, it would be totally in favor of Doom, but because of that death, where he was trying to cut the creep wave, it makes such a difference. Yesterday, in the first rendition of Secret versus Team Nigma, Matu got like 3/4 of his HP lost at the runes in the first version, and then lost his lane. And then when they ran it back, he didn't do that, and then won his lane. So these early game little mistakes can definitely cost you heavily in the early stage of the lane.
And of course, we are joined by our third man, the Observer, JJ, which, JJ, it's good to have you here. DY, by question, what does he have item-wise? What did he pick up with that first blood anyway? Because
he has himself a headdress, so they're purely focused on the sustain aspect of the lane. I like that adjustment based on the carry hero that he's working with, right? Spectre's not like, hey, let's run at them over and over again. Spectre's like, hey, I just want to chill back, get what's mine, and get out of here before Doom gets 6.
Yeah, and as a result, the Spectre is able to play in the lane, very far forward. Old 11's going to die there. Mystic Snake, you could see it coming. He just could not run fast enough. Built up all that damage, and Mickey will actually get the last hit so far. Blitz's prediction of them just picking Mickey a strong hero and carrying them, well, it's already off to a good start for this bottom lane.
It's a bit peculiar for the Mars here, old 11. He went for the Ring of Health early, so he's going for the sustain route, but then he didn't take a point in Bulwark against 2 ranged heroes, and he's level 3. He's probably going to take it at level 4, but that might have cost him there. He's taking a lot of constant right-click damage down here.
Yeah. It's, isn't that like just frequently you see many mid-Mars pick up early Bulwark just to try and like even deny CS in a way by redirecting the attacks? So.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he hasn't taken it. A lot of reasons for it, and they haven't really been getting kills. It's hard to get kills against Enchantress Medusa because there's just so much threat against you that you have to pick and choose your opportunities carefully.
Koifa, they know that Insania is away right now. They may even be able to pick up this kill. He pops a Fairy Fire, barely surviving here. And if he gets away, he did eat the Troll Priest, so he can start actually healing himself up, which you don't see too often. But that Troll Priest also comes with a mana regen aura, I think is one of the things that people often neglect to remember about that.
Yeah, especially when you have a support like Grimstroke that can make full use of that with the spam of the Inkswell as well as the Stroke of Fate. Yeah, mid lane's about even. Like you said, this is a favorable matchup for DK, yet Sumail seems to be doing pretty well. It's all about this tower pressure, though.
At the same time, this is in Ori's wheelhouse, and I personally, anyway, feel like Ori has been one of the most improved players since all the way back going in like 2017 when I was first watching him on the international stage for Vici Gaming. I was like, man, this paparazzi guy really carries the hell out of Ori. But over the last 2 years, I feel like this guy has really come into his own and has become a stellar mid laner, not just at like the stable mid heroes like DK, but he's gotten flashier and flashier in plays, it feels like.
Yeah, saw some DK versus Puck earlier today. Same story for Liquid, is there's just so much attention being brought because the DK team wants to enable their DK to pressure the tower. Puck can't defend alone. That's why DK's generally favored. Thus, suddenly a 6-man mid at 6 minutes just around that catapult. And now that it's dead, time to, you know, break up the fight and disperse.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity where, okay, Dragon Form is down. This is where Puck maybe has an advantage because you can actually rotate without potentially losing your power. Mickey under assault right now, and he doesn't have his support nearby. Taiga's going to be a little bit slow to get here. Mickey does manage to get away, it looks like, just before Old 11 can get there with the spear to finish him. So he's given a healing salve and will be able to play the lane once again.
I have to wonder if he's regretting that headdress at all. If he had a Blightstone, Doom would have definitely gone down top. If he had like Booth plus Blightstone bottom, I think Mickey might have gone down as well. It makes sense why he bought it. I was praising it because it goes well with your carry, but you have to consider that after the game if you might adjust that next time around.
Yeah, just the hindsight. He probably wasn't expecting those opportunities to be able to kill a Doom with a Spectre, but it shows up, and then he's probably sitting there going, damn, Blightstone would have got us there.
Yep, they almost have 6 on Mars. He's going to get it from this creep wave. Spectre just TP'd home to make sure he's full resources with Haunt available. So
yeah, they're definitely going to make a move here. He doesn't actually wait for the level 6 because his supports have found the opening on Taiga without that. So it does mean they may miss their kind of opportunity to see if they can get a sneaky kill on the Medusa. Mickey is going to be playing a little bit more passive.
Haste Rune for DK.
Haste Rune for DK. He's coming down to this bottom lane. They are going to run at this Medusa. And yeah, he's out of there.
Yeah, that ward spots it, so this is bail time. They know they have Haunt, so you effectively have 5 heroes here on the side of VG.
Did you see, by the way, that they blocked the easy camp? Vici Gaming blocked the easy camp that's on the Radiant side. So many mid laners use that easy camp for just a little bit of extra golden experience, and this is one of the only times I've seen a team actually feel like that's important enough to block.
We were hoping to see that be an evolution of the meta when we were watching DPC, and never really came into fruition. More teams, it's effectively the century worth of gold every single time the camp gets blocked. Most people are clearing it every minute on any nuke hero like Puck. It's just so efficient.
Yeah.
Because it's right there. You usually launch the nuke while you're farming the creep wave of the mid lane. It's just that close. It's a lot of levels, the small camp. It's not a ton of gold, but in terms of how much effort and time it takes, it's just so good for accelerating that like 9 to 10 level mark.
Yeah, I've watched many a support player I was just talking about. I was watching Jin Q carry on Lina in the mid lane, and I swear half of his laning phase he wasn't even there. He was always hitting neutrals. Doom being used, but the Spectre is very close to the tier 2. I think he thought the Taiga was going to be there to be able to get the slow of the enchant, or maybe the golem. He would steal a golem and throw a rock, but either way, that's just a totally wasted ultimate as a result.
Yeah, he expected the enchant to come out to follow him up, but just you got the attack or the animation of the enchant got canceled twice, so it was a little awkward.
Very nice. Dyer's
As a result,
fortified.
Liquid not able to put as much pressure as they would like during this period of time. Trying to go for the 10-minute rune, caught in the brambles and doesn't get the power rune. That goes to Old 11. They're going to use that arcane rune to now pressure the mid-tier 1 towers. The dragon form is back up again. It's time to finish this thing. Let's see if Liquid does anything in response. The Inkswell chasing him away, doesn't actually explode though, and Liquid does not feel like they can fight. And without Doom, Brian, I kind of agree with them.
I'm a bit surprised, though, that Mickey hasn't been taking part in this mid lane defense. Usually Medusa prides herself on, if she's going to have impact on the map at this stage, it's in the form of defending that mid tower. But he's elected to dodge fight so far. They're greeting it up, full greed. Medusa's not participating, and now the Doom has rushed a Midas. Liquid gear it up for the late game. I wouldn't think this is an EU game if I looked at the lineup and the items.
Yeah, seriously, especially Liquid, right? I feel like they're one of the faster teams, or at least has a tendency to be trying to play for fighting constantly.
So what's their method of dodging fights? Or I guess I'd more so ask, what is Vici's method of forcing fights? There's no clear objective. You don't have the best road takers. You've taken the 2 easy tier 1s. It looks like they're just going to elect to constantly pressure that tier 2 bottom as their Spectre farms the rest of the map. Haunt coming up in 15 seconds.
And then I assume a natural progression, once they take that bottom tier 2, then maybe they start looking at invading the triangle a little bit more.
Yeah, since you don't have an own objective of your own, it's more likely they'll look to shut down the objective of Liquid. And since they're farming, that makes sense.
How do you feel about Doom right now? I know there was a period of time where you're playing a bit off lane. This Doom is just, it feels like, for me anyway, it's come out of nowhere. It's just all of a sudden, Doom is the big meta, and we're going Phase Midas every game.
The laning phase is still a bit of a problem, I think. I've seen it get abused. I remember Secret picked Monkey King against it, and the Doom was like 0-6 and had absolutely no impact. And we saw this game that the Spectre was winning the lane in terms of net worth. And that's a Spectre. So it's my only concern with the hero. But it's kind of like a Darkseer where it's probably going to give pretty good farm to the opponent, but then it has a really high impact as the game goes on. Darkseer obviously impacting differently, but Doom is meant to remove the guy that he then kind of gave net worth to. And you have the break mechanic, so they did pick Spectre to this if he does elect to get that Ags eventually. Maybe that's why he needs the BKB, the refresher, the Ags.
Or he's in pretty deep here, does get coiled. Samael, is he gonna elect to chase after them? He does not. He had the Inkswell on him, could have jumped to the orb, but he was feeling a little bit too threatened. And the kisses do manage to keep him back. Still, though, that's a dragon form and Mortimer's kisses used, and as far as I can tell, no big objective being gained, although I guess PYW did get that bounty rune. Samael chasing after him, trying to punish him here, but again, got to be afraid of the damage that these supports can output, and as a result, has to back away. Just still not having that Witchblade. Earlier, they couldn't defend the mid tower because their supports weren't level 6 yet. Feels like in many ways Liquid is just a step behind.
Yeah, if you look at the map, Vici's controlling much more of it, so you'd think they'd be having a net worth lead as these fights aren't really resulting in anything. But you have the Doom, Devour, plus the Midas. That's so much effective GPM that doesn't require map control.
Oh, he popped the phase boost just before he got Doom, and he's trying to get out of here. He does have the cookie to help him out. DY is actually going to use it to stun Koifa rather than help the Mars, and that may actually end up being his Doom. But he does manage to get the Inkswell save there. The Ori jumping in and throwing his life on the line here. Now Old 11, no longer silence, can turn around and quickly dispatch with Insania. Both his allies deal with Koifa. Poyoyo spotted in the top lane, but nothing can come of this. Taiga's pretty much just slowing him down. I see with the Echo Saber. I know you're all hot and bothered about making a video about that one. Tell me about it.
It seems like the ideal candidate for mid-game fighting against these really beefy cores, such as the Medusa and the Doom. I saw it against DK Ursa 2 games. It's just a mana regen item, which Spectre desperately needs mana in order to spam that dagger. Really her only farm accelerant, and it procs the Desolate. That's the biggest part about it. I think Blade Mail just doesn't feel all that good anymore. So there just had to be a similar net worth or similar cost item that replaced it, and people are electing for the Echo Saber. The effective HP got buffed. It's 15 strength now, as opposed to the 12 that it used to be. It's a lot of free health on a hero that makes use of that health and actually turns it into damage.
Yeah. Naturally, just raw HP is always going to be good for an agility hero, right?
Absolutely.
Taiga.
This is what he does best on Enchanters.
Big smoke break, and yeah, you're saying this is what he does best. He positions himself very aggressively, right? And a big rotation like this, he won't mind that death, right?
Yeah, usually he looks tankier than that, but they did immediately respond to his opening with the Snapfire Mars, and you can see why if you're wondering about their opening on the side of Vici, because it immediately addresses what they know Taiga's going to be doing all game, and they have plenty of damage to through that untouchable. A little bit uncharacteristic mistake bottom by Liquid. Surprised they felt the need to force that Doom play, because it allowed Vici to kind of break the wall that Liquid is building on the map to farm. Like, you look at the distribution from Liquid, they're going right back to it. It's been Quakefoot taking the dangerous farm bottom, Medusa farming the Ancients, and Sumail pushing out the mid lane on the puck. And they're all getting farmed, but because of that, suddenly this map is just them getting threatened constantly.
Dodges the spear, but Koifa's still in big trouble here. So Mortimer's just laying down solid damage. Poyo is going to be able to slow him down as he catches up with a Haunt, and with that Echo Saber, able to get that kill. Now, though, Mickey is going to show up. He's trying to get the Stone Gaze correctly onto Poyo, but the spear pushes him to the side, so Poyo does have a way to be able to get out of here. Taiga's going to catch up, though, with the Inkswell. It's going to be a slight stun, but immediately turned around on his DY, pumps out that damage, and then Ori finishes him off with the Breathe Fire. Now Mickey with not much left, and Sumail having no mana. All of Liquid is going to have to retreat. Brian, this is multiple times now where we've seen Vici Gaming, they shut somebody down top, and then they win a team fight bottom.
Yeah, I would love to know what Liquid's thinking. It's not that it's like a flame, it's more like you have a Doom with a Midas who's taking the farm on the map that isn't ideal, and you're either making plays around him or trying to help him when he gets initiated onto, and you don't really have a reactionary carry. You have a Medusa. She wants to be kind of doing her own thing on the map. I'm surprised that they keep being willing to take these engagements on the bottom half. That seems like exactly what Vici wants to, because they're purposely putting the Spectre away from there and then placing all their aggressive guys down there and effectively having all their teammates there.
Do you feel like this is almost just out of comfort for Liquid? Like, in some ways, shouldn't they just be happy with a slower playstyle of the game? But they keep on forcing things almost really so.
Yeah, it does look like they're going a bit again. Their items and playstyle are not aligning for me. If you link with this Might on the Doom, you're obviously trying to accelerate your future items, which in this case you see the BKB coming out. They could have been a little bit more patient, as you said, waiting for that, but instead, the death bottom that we saw, now the fight that resulted in nothing, and now he might be going down again top.
Yeah, they keep on showing one hero in this top lane, and Vici Gaming keep on trying to punish it. PYW, we want to talk about heroes that can potentially punish the Enchantress. Dark Willow is another one of those, and yeah, they got certainly enough disables to keep him in place for yet another pickoff. 2-9, a very lopsided kill score, but the net worth is somewhat even. Then again, he does kind of have that alchemist effect, right?
Yeah, he does. It's such a weird game because I don't really know who's winning. It's my gut says that Vici would prefer the status quo of the game right now, and Sumail's queuing up the Blink. I wonder how this timing is going to work out, because usually with Blink you're trying to catch these elusive heroes that you can't quite reach, but you're dealing with a Spectre, a Mars, and a DK cores. They're not exactly trying to dodge your coil, they're just going to tank through it. So I guess he's expecting that extra bit of distance to allow the Medusa to Stone Gaze in, and that will be the actual punish.
You know, one thing that I've always felt, you know, being an offlaner and playing Doom, was that I like pairing up with somebody who has just any kind of catch, right? Because the biggest fear is that I Doom him and he just runs away.
That's already happened several times already.
They've got Puck. That's like the best catch hero that you could possibly throw down. That is the quintessential, like, I want you guys to stay in this spot with the coil, and I just haven't really seen them operate on the same side of the map when they've got their ultimates.
It's because the lane shove is so much in favor of Vici. It's the momentum of these matchups. A lot of times counter matchups are ones where whenever both heroes walk at the creep wave, which one pushes it, and DK always is favored against Puck there. So Sumail was kind of glued in the mid lane for a super long time, and now they're finally trying to free that up with the smoke bottom, 3-man smoke from Liquid.
They know where Taiga is, and Taiga now knows where the ward is. though it's probably a bit too late for this, because he's going to be run down by so many Vici Game members. But Liquid, they're all here in force, and they've got Koifa with the BKB, a nice two-man coil as well. They're going to throw out the Doom, they're going to throw out the Soul Bind, and this is probably going to be a dead DK, though he is so tanky. It's going to take a while, long enough that Poyoyo can now join in the team fight. In fact, a cookie over the trees. They do know where he is, though, and they will manage to finish him off. Old 11 trying to hold his ground there. Throwing out the arena. Mickey actually pops a Manta there somewhere in the spear and managed to prevent himself from getting stuck to the wall, but is still out of mana. Poyoyo is sticking onto him. He's not letting him get anywhere. Koifa tried to hit a stop, but it's dodged by Poyoyo. Then he gets the cookie, lift onto the Medusa. A spear back from Koifa, who's now low, but the Mars is finally finished off as Taiga comes back into play now. Koifa low enough that Poyoyo can go for this kill, but they're all trying to dodge. Taiga, he's glued next to Koifa right now, trying to heal him up, and he managed to keep him alive against Poyoyo's insult. Finally, Liquid win something in this game. They win a team fight.
That was crazy. That is the nerf to Medusa coming into play, though. They swapped her Mystic Snake cooldown, or Mystic Stake.
Tiger's middle tower is under attack.
Vici dropped without pretty much anything happening to Poyoyo, but the rejoining of the fight from Taiga, that Holy Locket.
Yeah, that's, man. That DK was so tanky, but at the same time, because Poyoyo wasn't there right away, DY didn't have his ultimate just yet, Old 11 with the late arena and such, it felt like because of cooldowns, like if Vici Gaming had all their cooldowns and heroes there, they probably would have smashed that team fight, but everything was so delayed that Liquid managed to even bring Taiga back into the team fight after he was the initial death, and as a result, they get a resounding victory, a 1-for-4 exchange. They may have lost their carry, but they're gonna feel very good. Back into the game, we see immediately they're going to have a Terrorize Arena combination laid out. The Medusa still has plenty of mana to work with. In fact, he's got the Inkswell that will stun up the Mars. The Snapbar is going to be targeted by him as he pops that ultimate and is going to be trying to keep Vici Gaming back while they focus on Old 11, but he's super tanky thanks to that Bulwark. He's going to use Dual Scepter, dodge on the damage. Koifa popping his BKB as Poyoyo looks to chase him down, threatening the Doom, but not quite pulling the trigger. He wants to make sure Liquid can actually keep Poyoyo there. Meanwhile, Samael has been trying to deal with the Mars in the back line. See, once again, given the Inkswell, but doesn't feel comfortable enough jumping forward. As a result, that was a buyback on Taiga and a death on DY, ultimately just a support trade-off.
Yeah, the thing that's palpable for me right now is that Medusa nerf. I know I mentioned the bottom fight, but the Mystic Snake is, you can tell it doesn't last nearly as long, even though it's only 0.2 seconds. It's an ability that you're spamming, and he's also just constantly sitting in half mana, and he's not comfortable throwing it out over and over again. And the Mars, I really like his build because there's so much durability on Liquid that if you were to blink in, you kind of just die. And so he's got a Yules to give himself a little bit of setup and as a pseudo blink, you know, it offers the same idea, and then the hood straight into Halberd.
Taiga spotting Old 11, sneaking around the back here, immediately popping the heal. And they're going to still try for this, but at the same time, Liquid saying they're showing bottom lane. Let's go for this kill. We still have the Duke, and they execute beautifully to be able to bring down Poyoyo. They're going to catch the +1 in DY, and Taiga still, he's just, you know, he's taking a short nap here. He's like, throw all the disables you want, boys, but I'm tanky, and I know my boys are making big plays somewhere else.
Yeah, I talked about earlier with Beast Coast that they're like a 4-man smoke and mirrors to make space for Hector. Taiga is like a 1-man smoke and mirrors. That's all he does on the Enchantress.
Yes,
he's the dangler on the map. He's purposely doing that. Like, notice where he's positioning himself.
Oh, so fine with 2-man silence. Koifa coming in big with the Inkswell on top of that. Fortunately, the BKB from Ori will help protect him from this damage. Insania is going to be swallowed up by the Dark Willow, and all that Bedlam damage. The BKB now wearing out for Koifa. He's going to get Spirit in, the Medusa's here, but it's too late. The damage has been done, and he's lost his offlaner. Mickey's going to have to use the Stone Gauge just to back out, or he's going to prevent him from escaping so easily. That's because Poyoyo's going to join in this fight with the Haunt, but the Snake is coming back, gets him a little bit of mana back, but Vici Gaming, they're feeling like they can still do this, Samael. He's here, they've got the Spirit Keeper outside of the base, and no retreat for Mickey. Vici Gaming, they spot a weakness, and they punish Liquid for it.
Okay, I'm totally getting the answer why Medusa's not getting picked nearly as much.
Oh,
that was very noticeable. That was a 4-man Snake, and it gave him like 25% mana, and he might have had enough time to survive for the Enchanters to respawn, TP in, and start healing him up, but instead he goes down. Really weird choice by Liquid. Like earlier we were talking about how aren't they content just farming with his Midas Doom and a Medusa? Yeah. Aren't they content getting those 2 kills mid?
Yeah, why are they going back to the bottom lane, the dead lane, right? The lane that doesn't feel as good when they could have just played top, gotten a huge amount of map control, gotten a lot of farm. Now, you're going to have to give up Roshan.
Yeah, Spectre a great Roshan taker because of the way Desolate works. Pure damage.
And Liquid just not disciplined enough in their positioning, get a little bit too close to that Roshan pit, and will lose their captain, Insania, as a result. 10-17, but it does feel like Vici Gaming is stretching out a bit of a lead. It's only 1,000 net worth, but they have the Aegis, and again, sort of an Alchemist light factor in the Doom, giving them a bit more net worth than normal.
Yeah, that Ags is going to be quite scary. I'm still looking at that level 20 talent for Medusa, and I was referring to the Ags on Doom. It will be breaking whoever he dooms. They did reinstate that as a function of his Ags. The Spectre as well as the DK will suffer heavily against that.
Yeah, that'll certainly be nice if they can get to it in time, but it definitely feels like Vici Gaming, they're reading that timing. It feels like they understand the Medusa is weak at this 15 right before he gets 20 sort of marker, and they can keep on taking some serious map control, get a large enough net worth lead, they may still be able to beat out a Doom Ags. Meanwhile, Samael just going straight up damage. You said they're tanky enough that Samael's had a hard time jumping in confidently, and he's trying to fix that by just building as much damage as he possibly can.
That's strange to me that he would do that, because you just die, I think, pretty much to everything, right? You have the DK Blink Stun, you have the Yules from the Mars, where if the spear's on you when you come down, it will catch you. You can't phase shift that. He's just a glass cannon against heroes that can instantly stun him and are pretty tanky.
At the same time, though, right, it should mean he's a good support killer, so we're going to watch just Willow. Here. Dark Willow, Yule Scepter into the Shadow Realm. Oh, Stroke actually missed. Do they have any AoE damage? They're going to have to use the coil to get the kill. It's worth it because it was a killing spree, but at the same time, and it does mean they have less to be able to battle with, and Old 11 knows it. Look at him positioning himself right there on the front lines. They're going to go for him. They're tempted by it. The Inkswell stun, not going to land as Yule Scepter goes off. Now we have the Haunt. The Soulblight onto 2. DY is actually spotted. They're going to be able to get the 2-man silence onto him. There goes the Stone Gaze as well. Poyoyo being isolated. He actually pops a dust of his own to go for Insania, but Taiga is keeping him healed up and alive. Problem is, Mickey just doesn't seem to do any damage right now, and Insania bit by bit is being closed on. Koifa trying to use his movement speed to get away from Old 11, and Ori, he blinks away just in time. Insania is still not dead yet, but DY spots him out. A big glob of fire will bring him down with the help of the Spectre. The Arena will catch the Enchanters a TP away from Mickey, but denied. They've got a Yule Scepter from a Old 11. It just keeps on showing up. DY is going to die as Mickey turns around. Man, a really good save. A really good stop from Koifa as well, but Koifa, he just cannot take the assault of damage that is coming from Poyoyo right now. Mickey's doing a good job, though, as he turns onto Mars. Will manage to get that kill. Gets a little mana back for it, but Poyoyo is not going to be deterred. He's on his second life. Throws out the dagger. Not going to find Mickey. Spots him, though. He's going to keep trying to run him down. He's got a Manta and he's got a Snake. I think Mickey might be good here.
Ended up being good for him that they canceled his TP. I am surprised that these fights are so broken up. Like, I think this is why the Spectre pick was picked against the Medusa. Usually the whole idea of Medusa is that everyone gathers around and lets her, you know, be a shield. Can't position around the Spectre, and she's driving them away from the Medusa, and that's not what Liquid wants. And I think Koifa expected more follow-up to his Doom that he did not get because of that.
Insania fast reactions will delay his death, but it is inevitable against a double damage DK.
He's got the Grove Bow. That feels good with all that magic damage over time that he dishes out. The SNY Satanic being a secondary carry. It's nice. Spectre doesn't do a ton of damage, right? So it's nice to have a secondary threat, especially when you're against a Doom.
Yeah. Somebody who can build some later game items like AC or something,
and Diffusal's great on Spectre against Medusa to deal with the mana shield, but it does make you scale a little bit poorer as a Spectre because Diffusal is just not an item that enables you, right? It disables the opponent. So it really makes sense when you put it together that by going for the Diffusal, he's going to be a little bit less of a hard carry. And then you have the DK who's itemizing more like a hard carry, where the mid laner usually does what the Spectre's item is doing here.
The Aghanim Scepter almost being done for Koipa. Oh, I was going to say another thing for that Dagon. I mean, they do have Soulbind, right? That's
the double
damage. The problem is we just haven't seen a really sick Soul. We haven't seen the Soulbind double Doom combo, right? I feel like the Liquid hasn't quite been putting that one together.
We've been seeing a lot of Sange and Kaya's pucks, even to a fault. I think we saw it against a Disruptor and just die because it doesn't do anything to the Static Storm. And this just seems like the perfect game for a Sange Kaya. That's why I was confused. Maybe you go like Sange Kaya Shivas as like a way to add control damage out to these fights, but Sumail, he's relying on his quick fingers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust myself. Yeah.
Nice aggressive lane war that Vici Gaming got here on the left-hand side. Is going to spot a number of Liquid heroes all following Mickey as he farms around the map. Sumail up to a Dagon 3.
If you gave me these drafts, I would not guess that DK would be #1 net worth 31 minutes in with a Spectre Dusa in the game.
Yeah.
It's pretty baller.
Yeah, like all those heroes, right? It's Medusa, Spectre, but then on top of that, you've got Doom, who naturally can accelerate above other people as well. But no, it's Ori. 18,000 net worth of him. On smoke action is going to break, and DY he's going to be targeted here. Soulbind immediately placed down. They have an option to be able to get the double doom, but he's been chain stunned down. And Sumail dies as well. His quick fingers couldn't get out of that one. Liquid, they thought they were going to be able to get a nice smoke arrangement, but they ran into DY, not the hero they were looking for. And then it all went to hell as Ori and Old 11 get just beautiful initiations. The Snake still going out. The two tankiest heroes are left for last, both Taiga and Mickey's Medusa. Staying alive for quite some time. Taiga's still battling it out over here, but eventually the Bedlam will finish him off. Insania did have to buy back to make sure that Mickey was going to be chased down all the way into his base.
They have just absolutely punished the hell out of this Medusa's weak timing that they used to hit that Ag shard timing around the 20-minute mark. That was so potent. You can just tell that Vici's running away with this.
He's going to spear him back. Pops the Manta, but it doesn't actually get it. Now he's going to be stuck to the melee barracks, and he's dead. These supports can't do anything about that. They don't have 4 staffs. They can't possibly throw out any big stuns that'll stop Vici Gaming here. They're just going to keep going. There is the tier 2 in the mid lane of barracks, but this is looking like potentially 2 lanes. They're going to go for the Mars now. Double Soulbind, but again, no Doom to follow it up. Koifa's not get his BKB off fast enough. Now Sumail been caught in the Yule Scepter, and they've got an immediate point-blank Dragon Tail stun to catch him as well. And it's looking like, Brian, this could just be the end of game 1 for Liquid.
Yeah, the recipe for kills is just so much simpler for Vici as the game goes forward. Like, the thing is that they rely on combos on the side of Liquid. They need to have the synergy between the Doom and the Grim, and Spectre just makes it so difficult to coordinate anything. The minute that Honk gets pressed, chaos ensues, and you don't even know what you're targeting anymore. And the second you second guess yourself for half a second as Doom or Grim, and suddenly you don't have the time to catch your spells because you're dealing with instant disables from heroes like DK, and they're getting punished, right? You saw Sumail go right in and just die instantly into the stun. On point with those punishments from Ori.
Well, I believe Mickey off of Tickle did manage to get his buyback, so it's not the end of the game just yet. But in a 17,000 net worth debt here, this is not looking good for a comeback, but we'll see.
Yeah, the writing is on the wall, but you never know. Maybe it wasn't in permanent marker.
Could be in chalk. Rainy day fixes everything.
Well said.
Yes. A little bit of pointless wisdom. That doesn't mean anything.
Really have been casting with Kyle.
Oh man, it's terrible, but I am that kind of person. The people I hang out with, they do have an impact on me, and I'm terribly afraid of all of a sudden just start spouting NBA analogies and stats that are totally meaningless. And
just don't spend too much time around Jenkins.
Yeah, that is something that I don't want to let fester for too long. All right, well, Liquid, they're not going to be just staying inside of their base. They have to get outside and start finding some farm from Vici, because he's made the call that the only thing that solves this game is Divine Rapier.
That's always the contingency plan. Do they have any evasion? No, Spectre does not, so the lack of True Strike won't be an issue. DK is about to hit level 25, though. You get the AoE Dragon Tail talent. Pretty insane.
Oof.
Saw it earlier today. It's a 3.75 second stun. That's instant in an AoE.
It's pretty gigantic.
That other talent seems so underwhelming in comparison.
Yeah, I was looking at that. 12 HP, that doesn't sound very good. MKB now completed for the Dragonite as they're going to smoke up for the Vici Gaming squad and look at Roshan, but probably going to the triangle first, making sure that Liquid don't have the opportunity set up. They're going to blink forward, immediately find Taiga. Not the target they want. Koifa had to blink away from this situation, though, so he isn't really ready to engage back in. Mickey is now going to be the target. They're going to pop the Stone Case. They do manage to get the 2-man coil, but no Aghanim Scepter, so Ori's just going to pop his BKB and walk away from it. They want to make sure they're not soulbound together. Now the soulbind goes off, but again, Koifa being chain stunned up doesn't get his doom off. This is in 3 team fights in a row now where Koifa hasn't been able to get that combo that they've drafted from the get-go. Samael this time, at least he survives, but this is just... It just feels like Liquid is just not feeling right this game.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I was just about to say, that was going to be my first comment, that Liquid is just looking a bit off.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the quality of competition of the tournament. That could absolutely be the case. But they do not look like they're on the same page. Doesn't seem like a team that often gets flustered when it comes to their decision-making. But I have to say that it is uncharacteristic mistakes coming out from them so far this game. And a team like Vici, they're not going to let you get away with any of those.
Yeah. At Vici Gaming side, how do you feel they're playing? Like, do you feel like
I think they're playing crisp.
Yeah, just crisp, clean.
That's really the only difference. That's kind of what Chinese teams are known for, though, right?
Yeah.
They just do everything right, and eventually you won't, and then they win the game.
Yeah. Consistency being a big flavor that comes out from Chinese squads.
It's a lot to learn from them, though. It's very straightforward and easy to learn from, because they make what is supposed to happen look so easy, and yet, you know, one small break in the formation improperly or execution of the map distribution, and it looks infinitely worse than how they make it look.
Yeah. Oh,
they've got like the cheat sheet.
So many times they haven't committed to any of these fights until they know Koifa's stunned and they can chain stun him. There's so many times where they poked at the Medusa, and soon as Stone Gaze pops out, they're like, okay, reset, wait it out. They really have not made any of those blunders that you sometimes see teams get swept up upon. Butterfly now for the Spectre, maybe reading that, you know, Divine Rapier is their only option.
It's crazy how items affect each other. Butterfly used to be virtually unpurchasable just because at this stage in the game, the Rapier from the opponent carry when they're desperately behind was the only way back in the game. But now, Butterfly is a prime time item when you're ahead like this because it does counter the Rapier. And that I don't think it's going to be even remotely enough. You're dealing with a Butterfly Spectre in combination with the Dispersion, so tons of damage mitigation there, and also DK and Bulwark. Just so many ways to mitigate and to have a Heaven's Halberd. Man, I wouldn't want to be Mickey right now.
Did you mention Arena?
I did not mention Arena.
The Arena walls as well, something that supports can just play around.
I also did not mention the fact that Willow can just be untargetable by attacks. So.
Yeah, that's another good one.
They need the fight to last a decent amount of time, and it doesn't seem like they're able to even sustain through the Spectre Haunt.
Yeah. Lots of low-risk stuns being thrown around. Look at this smoke. It's beautiful from Vici Gaming. They fight Samael.
No buyback.
And they punish him. No Lincolns. Nothing to protect himself if he's got caught. They do have the Soulbind out onto the Spectre, but it fades away. Medusa comes forward, but he's trying to stop them from going for Koifa. But this is going to be the 4th fight in a row that he's unable to get off his doom. Fortunately, he does have a buyback, though. Mickey. Curse Crown, gonna stun that. Nope, he managed to get the Manta off there. Oh my goodness, Koifa Watch just jumped in and immediately got dragon-tailed. Ori, he has Koifa's number. It's written down on his palm. He's looking at it every single time. He knows. Koifa, what's that? It's about time for you to initiate. Dragon-tailed. Beautiful stuff from Vici Gaming as they shut down Liquid every step of the way and just kind of wipe the floor with them towards that latter half of the game, man. Those last 10 minutes or so, Vici Gaming was just on top.
Yeah, both teams seemed...
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
It sound white, boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
white boy. Sound.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Back to that scenario.
Always does.
Always
I'm
bring
a
it back.
flat circle, and keeping it simple has never gone out of style. But more so than the Grim Doom, you're a numbers guy. Was Mike really playing much hard carry during the DPC? It seems like he was a mid gamer. You know, he was playing Mars, Jugs, I don't know, gyros.
Yep.
Yeah. What's Medusa doing?
And Leshes.
Let Sumail. Yeah, exactly. Let Sumail handle that sort of game-winning responsibility.
There's been a worrying amount of time in between the DPC ending and then the major starting.
I mean,
you know,
if
a
it
scrim
got you this
here,
far.
a scrim there, and suddenly you're now playing Medusa.
And then there was a D-patch, which also nerfed Medusa, so is Liquid keeping up with the times? Let's hope so.
Hope so. You got another drafter or
yeah,
ban?
we do.
Okay.
Let's see if we have some things being adapted. Actually, Vici Gaming, they did ban Oracle previous game, but only in the last phase. They'll prioritize it now, banning out that. Of course, previous game, they banned out Morphling AA. So one of those is going to be either let through or banned by Team Liquid. Although I would imagine Team Liquid banning Brood, or do they have...
So Vici Gaming will have... Vici Gaming will have first.
Vici, yes.
Yeah, so you still need to ban out the Brood.
Take the bugs out.
Yeah.
Get rid of the spider.
Which then opens up for like an AA first pick for Vici Gaming, for example, if they want to go that route.
Is it surprising to you that a team takes into their bonus time for their second ban?
Yes, that is surprising, actually.
Really? Oh, okay.
I mean, normally they had like 10 minutes between the two games, so you'd think they'd have a game plan, but Nyx Assassin Broodmother, of course, the bugs banned out, and actually heavy targeting towards the support Snapfire Oracle. And wow, they're just plowing through this thing.
The most important thing about drafting is the first two bans into pick, especially when your first pick, that dictates the tempo of the entire draft. Because when you pick your first hero, they respond with 2. And if you make one mistake there, it can be so difficult to recover. And that's why it is good to use your bonus time early. And then once you have the piece of your puzzle, it's easier to kind of know what you need rather than to start with not knowing exactly what you want. And in this scenario, we now get to see the TA again. The response is simple. You're playing most likely maybe a tiny mid, but with an Axe pick, maybe Liquid can easily run this tiny 4, Axe offlane. They kind of work together, but it's not optimal. It's not meta-driven. It doesn't feel too comfortable in the current kind of status of the game.
No, and I haven't been too keen on 4 tiny. I think Lacoste was critical of it also. I think during the Beast Coast game, I believe, it's in my preference a mid laner, number 1 for tiny, and then safe laner, number 2. Liquid obviously have the flexibility to put it like anywhere. In Southeast Asia, we even saw 5 position tiny with like a puck just to snap dream coils all day. But 4 is my least favorite, but it's an interesting opening. One that, I mean, these are not super popular heroes right now. This is second phase kind of stuff from Liquid, but they open up with Tiny Axe, and Vici saw the value in that AA. That's why Liquid banned it first phase.
Just to cover all our bases, Axe. You still want to go Manta Shard?
Yeah, it got depatched also. But nerfs to it and depatch made it seem like, okay, you get it as a second Roche maybe, but you're not gonna rush Manta Shard.
I guess the only question for Liquid, they're a team that is known for being a bit quirky with roles and versatility. We've mentioned already how the hard carry Mickey wasn't an option. In DPC, he played like a Void Spirit carry before. This could just be Liquid's way of going, all right, we're going to second pick an Axe, put it in the safe lane air role. We have like a Lone Druid Koikova, some active Mitsuma, and like the roles completely swap, but it's just like...
Is it not too quirky? Like, that's the kind of stuff you try out.
It's one of those things where it's so quirky, if I say it and it doesn't happen, whoopsie, if it works...
Day 1 group stage. It's Series 2 group stage. Fever, come on. When's the quirk gonna happen?
Do you remember Singapore Major, Team Liquid, in those group stages? They barely held on by a thread.
You know why it validates even further? You now have the Wyvern, which of course very good against TA because of Cold Embrace. When it's cursed physical damage, Wyvern mitigates all of that. But you now have the Ancient Farming, minute 4 or 5, maybe 6, Cold Embrace on the Axe. He spinner wins, whoosh, can farm them pretty quick. So that amplifies the Axe farm efficiency if the Wyvern connects with him.
Yeah, and Liquid does love to stack, but Vici Gaming already have a stack taker. Templar Assassin on the radar, so... I mean, I would love to see it. I would love to see me some Mike Axe, but I don't know if it's...
Morphling is still in the pool. Morphling is still in the pool.
He's not played it in his pubs. All right, we might have to backtrack on the... Yes.
Because does Poyo even play Morph?
He does, yeah. He didn't play it during...
not yet during the wild
but
card.
it's a Chinese PC favorite.
But if you have a Willow Morph, will you not just go for it?
It's true.
You would.
I think the Scepter build is tried and true, and if you don't have to worry about an Ancient Apparition, definitely viable, and all this magic damage would be great.
The main thing here is though that Liquid already has a lot of kind of ground targeted spells to deal with what is kind of a broken strategy, right? When Morphling becomes Willow and you're peppering people from a distance, that's because you're kind of untargetable. But when you have Axe-Cool, you got a curse that can clip that Morphling, the less damage, it can be quite easy to mitigate that. And
Willow Mars.
Yeah, they go for
Still
Mars.
pretty good.
Yeah, no, Vici Gaming still need to find out their Poyo-Yo hero. And Liquid, I would assume that this is mid Lesh, off lane Axe, 4 Tiny, 5 Wyvern.
Getting flashed.
I'm with you.
Down.
I'm with you.
I'm down.
In terms of Poyo heroes, we still have the Faceless Void in the pool. I'm assuming Team Liquid's gonna ban it out, because otherwise it would be a very easy one for them to just grab. It worked for them so many times in the past. There's actually quite a few heroes still in the pool that are coming out of its puddle.
Liquid isn't about explosive damage. They're kind of like chipping and poking in the fights. Axe might get a good initiation to follow up with less damage, but it's not as if they're all going to collapse on one hero, blow them up and fight. It's going to be like Axe initiate, Tiny can reinitiate, Wyvern helps out, and Vici Gaming on the other hand, they're the ones that will just be exploding heroes. The AA blast with the arena, we'll see that in series throughout the entire day. The global AAO into some arena, some non-committal damage from TA or Willow. But yeah.
They banned it out themselves.
Okay.
Intriguing.
Iris?
But we know that Sumail can play Lash.
Yeah.
Mika can play Lash.
Yeah.
I guess
I can play Lash.
Simplicity of execution.
Who
right?
knows? It's who plays what. I actually
they could all
like
play
that.
the pony. And it's Liquid.
And they could all play the Tiny too.
But can they win? That's the most important thing.
That's the question, because
I will go
they can play it all.
Okay, let's see.
I feel like I feel like when a team does this, they sometimes get too cute with it, right? They take it too far. They're like, ooh, nobody knows that we're playing. Oh, what are we actually playing?
That has been the downfall of many a secret.
Yes.
But luckily, Liquid is last pick. So this is really easy to be in this scenario when you have the ultimate last pick in the draft. It's not as if you're being too flexible. Like if Vici Gaming right now was the team with last pick, then we can easily kind of slate this. Like, how are you going to surprise anyone? But yeah, like this is not too bad for now. For Vici Gaming, like the key thing is game one, their draft had its weaknesses early on, but it was so reliable in scaling that if they just play well and play calm, they will be able to outfight Liquid going into later portion of the game. This is the same story here. The lack of instant blow up allows for a TA with refraction to always be able to dodge out some of these key spells early on. The eventual kind of explosive potential, like if Liquid have an early lead, they go up high ground, it's only Leshrac right now hitting the high ground. That simplifies Mars Arena into AAO, dead. Now how does Liquid take that kind of tier 3 fight? And that's where Vici Gaming, if they just pick up a solid, nothing too crazy carry. Juggernaut, you know, exactly. I think Liquid just banned out Gyrocopter. Any of the normal kind of dudes, they're going to be in a great spot. And they ban
out the bear.
Okay.
That kind of makes me feel like they want this Axe offlane. I don't really think Ursa was necessarily going to excel in this Vici Gaming lineup.
Spectre.
Wow. Okay, sure. They just go Spectre again.
Yo, Spectre again.
And honestly, like, instant pick. PA. Okay.
PA.
So it's just going to be the Axe offlane.
Need to see who's picking what. Okay.
Quick for Axe, Sumail for Axe. Nothing out of the ordinary, guys.
What a shame.
What a shame.
Where's the quirk?
Where's the quirk? Not here.
Not here. And you're the AniMajor. I thought more quirks.
Does it make you happy that they're going for standard, or do you feel like, well, if you're gonna keep it quirky, you gotta at least twist something around?
No, I mean, like, all these heroes independently are strong. Axe is like the only one that I'm surprised why first phase it. There's not necessarily any combo that it has. The lane isn't particularly strong. Like, it's not enabling the Phantom Assassin, which oftentimes I feel like you really need like Darkseer or Slardar or Magnus to make this Phantom Assassin really be a force of nature. Axe, I don't really know if that's enough.
Yeah, the concern here is simply Liquid. They're all about poking and prodding in their fight, but their only defensive tool is Cold Embrace, which locks your hero into position, which allows for the AA to always get a good ult off.
Yeah.
And when your big healer is already mitigated by AA, you can't take these kind of poke and prod fights. And Vici Gaming, they identified how game one they won, slow, methodical, eventually Spectre just blows everyone up. Exact same game. The supports here, Wyvern and Tiny, when Spectre presses ult, these two heroes, they do nothing. Your blink initiation from Tiny completely removed. Your Wyvern's ability to save anyone, removed. So I'm a bit worried that Liquid, they have to perform so well early on to remove Spectre from the game, remove the jungle to get themselves in.
I feel like we're talking a lot about Liquid's draft because the Gaming's draft is so well-rounded. It's
clean.
It's clean, it's good. Tsunami, we've seen this work time and time again.
Of course, they got a little bit of everything. What more could you need? Team fight initiation, vision. I'm going Vici.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to happen in the second game of this 2-game series. We're finding out together with Cap and BSJ.
That's right. We are going to find out together, though. Liquid, they definitely going to step up their game from game one, because that was a bit of a thrashing and hopefully a different draft. I mean, we said they just looked uncomfortable looking at this lineup for Liquid. Do you feel like this is a little bit more in their wheelhouse, or is that just execution?
Yeah, Leshrac was Sumail's #1 go-to, but it was with an Oracle behind it. And that was the idea that Lesh is going to dump out all types of damage, and Oracle's going to keep him alive while he does it. And it allows it to do it with less defensive items, so he can go for the pure mana plus bots itemization, more greedy, accelerate his farm. But this time, his save is a Wyvern, and as the panel pointed out, if you get Cold Embrace, which is meant to heal you up and prevent the physical damage, you're just alley-ooping that Ancient Apparition combo to just burst you.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Ancient Apparition has been one of the heroes of the tournament, and we started off with a wildcard series where it was just getting first picked, like every single game. So I'm just surprised to see Winter Wyvern in this situation with Ancient Apparition not being, like, banned or something. But Liquid gonna go for an early toss back here onto Old 11 to see if they can jack the Bounty Rune and potentially get the first blood. Old 11 managed to sidestep the split Earth. God rebuke back everybody. It was such well-played maneuvering from Old 11, but it wasn't good enough. Ultimately, it gives up the first blood to Mickey.
That was a zoning stun by Sumail. He made him run back into the team.
Smart.
Saw the lines. I'm just a bit concerned that there's a lot of farming that needs to be done on both teams, and I think that Vici will hit their timings sooner, and they can be active sooner. And even though Spectre is a long cooldown-based hero, they can do what they did last game, where you just consistently play away from him, and he gets to pick and choose the fights carefully. And they did such a good job of fight selection, and that's where I'm concerned for Liquid. Where what is their initiation? You know, you have the Axe Blink that's going to eventually come out, but we saw what happened last game when Sumail blinked in on Puck against the Spectre and the Mars. You know, you just get counter-initiated on it. Nobody even wants to follow you up because there's just so much stuff. There's going to be all the Willow spells. You're going to have just the Chaos like we talked about. I don't know. I'm concerned for Liquid, but I doubted them second game against Beast Coast because they picked a very similar draft as they did game one. They ended up winning that one.
Okay. What adjustments do you feel like they made in the Beast Coast series from game 1 to game 2?
They picked a more durable carry against like a heavily damage output based lineup. Like first game they went for the kill the damage based heroes. The second game they went for the out sustain the damage based heroes. And PA was the first hero they picked that lost, and then they ended up winning with a Bristle. I like PA this game, but I don't like PA against TA because PA, it's quite simple. TA is good against large burst or large damage per instance, small amount of instances, and that's exactly what PA does.
Yeah, no, she jumps on the Templar Assassin and, you know, throws in 4 hits and 2 of them are crits. You're going to be like, okay, well, that was no damage done. Congrats.
Yeah, exactly.
And Templar Assassin is kind of a natural MKB buyer at some point in time. It's also a Roche taker, which is something PA really likes to be able to have, seeing as she's sometimes a bit of a fragile carry.
I think the general map momentum will be in favor of Liquid, meaning if fights are not occurring, then they will be benefiting. And we saw a similar story last game, but the way that Vici was able to constantly force errors from basically forcing Liquid to break that farming formation, I'm hoping to see a little bit better discipline from Liquid in game 2.
Watch DY die to Koifa and Taiga. Nothing major there. Just like,
supports. They don't matter.
Yeah, they don't really matter too much. Occasionally, they just die in lane, and sometimes it's good for you because your mid laner is crying that he needs a refill on his bottle. So, you know, Insania, got to be careful of these brambles and make sure he also doesn't get speared in the process. That is one nice thing about Winter Wyvern. Able to fly and help dodge all of this stuff. It's on the ground.
I think both teams are chilling. A lot of level-based damage coming out from the mid laners. A lot of farming that needs to be done on the side lanes, more so from the Axe. I'm really curious what route he decides to go on Koifa, because in the past, where the Shard before it got nerfed, whenever you were dealing with ultra tanky heroes that you don't exactly feel good about calling, you'd see a lot of the Manta Shard.
Yeah.
Because that gave you that extra farming tool, so you didn't feel the need to fight.
Okay.
And then it also gave you the enough damage to actually bring these heroes down.
Wrap it around. Taiga pops the healing salve as he tanks the tower. Looking for the toss, but he doesn't need it. They've got him. Dead to rights. Then is going to be Ori falling, and them also securing potentially. No, not both the water runes. DY was already moving over. So, but at least Sumail gets a refill.
Yeah, this matchup is really important to get kills one way or the other. If Leshrac hits 6 prior to TA, the only reason he doesn't go aggressive on her is fear of the trap slow consistently setting up for supports to rotate in. And you can just run at her and hit that and really snowball a small, like, half-level advantage into much more.
Well, DUI does make the good read that he did place a ward as he walked through this area. They also had a defensive ward, probably watched him straight up plant that. Quite fun, doing a little bit of pulling while Taiga is away. It was something to note for that bottom lane. They actually managed to stack the easy camp, and I always feel like something went wrong if you let the enemy support stack that without, like, you know, getting a kill on the core or something like that. Old 11 throws out the spear, should probably be fine here.
I definitely flame my supports if the small camp is stacked.
Yeah, I know you do. Avalanche going to burn through refraction. Same goes with the myriad of damage that's coming from Sumail. Ori, he pops everything that he had there. The multiple magic wand charges as well as the fairy fire, but it wasn't good enough. 4-0, Team Liquid, they're definitely winning the lanes here pretty hard.
Yeah, if they continue the farm game, this will go in their favor. I'm confident about that. I'm just not 100% confident that they will remain disciplined.
We literally just watched the game, and I can't remember. Did Liquid walk away winning the lanes last time?
It was about equal.
Okay.
It was about even.
So maybe this is a slight difference that they've made here as well, a stronger focus on the lanes, or you think that's execution-based more so?
I think it's completely different in the draft because last game they picked the puck third pick and then allowed it to be a counter matchup for Sumail. And I understand what you mentioned, that they prioritized giving Sumail an earlier pick because they trusted him to do okay in lane. To me, that's an interesting approach, but man, this guy's gonna dumpster people, man.
Yeah.
Let Sumail run around the map killing everybody. This is exactly the hero and playstyle that we saw Sumail playing throughout the course of DPC, and he looked incredibly dominant. He will make the right plays on the map. He will put a pressure non-stop, and Leshrac's the perfect hero to do it. And even though he's losing out on the CS, because that's just the nature of the way he's playing the game, it's pretty good, the spot he's in right now.
No, that's very interesting, because I thought the same way as you, and it was Insania who said like actually the other way around. But maybe that's just part of the adjustment process of bringing in somebody new and how you actually work, like what is the best way to make him look good in the draft. Is it, you know, being able to secure somebody else a better last pick, or is it or is this somebody that you really want to entrust everything into? And here in this game, they certainly gave Sumail a step up. I bet in some way he was saying, like, guys, I can beat Ori. Let me trash this guy.
It's funny because I see teams willingly pick Lesh into TA or TA into Lesh. And it just seems like a matchup that, hey, the mid laner, if he's got the confidence, let him have it.
How do you feel about the matchup? Like
very snowbally, one way or the other.
Entirely snowbally. Yeah. So whoever makes that that one move that kind of breaks, maybe it's a support rotation. After all, Taiga's been rotating quite heavily, not just the mid lane, but now to bottom. They're going to try and go for the last second toss. Mickey jumping in there. So even if the Shadow Realm did fade away, still, Koifa, I mean, okay, this is a big difference, right? Last time around, they had a Doom in the matchup against Spectre, and they almost lost the Doom to a Spectre plus, what was that matchup again? Snapfire?
Yeah, Snapfire against Willow Doom, I think. Or no, not Willow, Grim Doom? Yeah, Grim Doom.
Yeah, now they've got Axe, who is punishing the Spectre quite heavily. I mean, he's been solo half the time. He's now taken that top tower. They've given Koifa a much better matchup when it comes to laning phase as well.
Yeah, I think it's the attention that Taiga has drawn away from top that has allowed Koifa to play like this. And I think it's honestly a bit sloppy from Vici that has been heavily punished by Liquid because of the snowbally nature of this mid lane matchup. You can see how much emphasis Liquid put on it. I feel like most of the time in these games when the nature of these matchups is this, both teams have a bunch of resources being thrown at the lane. There was no counterplay at all coming out from Vici when Taiga made those rotations.
Yeah.
They got the D ward, but that's like about it. And he's going for the blink on Koikfa. Understandable. I would almost be okay if he wanted to go like a straight hood as well. Kind of the Centaur approach extends the farming, extends the duration of the farming portion of the game.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what he does with it. They don't really have a playmaker that isn't him until the tiny blink, but that's obviously going to come out much later.
DY, yet another D ward. He's been doing really well in that regard, but still 0 hero kills for them. Smail playing in the enemy jungle is actually going to go with this kill onto Poyo-Yo, perhaps. The Battle Hunger slowing him down. Oh, nice the try. Split Earth is just off the mark. Trying to surprise him there from the trees, but it doesn't land.
Still haven't taken the mid tower for Liquid despite having so many kills and an enabled Lushrak.
Cold Embrace is ready to go if Taiga needs it, but they don't need it due to the toss back that he did earlier.
Spectre's nice against Axe in game, just because she's the best counter-initiating carry in the entire game, and she also isn't an enticing call target. But in the lane, you see, she does not punish. No. The whole purpose of last game, as you mentioned, was that the offlaner is supposed to flourish when you have an incredibly greedy carry like Spectre. We are 100% seeing Koikfa geared up
all the way back to the tier 1 tower. Nice toss once again from Taiga Gaming. They're going to try and help out Ori here by popping the Haunted, going for it, but Samael, he's pumping out the damage while he's stuck in place in the Cold Embrace. That is the value of this combination right here. As Ori does eventually die to Insania, Taiga's still trying to catch up to Poyo-Yo.
And Koikfa's just farming top right now, finishing that blink. So their playmaker is gearing up to make plays, and they're already getting the plays in their favor. This is looking rough for Vici. We were talking about all these things that potentially could go wrong for Liquid's draft. The Wyvern into the AA, yada, yada, yada. Doesn't matter if you win all 3 lanes.
No.
Or at least 2 of them and the other lane went fine. It's kind of like a 2.5 lane.
Yeah. I mean, everything is forgiven when it comes to a strong laning phase. I know, like, Blitz always likes to say that when it comes to, like, team dynamics, everything's forgiven if you're just winning. You know, like, all the little things that build up. As long as you're winning, everybody's happy. It's kind of similar with Dota drafts as well, right? You win all 3 lanes, any draft can work.
Maybe this can be the approach Liquid takes moving forward. They have 3 mid laners, basically.
Yeah.
All 3 of their players have played mid in these competitive games. So that means you have individual skill out the wazoo.
And Taiga looks best, I think, anyway, when he's playing either, you know, those late game carries type 4s or the roaming type 4s. And he has helped out Samael big time in this mid lane. He already has an early Yule Scepter, which he used to dodge the spear, but the Ice Blast will put him into his grave. It's the finishing blow. Finally, Vici Gaming get themselves on the board, 7-1.
What will they do with this is the question, Liquid. Cooldowns are aplenty for Vici. So now it's time to use this Blink Dagger on the Axe. Number 1 net worth, not too uncommon when we see an Axe that has a good start.
I mean,
he's just showing.
He may have gotten the Blink Dagger, but he could still go for the Manta. He's got so much net worth. We'll see another toss back. Old 11 just needs a little bit more damage to the Cold Blade to finish him off, but he didn't quite hit it. Still, though, he's probably going to take out to the Battle Hunker, but it is going to be Taiga traded out here as PYW. He's able to do the damage with the Bedlam. Koikfa is actually spotted by the Sentry here, but the Ice Blast doesn't quite nail him, and they do have this Winter's Curse. It's going to set up Samael for a 2-man stun. They do manage to get off the Shadow Run, but a call follow-up from Koikfa is going to make sure that both of these heroes are dead, and Samael now pushes onto the mid tower. You asked, what was Liquid going to do with these cooldowns up on Vici Gaming? And they just ran headlong into mid lane, took a great team fight, now taking the mid tower.
Really cool thing to note if you're a spectator is that Mickey was participating in a lot of the early engagements, especially even just walking towards mid while Axe was completing his Blink Dagger. And now look at all the space he's getting, right? You're willing to sacrifice a bit of your own farm in order to enable the guys. They're going to then allow you to just farm like this.
So you think it's like, is it as simple as straightforward as like literally Koikfa picks up his Blink Dagger and then Mickey is like, okay,
my time now.
I know. Yep, I'm just going to hit creeps this entire time.
It is absolutely that simple. What these professional teams have gotten really good at in the last couple of years is understanding that only a certain amount of heroes can farm, and you just have to recognize at every moment in the game which hero is higher priority. Yes, PA is the carry, but it is much more important that the Axe gets an earlier blink than she finishing her broadsword.
Yeah. And see this one again where they managed to win the initial part of that fight. The Ice Blast missing on Koifa was huge, but this winner's curse. Samael coming in. He's set up with the Dream. Even if Koifa isn't there, they probably still kill them both, but the call onto
looks better there.
Yeah, it's a very nice and clean combo from them, and blink away from Koifa as they attempt to poke at him from this bottom lane. Vici Gaming, it's feeling a little claustrophobic this map. They are kind of all stuck together, but still don't have the confidence to really push out and attack anything.
Yeah, this is exactly where Liquid is. This is their bread and butter.
I'm sorry, but look at them. They're literally all sitting on this secret shop. Like, I've never seen this before.
They just have an insane kill combo between the Lesh Tiny, and then they also have an Axe. There's really nowhere to go by yourself that you feel comfortable. You don't have these independent heroes. TA doesn't have a blink or anything like that. He's going for the Dragonlance Deso. If he gets Yules, he'll just die.
Yeah.
Or called, for that matter, if there's any follow-up. Arcane Rune for Sumail. It's going to make the map even harder to play once he gets those boots of travel, because every time you walk up to a creep wave, it could just be simply Insania sitting in the trees there with a Lush TPing in. You will go down. And it's so terrifying to play against like Bat Riders, Leshes, these magic, mixed damage, run around the map, boots of travels when you're behind like this.
How do you play the map when the enemy team does have such good pick-off where you can never feel like you go anywhere solo? It's hold up. They manage to get the call. That stops him from being in that Shadow Realm, and that's going to lure him into Samael. Culling Blade, chop off his head, PYW falls.
I'm going to be dead serious that the way you play the map is a core like Mars who wants to make an aggressive move. You let your support walk in front of you and face tank anything that might be up that hill.
Okay.
That's exactly what you got to do, and you just got to hope sometimes they're not there and you find an opening, but Liquid slamming that one down.
Now he's up as 4. Got the pick off. They're going to find another one. This time on D1. He got a huge target. Mars is going to come in between that Ice Blast. 11. Can he get off the ring? He cannot. Speaking of Old 11, what does he have item-wise? I haven't actually seen him in a while.
He has just phase hood.
Yeah, no blink dagger in sight.
And you're against PA, so even though you have the hood to deal with Lesh, it makes sense why he went it. That is not going to look very effective when this PA has a Deso and that Axe gets the Blade Mail.
Oh, certainly.
So he does go Blade Mail Inspector. We were talking about how Echo Saber seems like the viable replacement, but when you're against the likes of Leshrac and PA, you need the armor, and you're also only really way to deter the Leshrac from running at you is to buy the Blade Mail.
Right, right.
It's just a core-to-core matchup thing. The other games we've seen, the Echo Saber is against like DKs and such.
Regeneration. So interesting note, when he does his Diabolic Edict, which is physical damage, right?
Yeah.
And he puts it onto the Blade Mail, but he's cold embraced. He won't take any of that physical damage back, right?
Absolutely.
It's returned as the same form, but everything else he
Yes. That is exactly how Blade Mail works.
Okay.
But I thought it was pure damage, Cap. No, that was indeed 4 years ago.
Yeah. Can't be living in the past. Dota is a game that moves fast and changes constantly. Koifa gonna be spotted here, the Haunt. This is actually a great situation. Look at Old 11. He held onto the spear, knowing that Samael was gonna pop the self-fuels and catches him out as he comes down to the ground. A Winter's Curse really well set up on the 3 cores, which means Mars is gonna be torn apart by his 2 own allies. A 1-for-2 exchange so far, but much to the favor of Vici Gaming as they get their first small little win in this game.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. I saw game 1. When the farm war was happening, Liquid seems to be coming out on top. That is just superior fight choice by Vici. Liquid, this is the dead lane, guys. It's the same spot.
You know, I said that phrase first because I was like, I'm sure Brian just itching to bring it up. I'm like, why do they keep on fighting in this bottom lane as Radiant side, also known as the dead lane?
They could potentially just force Roche, or like when I say force Roche, it's more about making the opponent feel threatened objectively, you know, like let's go, they have to fight us now. They don't have the blink on TA or anything like that, but this is a fight, as you see, that is taken on Vici's terms. That's the nature of the dead lane, guys. That's why it's the dead lane. It's because you don't have any objectives for Liquid to play for here. They're not like set up here to take something, and this is exactly what they had to do. Thank you, Liquid. That you guys are nailing it.
Okay, bunch of cooldowns used in that last team fight, so Liquid, I'm not even sure if they disguised this at all.
No, they just walked
they probably just walked right in, no smoke necessary, and Taiga does actually catch
toss.
Old 11, who gets a little bit too close. The cold feet is going to root Taiga, but it's going to kill Old 11.
That's what I want to see. Make them play on your battlefield. That's top. That's Roche. You got PA. You got a Deso. Yeah. They didn't have the Deso before, to be fair. So not trying to be like too harsh here.
Yeah, they didn't have a way to take Roche on just yet until they have that big damage and minus armor. But now, because of the Deso, because of the Aegis, because they've got a Leshrac, they've got ways to be able to take tier 2. We can get some real momentum going for them. They take the outpost. They get even better control of this top half of the map. Vici Gaming, what is their game plan during this period of time?
Just keep playing around your ultimate cooldowns.
Yeah.
Look for Liquid to be a little bit too greedy if they split themselves up. I'd say it's the Lesh that you can punish since the PA took Aegis. It's kind of an interesting spot decision-wise for Liquid to give the Aegis to PA. Because you're not going high ground yet. You're just farming. You're going to look to take the outer tier 2 towers. And so if that's your game plan with the Aegis, you have to decide which hero do we want farming the most aggressively. Yeah. And you can see, based on the fact that they gave it to PA, that it's going to be PA. And if you look at the map distribution, you have Lesh farming near the mid lane safely, while PA's playing with his team, and the Lesh is ready to boots travel in. So this can help you guys get a little bit of insight on how they choose who gets the Aegis.
Is coming in, but Mickey has already jumped out with the Curse Crown on him. Vici Gaming, despite the fact that he did have that Aegis, they're going to take your advice. You know, if you've got the abilities up, a straight-up spear that will put the 4th position of Liquid down. They are going to be trading out Old 11, though. It's the initiation counter from Liquid, but a huge terrorizer with the arena out, with the Curse Crown, an Ice Blast over the top, and they are wiping Liquid. That's going to be a 1 life coming out from Mickey. Let's see what he can do on his 2nd life here. The Meld Strike coming out from Mickey is going to land, but PYW actually gets 2 shot there. He's going to be Curse Crown stunned, and look at Insanity. He's being chased by Poyo-Yo. He's making sure that he couldn't actually help Mickey at all. Vici Gaming wiped Team Liquid.
Just no respect coming out from Liquid here, man. You saw the Spectre, the guy that's supposed to be anywhere he wants on the map, sitting behind this tier 2 tower. That is screaming to you that they are going to fight you. And you have 5 minutes of this Aegis. You have 2 cores that are going to accelerate so fast. Leshrac, with all the space in the world on his own side of the map, is going to get like 900 GPM. Then you have a PA that's got Battle Fury Deso, and he's a recipe away from a BKB. And you still take the fight anyway. This is just so uncharacteristic of Liquid. I'm very perplexed, to say the least, on their fight selection. I think it honestly might just be that Vici is so good at selecting their fights that's making Liquid look a bit worse at selecting theirs.
Yeah, Dota is a game of mistakes, but very often forced errors, right? Yeah. Where the enemy team does something specific to see if you will screw up. And in this case, Team Liquid certainly did. Taiga, would you say it's mostly on him? Was he out of position, or was it Liquid taking the fight after he dies?
I think it's being prepared to, like, it looked like Liquid was geared up to fight there. They were okay with fighting. That's the problem.
Well, Liquid are going to start a fight here on Poyo-Yo. The Ice Blast instantly coming out, but a huge amount of damage. Culling Blade isn't quite there for the tail. He still managed to get this kill. Old 11 misses out on the spear onto Koifa. But this time around, they don't let it. Yule's going to be attacking there. PYW and Ace Rune is going to be able to run down Danny at least. Samael is able to run away from Ori. Mickey's a little bit slower. Tiger's ready back in though. They burn through the refraction. Samael starts putting out the damage. Same with Mickey. They've almost got him dead. Ori is gone. Triple kill for Mickey. Now they look for a 4th kill and potentially the team wipe. Nope. Shadow Realm TP will keep PYW alive. Liquid strike back.
Yeah, part of me wonders if these competitive teams purposely take fights like Liquid did top, where you're making the opponent use all their cooldowns, because it makes a lot more sense to me when I see them punish it here. That's just day and night difference. It's like you go on that Spectre there and he pushes Haunt with half HP. You're not going to finish him off because the rest of your team can't follow up properly, and suddenly that Mars Arena counter initiate is much more scary. But we're seeing here, there's a clear dynamic. When all the ultimates are available for Vici, despite a net worth differential going against them, or deficit, excuse me, they are stronger when it comes to the 5-on-5. But on the other hand, Liquid much better just purely based on items and low cooldowns. Kai Assange for Sumail, I like that a lot. If he goes like a Eternal Shroud or Bloodstone, something like that, it'll really help him durability-wise, and he'll only die to the Ice Blast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is MKB build up for the Templar Assassin, so we can see that he is going to try and adjust Mickey, who's 7-1-1 right now.
He has to.
Yeah. He's going to be the only one who can answer this PA potentially with fresh BKB picked up. Double damage being baited right now by Team Liquid. The
he
dagger.
knows, too. He knows.
Yeah.
Some next level mind games.
The smoke is coming over though from Vici Gaming. They've got all their cooldowns up. And no, they decide to go into the triangle instead.
Yeah, claim your high ground. Don't walk into the opponents. Good play by both teams here.
Yeah, they both made that read.
Liquid has to assume that nobody on Vici's bottom because nobody's taking the double damage rune, and then Vici has to assume based on information of the creep waves and what they don't see that Liquid's on the bottom half.
Yeah.
Process of elimination.
Double damage in the bottle for Mickey. That was shown. Vici Gaming. I don't know if they want to take any team fight in the next 2 minutes. Toss back onto the perfect target too. The Spectre. The arena's going to go down. The Ice Blast is coming in soon. Poyoyo's trying to get away. They actually curse him up to keep him in place for a little while longer. Mickey's looking for that kill, but he actually popped the hum, jumped over. Oh, there goes the crit to wipe him out. Mickey hunted him down, stuck on top of him. Taiga, he's going to be left behind as the rest of Liquid are going to retreat now. Yule Scepter, look at Insania trying to give him a jump target, and he does manage to get him out of the bedlam. Nicely played there, but is he alive or not? Old 11 chasing after him, throwing the spear, but jumps after jumps will get Mickey out of there, up to the high ground, where they reset, heal up, and are ready to go again.
It's quite the fortuitous crit with that double damage rune. Spectre was like 4th HP still. Just got one-shotted.
Yeah, and I don't think they're ready for a Liquid to come back like this. They're going to jump forward. Samael with a blink dagger. Immediately going to be targeted. Koifa, he managed to find the call. Onto the spear, goes back, but it doesn't actually lock down Samael. BKB, pop by Ori. They're trying to do physical damage to be able to finish him off. He actually gets a little bit of bumper heal. They underestimated what Ori could do, which is a sliver of HP and a full BKB with a refraction. Double kill for Ori. He turns around and kills the 2 cores of Liquid.
Yeah, it appears there's a reason why they weren't ready for Liquid to go in. They're like, what the hell are these guys doing? They just killed them all anyway. That was... I can understand what Liquid was going for there. That looked pretty juicy. You and I saw it. Vici didn't seem prepared for that to occur, but clearly they know something we don't. The TA is incredibly scary now for the PA because you are not tanky if you're getting hit every attack.
They know he's here. Old 11. Oh, dagger bash? Are you kidding me? Mickey, he doesn't have to pop his BKB because he turns around and bashes the Mars, preventing a Yule Spear combo.
Yeah, he's only got 16 armor on Phantom Assassin, so with the Deso plus Meld Strike, you're sitting at 2 armor. And the MKB is effectively hitting you every single time, so you are super squish. He's going for the Satanic on Mickey. I can understand why you need to be able to man fight against just the dispersion from Spectre. You're going to take a lot of damage over time from that, but you're also dealing with an Ancient Apparition, which prevents the heal, and it doesn't provide you any survivability against the TA. And the Satanic won't do anything if you're hitting the TA.
Yeah.
Who has refraction charges, and also the Mars with the Bulwark. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It could go both ways.
Now, you said effectively, the MKB. I know you're a man of math, so I'm going to put you on the spot here. What does it actually come out to? This because they changed MKB recently.
Yeah, it's
right?
80%.
80%. So what does that actually come out to against the new PA?
Assuming PA, let's see what talent he took at level 20. He took the 35% evasion talent, so that means he has 80% evasion, which means that if you hit 80% of those, you effectively have 16% evasion.
Okay. So, pretty low chance to be able to dodge any of those hits from the TA, but it can happen every once in a while. Old 11 tossed into awkward position. Once again, this arena is putting everybody to shame as they get terrorized and just headbutt themselves into the brick wall over and over again. Taiga will tick out from the ice. They do have buybacks, though, coming in. They're going to try and buy back. Liquid are going to look for the re-engage here. Samael looks to be able to chase down Old 11 first, but Yule Scepter going out trying to dodge the dagger. He's quite low. Old 11's thinking about jumping after him, I think. As you could see him posturing. Instead, he's going to go in and try and help out Ori. Ori pops a refraction, turns around, he just nails Mickey. They underestimate him for a second time. And Liquid, it's going to cost them potentially everything here as they're all going to fall trying to kill a Templar Assassin who will not die. Samael, a second chance now to re-engage, a toss back into him with the Yules, the AoE damage. He managed to get him, blinks over, finds Poyo-Yo. He's going to chase him down next, but the Mail Strike comes out and finishes him off. He's dead. Buyback's available. Taiga looking to be able to finish off Ori, but he doesn't have any damage left. He's stunned up, and shot after shot raining in from this Templar Assassin, just murdering heroes.
You saw there, PA blinked in and died in 2 seconds to the TA alone.
Yeah.
It's just, it's part of why I was apprehensive to the PA pick. It is not a good core-to-core matchup against the TA. And yes, you're banking on the magic damage from the Leshrac to remove, as well as the Tiny, to remove those refraction charges. But he's got the BKB. Yeah. You're the only threat to him when he's BKB'd, and Ori's doing a really good job of being incredibly patient to popping that. And the second that PA goes in, he just uses it. Doesn't care about anyone else in the fight. And yes, you could call him theoretically, but Quakefa is getting controlled by the supports, as well as the Mars.
Aegis Cheese, he's not actually going to grab the shard for himself there. Looks like maybe they're going to save it for somebody else.
I think they wanted to give it to Willow, and then he realized Willow already had one.
Yeah, okay, so now he's going to pop it for himself.
You okay there, buddy?
Yeah, just almost fell over in my chair because it's such an exciting game. 23-22, 8,000 net worth lead for Vici Gaming. They have already taken game 1. If they can go ahead in 2-0 against Team Liquid, that's going to put them in a strong spot because all of these teams, they're fighting to stay ahead of elimination, yes, but the better teams in this group, they're fighting to go into the upper bracket from the very start, be one of the 2 teams to play up against the teams who are already sitting there in the upper bracket, those teams who placed first in their DPC regional groups.
I don't know what the way back in the game for Liquid is. I'm a bit surprised that Mickey has not gone for an ag shot of his own. I think that's something he probably wants to consider. Even disabling the side blades from TA can be really nice.
Sure.
For preventing him from sniping you from range, as we're seeing TA basically being a sniper nowadays. But also, obviously, the dispersion from the Spectre. It's a pretty cheap way to have a built-in break.
Yeah.
And at this point, you can't. I don't think you can itemize for yourself, especially if that item doesn't address the TA, because you're just going to die to her anyway.
Smoke over into the triangle. They're going to be able to find Koifa, who's sitting on top of the Templar Assassin trap. They're going to get Insania as well. Looks like they're both very likely going to die here. Insania not quite getting the side blade hit. He also got the shard on Winter Wyvern. I didn't think people got that item. It means a Splinter Blast after Cold Embrace finishes. It does a Splinter Blast. I think it's because of the cooldown, actually. I forgot it did that. 5-second cooldown reduction.
That's a pretty decent shard. I think he's realizing that once he pops the Cold Embrace, the TA immediately focuses someone else. So he needs to make that window of punishment that much harder to capitalize on.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Someone must be.
Speaking of punishment, Vici Gaming killing 2 heroes. Take mid-tier 2, but not quite looking at high ground just yet.
He's got the refraction charges on TA.
Yeah.
Once he BKBs, he's invincible.
Yeah, he really is. So that means that Team Liquid, they do have options to play around that BKB, right? A good Winner's Curse that catches other heroes will last most of the duration of the BKB. Or they straight up start on him and chain stun him down. Look at this position. Rolled 11. They're going to pop the trap. That silences up Mickey. They actually do manage to get the spear before the BKB. Not enough heroes are here just yet. The Ice Blast is coming in soon, though. And a Melt Strike. Oh, the Split Earth.
He doesn't want to use it.
11 there a little bit longer. Mickey desperately wants to get out of here without having to pop anything. Another Phantom Strike, and he's going to be good. Taiga turns around. Avalanches. Old 11 is desperate to be able to... Misses out on Split Earth. He's got to be careful, though. Cold Feet's coming in soon. What a nice combo for Taiga, though. An Avalanche Split Earth into 3. They're chasing them up. Winner's Curse going out onto the Templar Assassin. Is that going to be enough? The Splitter Earth stuns are coming out as well. A toss up in the air, and there goes the first life. But the Templar Assassin will have BKB when it comes back up. Koifa's going to look for the call, manage to get it immediately. Mickey's going to jump in. They're hoping for the crits. They're hoping for to be able to burst him down. Mickey can't quite do it. The refraction's going to keep him alive. They turn around, sounds up Taiga, but again, the Cold Embrace keeps on sparing these heroes. Poyo popping the launch. He actually goes in and kills Mickey. He managed to get him with the help of Ori as he getting side play damage, and Koifa turns around and just gets blasted by the Templar Assassin as well. Liquid now losing the most two important cores they've got, starts sliding away back to their base, but it doesn't matter. They were so close, Brian.
I actually thought Liquid was going to win that based on the 3-man avalanche combo with the Lesh stun and the call, and then the Ag Shard from the Lesh continuously stunning. And somehow the TA just, if he even just has a bit of breathing room to start dishing out the damage, you're feeling it. Like Mickey, he's not the best defense is a good offense because Mickey isn't hitting anybody. He's so scared of this TA.
No. He certainly is. As okay, so did you happen to see what happened to Mickey there?
I did not see what happened.
Did he hit the Spectre and Dispersion like killed him, or did he get hit by his side blades?
It was not a side blade. It was not side blade, so I have to assume he hit himself on a blade mill.
Oof.
That's all I can imagine, because he was
Dispersion plus blade mail on a that makes sense.
He was like 40% HP, and I kind of just like, okay, he can't enter the fight. And in my mind, I just isolated him over there.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back and reset. Worry about the PA in 20 seconds. Then, like you said, he's just dead. So
yeah, there was definitely a chunk of damage that I was not expecting, and I wasn't quite sure where it came from. But either way, Vici Gaming walk away with win in that team fight. And Liquid, you could see they're trying to come up with ways to be able to win these fights as Taiga is going for an Aeon disc, and he's outside of his base trying to farm it. But Vici Gaming, they're going to let nobody farm the waves here as they've caught Smail. Cold Embrace, but that just sets up for an Ice Blast, and they're terrorized. They're going to throw everything they have because they know how important Smail is. In fact, I'm not even sure if they know he doesn't have buyback or not, but he doesn't.
I definitely think Vici just has Liquid's number this series. The first game, I would say, relatively looked in control of Vici for the majority of it, while this game, Vici had to claw their way back in.
Oh, the overwhelming blink, the spear to a tree, and Insania will die. You can see Liquid, like Koi, for example, is just out there trying to push in a side lane as deep as humanly possible. But Vici Gaming, once again, see an opportunity, and they just are going to go for the W here, forcing a buyback out of Insania. They say, okay, that's good enough. We don't need to hit Throne anymore. We'll go for 2 lanes.
Satanic on PA.
Okay, certainly needs the extra health here. Hiding in the side of the trees here, the side of the map, waiting for somebody on Liquid to create an opportunity for him to follow up.
Chinese respawning.
Taiga almost here. They're going to jump now as Old 11 gets a little deep here. He's going to be called up. Taiga's looking to finish him off. This is going to be the Ice Blast raining in, and Old 11 is still alive. He managed to turn around and get the spear onto Taiga. They throw out the Cold Embrace, but he still dies. Mickey, meanwhile, is being rooted down. Brambles, bashes, I don't know what it was, but either way, he was stuck. He's dead now for 80 seconds, and very likely Vici Gaming just going to end this game.
He tried to hold on to his BKB and then got Willow rooted mid-animation of his blink on PA. And then he tried to pop his BKB last second, and the AA blast had clipped him, so he just died. That's like so unfortunate. It's like if he pops his BKB, I'm pretty sure Vici just reaps the entire base of Liquid. So I understand why he held it, but it just looked, in a pub, your teammates are definitely thinking that cooldown.
Vici Gaming, they've got 45 seconds for both the Winter Wyvern and the Phantom Assassin. So they're going to go for Megas instead of hitting tier 4s, which probably in part is respecting the Leshrac Shard, which is super annoying to push into.
Yeah, potential PA buyback even though he bought the Satanic.
Oh, that's true. It's only 1,100 of gold off. All right.
They're just
nobody's buying back now, so let's go for it.
Yep, no reason to not Take your sweet time. You have plenty of tower damage.
Jumping in with that overwhelming blink, slowing everybody down. The Ice Blast going to nail the two of them. Yule Scepter gets him up in the air for a moment, but Smail's going to come right back down and tell on Earth for him. Taiga's going to be able to get the toss back in onto Old 11. He turns around, bulwarking the fountain.
Wow.
Says, I'm not making it out of here, but I can at least hold my ground for a while. He eventually falls, and Vici Gaming, focusing on the throne, will end the game. A 2-0 for them against Team Liquid.
I'm going to have a lecture with Team Liquid about the deadline, my friend. Nah,
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
white boy. Big sound, big sound, big sound, big sound, white boy. Big sound, big sound, big sound, sound, white boy. Big sound, big sound,
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boys.
sound white boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
It sound right, boys.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
This is a really hostile panel. What the hell have you guys been doing as panelists and stuff?
Let us touch your tasks.
Get away from me, Lizard.
That would solve everything, but you're holding us hostage.
Anyway, I have been casting a lot of Vici Gaming, actually, and they've been extremely impressed.
But in NA, right?
Yes. But here at the event, thank you for watching my my work. I'm a huge fan of all your stuff, but no big deal. At any rate, I think that Vici's look extremely strong the entire time. Love the players. They have great rotations. I mostly really like their drafts. Like, they're creative drafts when they need to be, but they have their, like, good heroes. IG's drafts, you know, they're mostly the same. They really rely on some of these heroes, but Vici Gaming has been pulling out some pretty interesting stuff here and there. Now, before we leave to the screen, though, can I have one request? Can we get the zoom camera, please, on Lizard? No, go back!
The zoom camera on Lizard, please.
It's okay, it's too late. It's okay.
What the hell do you want?
I think we can make it happen.
It's all good, buddy.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't think we can make it happen because people are going to be very upset that we would take the draft away from them.
It's fine.
Okay, it's zooming in right now. Lizard, a lot of people say that us esports guys are nerds. Can you just give one flex to the camera? Look at that goddamn gun! That is a lethal. I'm not gonna touch it.
You can actually touch it. I
it felt like a wall.
It felt like an inhuman breath.
He's my gym buddy.
What the hell is going on with you then? Yeah, you should be cut, girl.
Yeah, can we please move away from my biceps and talk about the drafts? Because
I wish I could.
These two... because these two teams have opened in a really great way. Ancient Apparition from Vici Gaming, something that they've been opening throughout the wildcard and now in the group stage. Meanwhile, TNC, I think they found a way to deal with it. Enchantress, historically really good hero versus all these single targeted position 5s that can't really deal with creeps. Ancient Apparition, Oracle hate playing versus Enchantress, and then you also steal away that Mars that's been pretty much the central point, the central hero that you play around once you have that Ancient Apparition, because it sets up your team fight so well.
Sure, but after level 6, isn't Ancient Apparition pretty good against Enchantress?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
large magical damage prevents healing.
It is, but you're an Ench. You're a position 5 Ench,
Sure.
maybe a 4. You're not that offlane Enchantress from a few years back, which hated playing against AA, because you're a core, and if that ulti is expended on you, if you die, it's worth it.
Yeah.
It's not as worth it.
Okay, that makes sense. Puck, still a strong hero despite the nerfs, and first pick worthy, of course. Just means that you get easy rotations, you get a ton of burst damage, but more importantly, you get to split push, and it is so devastating to have to play against that. Puck's right now like a better Nature's Prophet, in my opinion. The real utility...
Puck is a better Nature's Prophet, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of utility in moving around the map and kind of being everywhere, but you don't have to wait. NPs, they have to wait for items to be effective. Puck's effective at, minute 2.
Yeah. And with DK banned out, with TA banned out, this Puck should have a free game on that mid lane.
Is genderless. Said him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
2021 Lizard.
I have nothing.
I'm sorry, buddy. So let's talk about Mars. It's one of the most picked heroes in the DPC. Still highly picked here.
And one of the highest win rates as well.
Is there ever a reason not to pick Mars?
No.
No.
No, there's never a reason.
There is
Mars.
sometimes a reason to, instead of banning Centaur, you ban Mars. I don't know why that wasn't a thing. Why did they ban Centaur first phase?
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. TNC perhaps did play a little bit more of Centaur, but Mars is just as popular. And one thing that I need to say about TNC after these bans, let's just talk a little bit about them. Lifestealer and Viper, you want to ban them out versus the Mars. For TNC, they don't really have an identity coming from SCA region. That's how I feel. And also one problem is the last 2 series that they played, they actually lost. Even though they were first in the DPC for a long time, they lost to the team that ended up last. They lost 0-2 to them, and then they lost in a tiebreaker versus T1, in which they didn't really look convincing at all. So I'm expecting them to step it up at the international event, because TNC has always been this LAN team that really shines on the majors, minors.
Absolutely. In perpetuity, they have always done really well when they are together in an environment. I'm interested in these spirit bands here. They are terrified of that mobility. I guess it makes a lot of sense, leaning into Puck's strengths, but is there any particular reason you want to knock out almost every spirit, brother?
No, I don't see it as... Obviously, if Vici Gaming banned them out, they understand why they're doing it.
Right.
I don't see it that much versus Puck, as he's always been this hero that works well against Void Spirit, against Ember Spirit. Ember, however, does pretty alright versus him at the moment. Like in the lane with Turbo Corrosion and whatnot, you can win that lane versus Puck and then make his life a little bit harder with a couple of rotations. And Puck right now, he itemizes a bit more greedily, like that Witchblade and whatnot, so it does give a lot of space for these spirits to move around the map in a way in which they don't need anything. They just need that level 6 their online.
True that. I good to see Ursa banned out, another popular hero at the event. Very good one. You know what I miss? Omni Ursas. That used to be the thing, First pick Ursa Omni, run at Rax at 20
Was that ever a thing?
It was. It really was.
Omni Ursa? I don't know. Maybe some...
Maybe it is, Brad.
Shut up, Stever.
Sorry. We got Lion coming out.
Why do you apologize?
Sorry. Hey, Hey, look at
Super
that.
popular. That's the only spirit that was remaining with the Storm actually as well. So there's 2 spirits remaining.
There are some good things here for Vici Gaming and for TNC. For Vici Gaming, there's an abundance of this magic damage, Earth Spirit and Ancient. They can kill off any one of these 3 heroes on the map once they hit level 6. For TNC, however, what's really good is they got the ultimate position 4 versus Puck. Like you get this Lion with the instant hex, Impale afterwards, probably the best hero to catch either one of the spirits or the Puck, which are played on mid.
So, question for you, Lizard. I remember a couple patches ago, Lion was one of the worst heroes. Like, nobody picked Lion. It was Garbo tier. Maybe just PPD was the only Lion picker. And now he's like top tier. What changed?
Just one patch after another. He got a buff after buff after buff. His mana drain got buffed up. Now even after the major, he actually got a buff. He was picked every single game, and after the major, he just got
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So far, I
he
think
won like one. Today was one of those.
I think before last series with Liquid, he had won 0 games so far. So interesting, because it feels like every team has a tiny player these days, and they're all practicing like crazy.
10 seconds remaining.
Events where it's just like, yeah, I get it.
Well, and this tiny as well, I feel like you gotta go for the support geo of Enchantress Lion. So this is support tiny.
This is mid lane tiny.
Yeah.
We've seen in SCA actually a couple of safe lane tinies, but they still play it as a playmaker. You still go for the same build with the Blink Dagger, and then you transition maybe into an Echo Saber, BKB, Yules, whatever. But you play the playmaking role, and then on the mid lane you have some sort of a strong position 1, let's put it that way.
So tiny is played as 1?
He's played as 1, but he's a playmaker. He's really a tool. He's played from the safe lane. But here, I think he's definitely mid lane, because you need a hero that does better versus the Timbersaw, and he doesn't really shy away from a Puck lane. He's good versus him.
And but there's one big thing here. On the side of Vici Gaming, you got the Timbersaw, who's going to be having a good time on the lane by himself, because Earth Spirit, we're going to see PYW roam with that, right? He's going to make a big impact on that mid lane as well. So it kind of makes Tiny's life a little
I'm sure our NA connoisseur here has seen.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Own that lane for the first couple of levels, and maybe Timbersaw doesn't get a good start, which is pretty rare right now with the kind of drafts people do. They're usually more reserved, looking for more mid-game to late-game stuff, but I mean, you're a Timbersaw against a Mars, a Lion, an Enchantress. These guys can really bully you at level 1 and level 2 and slow you down.
I'm not quite sure for TNC where they will put the Lion and the Enchantress. I actually wouldn't mind seeing Enchantress on the offlane with Mars versus the AA. I think that's pretty strong of a lane, and then Lion on the safe lane +1 versus the Timber. Just mana drain him, Impale mana drain, and play it off that way. You won't really be pressuring him that hard with Tench anyway.
True.
But it completely depends on what your carry is for TNC.
10 seconds remaining.
Anti-mage ban. When's the last time you saw that?
We saw picked earlier today it was Ame Anti-Mage. They did pretty okay. They got a win out of that one with the split push that came out with that.
Pretty okay. That's pretty hype.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty okay. Pretty good.
You really sold it, Shimmer.
I mean, it was an Anti-Mage. It wasn't the most exciting thing ever, but it worked.
True. There's only people out there watching that are like, oh my god, AniMajor are AniMajor players.
Yes, exactly.
Jesus.
Let's see for
all right, that's Medusa. We saw Medusa fall off a little bit.
I think it's also a steal pick from TNC because they've been playing it, and it would have been a decent Medusa game, even though there is a ton of magic damage coming from Vici.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
This is gonna be Poyo playing a new hero this major. We have
no Spectre, no Wraith King, no Void.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna play the Medusa, so it's like we haven't seen him play that yet.
What I tell you, man, Vici, they love switching it up when the time comes. And they've purchased the Suns fan announcer pack there, which is pretty hype. Thank you for that again. Yeah, Medusa is an interesting pick. And Drow Ranger coming out.
Actually, this is very good from TNC.
Okay.
I like the Drow quite a bit. The only problem is it can be crushed in the laning stage, and if that does happen, then it truly doesn't matter. Medusa will find her farm, they'll step up the tempo, and they'll win the game before the Drow is ever a problem. But this hero can actually deal with the Medusa.
I guess, but I mean, this has to be a lore-accurate Drow Ranger. She needs to be hiding in the woods, barely ever to be seen. How does she survive against a
Earth Spirit,
an Earth Spirit, you know, Iceman, and a Timbersaw?
Iceman?
Yeah, you know, the Iceman, whatever his name is.
Definitely.
The Iceman.
But at any rate, it's gonna be rough. They're gonna, I don't know how they play defensively, like protect this Drow with an Earth Spirit running at her from second
You have the Mars, right? And the arena and whatnot, and Team Armel with the Tiny has to be doing a lot of work. He has to be aggressive, but I completely agree with you. It's not an easy game for the Drow Ranger, and that's the difference, right? Medusa, she's kind of fine. She has that ulti. She's tanky. Drow isn't. I've seen a couple of teams try the Sniper, try the Drow. I've seen it work a couple of times, but it is very difficult to do.
Earlier today, when we saw TNC play the first game, so the new guys on the side of TNC are Bok and Boomy, right? They haven't gone to that many lands. I believe this is their first Valve online international event, and I feel like this game for TNC, there's a lot of pressure on Bok's mind, and we're gonna see if he can deal with that pressure or not. I feel like this is kind of like a test for him. Is it fair to say that Mars got a lot of pressure because he's the one that has to protect the Drow?
100%, especially because this Mars has been, as a hero, has been doing so well in the major, and now you give it to him, and he's like, okay, I really need to step up and make him work, or I'll look bad, because I know it's not the hero, right?
Yeah. So who do we favor?
I still have to favor Vici Gaming.
Okay.
Okay, that's a lot of Vici. I think they're really good. I'll stick with Vici as well.
All right, fair enough. We're gonna find out if TNC can prove them wrong. Now let's head over to Cap and VSJ to find out if they can.
Yes, thank you. We heard from the panel, are all back in Vici, and even Bane himself stepping in and saying that he really likes Vici Gaming's draft. Hello there. That's I don't know why you wear that mask.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was more likely to happen this series, was to see TNC take a game off Vici or to see Slacks with hair. Both are
glorious sight.
Yes, it is. So one of those has already happened, fortunately enough. It's just a whole new look on him. I don't even know what to say. Breathtaking. The mask definitely distracted a little bit. But Vici, we saw him last series. They've looked really solid, and TNC not looking terrible, but definitely a rung down on my ladder, at least.
Yeah, Vici Gaming definitely coming into this, I feel like for most people who have watched the series of these two teams go on, that this is going to be your favored team, and it's a question of whether or not TNC can provide the upset. Of course, Southeast Asia in general, but the TNC franchise specifically have history with being able to provide upsets. What do you think about this last pickup, though? The Drow Ranger versus the Medusa. I've heard about this matchup specifically for this major. What do you think?
I'm a bit concerned about getting to the point where Drow will capitalize on the favorable 1-to-1 carry matchup. Okay. I personally don't like playing Drow into Puck because you are a hero that gets coiled and almost certainly dies. They don't have a save. They don't have like a Oracle or a Wyvern, something to keep you alive when you get coiled. And then they also have the Earth Spirit to break the coil, so your chances of standing still are not so hot. And so once he gets a BKB, it's different. Once he gets like Dragonlance, Yasha, BKB, I like the Drow pick. But if they're so far behind at that point that it doesn't matter, that's what I'm a bit concerned about. The Timbersaw in lane, quite nice against you. The reactive armor stacks at all stages, super effective against the early low damage output from Drow, and then against the ultimate armor piercing that only pierces the base armor. You're gonna have this Timbersaw up in your face, and Timbersaw's not that great at killing you, but if Drow has somebody within that 400 range of her ultimate, she's not doing any damage herself.
Now, what do you think about the little bonus that Drow got for these sort of matchups, the shard? that they gave in. I'm seeing a lot more people experiment with the hyperthermia. It's specifically good against these strength heroes or anybody who has innate regen.
He will definitely be getting it this game, whether or not it's from Roche or whether or not it's having to buy it the old-fashioned way. But Drow, I think that it's a hard item to fit in because you don't exactly flash farm, and all of Drow's items are so cost-effective and also so necessary. You know, you talk about the cheap Yasha or cheap agility items like the Yasha, the Dragon Lance. These are all about the same price as the Ag Shard. So couple that with the mediocre farming rate, it's just hard to fit it in. So usually you need 3 solid items yourself, so you can't like rush it. You're not like, oh, it's 20 minutes, time to get that Ag Shard. But against the Timber, that heal reduction will be quite nice. It does speed up your farm too. There's a lot of
the AoE clear afterwards.
Yeah, but it makes your multi-shot 100% clear a creep wave.
Yeah.
I like Drow. She's one of my favorite heroes. She's just tough to make work in the current patch. I think she has to be almost always an absolute last pick, picked against specifically Medusa or Terrorblade. I think are 2 good carry matchups.
Yeah.
Really nice hero for doing exactly what you just saw there. You want a 5 that wants to be aggressive. You're not picking Drow Warlock, for instance. You know what I mean? You're picking Drow plus support that stands on the side of the lane, constantly threatening, and anytime the enemy support tries to trade with your support, quickly gander on over there and offer up either right clicks or the multi-shot. So they're doing a good job of capitalizing on it so far. Timber, no early stacks now.
First Blood is a great way to be able to start things off for this Drow Ranger. Simultaneously, we do have the Medusa matched up against the Mars in the bottom lane. They're going to get a secondary kill here. PYW just not respecting this multi-shot enough from TNC. There's a big creep wave is coming in back over to the bottom lane. We're going to watch this Ancient Apparition fall as TNC continue to find little openings here in the laning phase. 3-0 in 3 minutes. This is a very nice start for them.
Like I said, the Drow's going to get off to a really good start.
Yeah.
It is going to get worse as Old 11 gets levels up in that reactive armor. He's got so many stat items, though. These early kills allow you to go double Wraithband Wand, pretty much all-inning the lane. Drow does capitalize on offlaners that spam spells. Timbersaw usually has to spam that Timber Chain in order to get those last hits because Drow turns mana into a lot of damage. Oh, yo.
Taking a few hits here. Nothing major, but it's the mid lane that is not going so well for TNC. It's going well in CS, just Armel is currently being pressured a lot by DY and Ori. Nice dodge to the phase shift there. What is this gigantic creep wave that's coming into Bogarino? And Tim's are going to be happy with collecting all this CS. So his 12-5 right now is a bit deceptive. He's definitely doing better than the Timbersaw. He's going to be scared away by the cold feet, so he'll miss 1 or 2 CS as a result of this, maybe 3.
This is actually a really cool move from DY. So when your core has a ton of creeps, you don't necessarily have to be babysitting them because the opponent's deterred from being aggressive, right? They don't want to fight into that many creeps. They'll take a lot of damage even if you're not fighting back. So he rotates towards mid, helps Puck pressure the Tiny out of lane a bit, helps secure the bounty rune, and then by the time this massive creep wave is pushing in the tower, then rotates back bottom and gets that cold feet off, making it so Bach can't get quite all the CS that he wants to get. So just really efficient movement on a hero like Ancient Apparition. And just as I say that, this mid laner that he set up perfectly for success just dies. So
yeah, that is a huge kill. Old 11, he's actually had to get a kill himself, but Boomy does manage to sidestep the Timber Chain on in, gets a healing salve off. Yeah, 4-0 now. I mean, that Puck lane, they were beginning to pressure the Tiny. I was a little bit afraid of Armel going down at some point in time, maybe to PYW's rotation, but instead he gets the kill, and so he continues to dominate in CS. 27-6 now for him, and look at this. Even Old 11 is in some trouble here as they manage to find him stuck in the trees, and the Drow will continue to pepper him away until he dies.
Huge rotation. The third point in reactive armor is usually what puts you over that critical threshold of being brought down by the Drow anymore. And it's these like small windows. Timbersaw is all about these. So if Drow gets level 6 before he gets level 5, by the time he's level 5, it's still not going to be enough because of the extra bonus damage on those autos. So now this kill that is no longer on the Earth Spear, right? The Earth Spear kills accelerated the Drow, and this is huge. On the other side, if they can get the kill on Gabby, then we're leveling the playing field, but really good disengage. Cool distribution of resources coming out from TNC. The quick rotation from the Lion, and then the swap of the lanes where Enchantress looks like he's heading towards bottom.
So we were talking to AUI backstage, and I was watching the draft with
He's a TI winner, yeah.
TNC not respecting the Ancient Apparition. Maybe they should. And, you know, I think this hero is so strong right now, but the one downside of it is that if you pair it up with the right heroes, it's good laner. There are certain heroes that it does not lane well with. And as a result, I mean, they don't really need to be bottom lane. It's Mars against Ancient Apparition Medusa. Like, they don't have no kill threat against you.
Yeah, so even though, because of that, Mars is still losing the lane in terms of CS, but we've seen some of these offlaners on Poverty Island, you know, they like, this is not the case for him. He's getting everything he needs, and that's good. More levels for him, and he's perfectly content with this. And he knows if my support leaves at this level, that he's getting something done elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Like all this rotation that's happening right now with the Lion is purely because BO2 doesn't really have anything too scared, and as a result, they are now potentially finding yet another kill in this top lane. The multi-shot is off the mark, though. PYW is going to roll back in to be able to claim the kill onto Tim's, and Gabby is a little bit too scared for his life here. Boomy comes in from behind and looks to be able to put collect to BYW. Will fall eventually here in the drow. Well, can go back to farming if she wishes. Oh, she actually had a TP back to base. Never mind.
Here's the issue with this matchup is that Timbersaw collapses the map really quickly, and no matter how well the lane goes, you're seeing exactly what is happening to the drow. Like, Timbersaw's kit innately counters yours. So you win the lane, you got a full level advantage, couple kills, good CS, and you're still booted out of lane. The second Timbersaw gets 6 because now he suddenly has that kill threat on you. And because he's putting himself up in your face continuously, you don't have the return threat on him. And Old 11 should be running rampant in the top half of the map. I'm just concerned of what Drow does now. Is he going to look to recover mid? When I say recover, find farm mid, as well as maybe clear some Ancients here and there? Or is he going to look to link up with the Mars and take some objectives on the back of the kill threat of his offlaner?
What do you think he should do? Considering the fact that he's got Armel, so if he takes mid lane, then Armel as the Tiny can move around.
One of them should go bottom.
Okay.
Are they going to prioritize the Drow's farm, or are they going to prioritize the Tiny getting that Blink Dagger?
Yeah, they're currently hitting that bottom tier 1 tower, knowing that the Medusa has vacated lane and chosen to go to the Timbersaw's lane, so they're pretty much mirroring each other right now. You can see the Earth Spirit is setting up, though, so I think Vici Gaming are very likely to defend this with the Timbersaw, and here he is. Old 11 shows up.
Really clean rotations from VG.
Yeah.
Medusa gets out of danger zone. They clearly recognize the dead lane as they're putting their most durable hero here, and the one that you prioritize the least out of all the cores for farm.
Yeah, it definitely feels like TNC needed to be able to move faster to either pressure the safe lane tower or the mid tower, right? Like something, they needed to be able to get a little bit more threat there out on the board while Medusa was chipping away at top.
I actually think this is Gabby's fault. I'm going to straight up flame him here because I've made the same mistake a bajillion times. I think him TPing back to base there when Old 11 was running at him is such a huge mistake if you compare it to just TPing bottom. You know, because he went there anyways, and you're spending that extra 20 to 30 seconds walking on a base Drow, pretty low base movement speed hero. Guess what happened in that 20 or 30 seconds? Your top tower went down, and in return, you were supposed to take that trade. But now there's a Timbersaw just planting himself there, and because you missed that small window against a hero like Timbersaw that's so good at planting himself in front of that tower, you're not going to get it.
Yeah. So they're just forever going to have an advantage when it comes to map control.
Pretty much.
Wow. At least until they have the power to deal with this Timbersaw. When do they have the power to deal with Timbersaw? Looking at these heroes.
Any Spirit Vessels coming out? Let me check around here. Not on Enchantress, no. Mars, no. I actually don't know. Really, none of their heroes are that great individually. I think it's going to be a matter of like a Tiny Blink and a Lion Finger 4-man, 5-man gank that they just throw everything at him.
It's going to require a lot for sure. As Tim's going to show up, just him and the Mars. Okay, TP rotations are coming in. Nice silence. He's trying to stop BO2 from being able to get some sort of play. BO2 is actually going to go for the Earth Spirit instead, while keeping Old 11 kind of chained away by the arena. Fortunately, he's able to find a Timber chain away to the side. He gets a bit of distance here and should be fine. Okay, the Avalanche canceling one of those here. Armel looking for the toss back. Volk starts backing himself away. They manage to get the gust afterwards. Timber chain is still going to happen here, but a spear interrupts. Tim's, he's now finally here, and they actually don't need the finger. They just need everybody on TNC to show up.
They had to do it, so that's good for them. I think, I thought they needed finger. It looks like Old 11 had some similar impression there, and they brought him down. Now they have finger to potentially kill him again. That's the best part about not having to use it there. Yeah. I don't think Old 11 feels content or feels comfortable.
What's cool about that, they made that play in time with the Siege Wagon push, right? So now it means this push is so much more effective at being able to pressure the tier 1 tower. They may not be able to get it though. Charge on out. Immediately going for the Drow Ranger. They're going to be able to get the coil onto the 2 of them. After the Drow's dead, the Mars is going to be coming up next. And TNC, the rest of the supports have already moved away. Fortunately, Boke did manage to read the fact they were out of stuns, so he managed to TP away successfully. Good on him.
Airspeed only has 1 point in the Rolling Boulder. So still, that's usually a hero you cannot TP away from the Earth Spirit because of how low cooldown the Rolling Boulder is, but that needs to still be level 3 or 4 before that becomes a concern. Right. As Armel, what's his blink timing looking like? 700 gold. It's not the most amazing Blink Dagger game. It's more so about screwing over the Puck. Both Timber and Medusa aren't exactly juicy targets for him. Yeah. But Puck, on the other hand, that's why we see Tiny often picked against it.
And if they can consistently deal with the Puck, then, I mean, these other heroes, they don't really rotate, right? Timbersaw and Medusa operate in the same kind of field, right? They both love standing in front of towers and hitting creeps because they're so threatened, but they don't move around and make things happen necessarily.
And they still have the tower bottom, and they're
there's the finger, and it's used to kill Old 11 again, just like you were talking about. Now they can finish up the tier 1 tower. TNC are really understanding what is strong about Vici Gaming right now and countering it appropriately. And let's watch Armel try and get this initiation on. Ori misses out and is going to potentially, he's definitely dead. The Ice Blast is coming in. He's still stuck inside the coil. The shots are going to come in from Ori on the high ground, and he dies. Just we begin to praise them for their nice moves. Looks like a bit of a blunder by them in the mid lane as Vici Gaming take 2 kills, and now they're going to hit the mid tier 1.
Yeah, it was absolutely paramount that TNC leveled the objective field, and because they dedicated so many resources to bottom Vici, similar to what they did to Liquid, just punishes a bit of overgreed in terms of distribution of the map.
Cold feet, slowed down. Boke trying to have a hard time getting away, but he is going to be planted down. The Gust, though, the multi-shot, that's enough to be able to kill Ori. So they actually trade out here. Armel tossed him onto BY, and Gabby uses that positioning to now attack BYW. Fortunately, he's able to roll away before the Avalanche comes in. A 1-for-2 trade-off. They did lose their all-important mid-tower, though. So Vici Gaming, I'm not sure if they're happy with that fight, but they did get a big objective.
I wonder if Medusa is one of those cores that you elect to give the tome to now, because we saw the weakness of that level 15 to 20 weak timing that used to be so strong.
Get punished. He missed a sentry. He laid a sentry. He laid his own sentry to be able to open up the ancient camp, and
it's on the top
missed
left. That's why you plant it in the middle of the camp and then deny it.
Yeah. He was being lazy.
Cores dewarding
Okay, well, you got it now.
That's what supports are for.
Yeah, so essentially just lost 75 gold. But, you know, it's support gold, so nobody cares. 50 gold, you're right.
You're the support here. Yeah, I'm the core. How do you not know that?
You know, it's just these damn patches, they change too much. Armel catches him before he can phase shift, and Ori dies again. Armel continuing to address the opposing mid laner of Vici Gaming. Tims is probably going to lose his life for this one, though. The Chakram coming out. The arena is actually going to keep him away. It bounces back Old 11, and now he's trapped. Tims coming back in for additional disables. He says, remember me? I've got your number, buddy. 3 dead on the side of Vici Gaming, and TNC winning a mid lane fight.
That's a Vici not respecting the way TNC's lineup plays. Maybe they're unfamiliar with playing with Drow, a bit rusty, because the way Drow works is she's going to sit in her triangle farming at this stage in the game once some of the towers have been taken, and she's so strong at helping in the mid-game fights if her teammates are the ones that are starting it, that you can't go for that bottom rune, because that's the bread and butter. TNC is going to be there, and they're like, that's exactly where they want their fights to be taken. So Drow, you saw how much damage he outputs if he's not getting the focus put on him.
Yeah. I love this from Boomy. You're talking about the way Taiga plays on the Enchantress, right? Just kind of like going in headlong constantly. He's doing something similar. He's constantly messing with this Medusa in the triangle because he's one of the few supports that can. He's so durable. He just keeps on walking up, keeps on throwing down wards, blocking out the Ancients, and now they're finally going to go for him. The Ice Blast is going to stop his impetus, and they probably do have the damage now, but honestly, he did get a decent amount done there during that period of time.
Medusa would rather be killing an Ancient Camp than killing that Enchantress.
Yeah. How much an Ancient Camp? Do you happen to know?
It's about 200 gold.
Yeah, 200 gold.
It's the fact that you have a support like splitting it with you, and
yeah,
then
exactly.
It's like not a guaranteed thing. He might have missed 2 Ancient Camps for all we know, based on how long he's been getting interfered with.
Or an Ancient and a hard camp.
True,
I mean, those camps are blocked out right now, so they're not going to spawn for a 16-minute mark. So he definitely missed out on at least one, now probably 2. Tossed back. They do have the finger ready to go from the line, and with Gabby here, they certainly have a dead Timbersaw on their hands. They quickly dispatch with him and get their 15th kill of the game. Maybe the 16th. Nope, silence comes out from Ori first. Catching the Mars. Now looking to jump away. Turns around and has to coil because he knows he was going to be slowed by the enchant, and the potential of Mars catching up to him means he had to play it safe.
We're going to see if Drow is a viable hero in this patch, because this is exactly the recipe for success the hero needs. Get off to a decent start, be able to participate in some mid-game fights while the opponent carry is still working to get those early items, and you've got a good carry matchup. Your #1 net worth at 17 minutes.
I'm going to tell you, Brian, I think it will. I think it's going to prove to be viable. I think it's the answer, Medusa. And like you were talking about, it's going to be picked up specifically against 2 heroes, Medusa and Terrorblade.
And with all these Spectres in the world, it's just so hard to fit Drow into the draft.
Yeah, it's definitely a carry that you kind of have the last pick, or at least close enough to it.
Yeah, I've been PL'd about 50 times too many. Pretty sure half my Drow losses on my main account.
Yeah.
Or PLs.
Yeah,
or Spectres.
Right.
Yeah, she's such a fun carry because you kind of get that glass cannon feel, but it's all on the right clicks. So instead of having a couple spells you're throwing out like a support is, you're literally 3-shotting people as long as you're positioned correctly. It's got the crucial items up, the Manta Dragonlance. I was talking about Yasha Dragonlance and a BKB, but that was under the assumption that he would not be #1 net worth at 18 minutes into the game. So he's been able to delay that BKB a bit longer for the luxurious Manta style that the start of this patch, 7.29, I was thinking Drow was giving me some hot stuff. One of the many range, I'd say actually few ranged agility carries that really likes that lower cooldown on the Manta that they buffed. It went from 45 seconds to 30 on ranged heroes, really speeding up the farm. Medusa seemed like the primary beneficiary of that, but Drow, same idea, just more situational.
So I have a mechanics question for you. As soon as we watch PYW, is he going to be saved here by the puck? Ori's coming in. Armel's also here, though. The coil's going to go out. They're going to throw everything they have on the Lion, and they're going to be able to jump away from this Tiny. Ori jumps to his orb, and PYW rolls away.
Mechanics question.
Multi-shot. Is it affected by Dragonlance? It has this line that says, can we hover over it? It says something weird, like attack range multiplier 2. And I was like, what does that mean?
You know what? I'm not going to confidently answer that. Okay. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. You know, I said no. I should probably Google this after the game, because I play a lot of Drow, and
don't Google it, because I looked at the Wikipedia and it doesn't say anything about it. So
really,
yeah.
I would have to test
you would have
to
test it. Yeah.
Okay, I will do that.
And I was too lazy at the time to test it.
Remind me at the end of the game.
Vici Gaming trying to catch, and they do manage to kill this Timbersaw, but the puck is in trouble. Oh, they're rolling from PYW. That just bails out Ori, as he was certainly going to get tossed on, but Armel is interrupted by the support of Vici Gaming, saves his core's life. They manage to kill 2 on the side of TNC. Vici Gaming, he may be down in kills, but net worth is rather even in this game.
Yeah, they don't seem like the most powerful team, Vici, from like the 10 to 15 mark. In Liquid series, they didn't look all that convincing, but right around this point, just the map decision-making, they get that first round of items. They definitely look like they got the upper hand strategically. It's noticeable. every single game they've played. In the games that they were about even, they broke open a serious lead. Games that they were behind, they clawed their way back in right around now. Medusa is level 15. Looking at going Scotty before the Ags. I like that idea because that Ags timing is just not nearly as potent. We saw it last series. I feel like maybe Mickey didn't quite adjust to the new meta, that the delay on the mana on the Mystic Stake talent, as well as the reduction of the stun duration on the Ags. So you can still go it later. It's still very...
Oh, they had a sentry laid down.
That's a lot of heroes.
Oh, he was like, haha, I broke a smoke, but instead, TNC pops a sentry on their way up there. Immediately spot the puck, immediately disable him. They're going to get not just the puck, but also the Earth Spirit, and maybe even Roshan for themselves.
Shouldn't he kind of know that's there, since those camps have been blocked for like 4 minutes from those sentries?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just saying, maybe they thought somebody else farmed it since they were all playing bottom for a little while.
At the same time, they did open up the medium camp. Can we see where that sentry was? Did he drop it to block the camp? Yeah. Oh no, it was still there. You're right.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same sentry. What happened was he blocked all the camps. They came and dewarded all of them and killed them, and then he walked back and did it again. So I guess they didn't expect that, or maybe since they cleared the ancient camp, they think it's fine. But at this point, this is so annoying.
Oh, he almost got away from that. The coil hits and he snaps it himself off of the force, but they still have a lot of damage problems when it comes to this Enchantress.
You were going to say a lot of damage. You were going to say a lot of damage.
Oh, dear.
You added that word problems at the end there.
A lot of damage problems.
That was clever. That was clever.
I wasn't sure where I was going. I have a lot of, and I was like, how do I finish this sentence? Damage problems.
Yeah, that was really good because you set yourself up to address whatever does end up happening.
Yeah.
I prefer to make predictions that I can justify either way. That usually works out well for me.
Yeah, it's like the opposite strategy of Kyle. He doesn't know what's going on, but just full on
commits one way or the other.
One way or another, and is either incredibly right or terribly, terribly wrong. Setting up here with an Aegis. What does TNC do during this timing? At the same time, you now have the Scotty complete for the Medusa, and that is a huge upgrade for her, and she is not that far behind the Drown when it comes to net worth. They're pretty neck and neck. Gabby completing the BKB.
Yeah, I do not know how the Drow Medusa matchup plays this patch. I just don't.
They're setting up. They're actually going to try and fight this one. Vici Gaming smoked on in. They're going to break onto the Enchantress here for the roll in. PYW with the coil on top of that. They managed to catch 2 nice heroes, but at the same time, they're struggling to be able to burst him down. Mars got his full assault out before he finally falls. A 1-for-2 exchange, but Gabby, because of the Scotty, has to get out of here, but he's not going to be able to. He runs out of the BKB charge, and now on his second life, he's surrounded by 4 heroes. There's no way out of this one, right? Armel sitting on the side, looking for a way to be able to help him out. He tosses away the Timber Saw, but ultimately that may cost him his life. No, he gets the TP away. He's going to be good. Boomy, are you good as well? Still has a 4 staff. He wants to try and go back up the high ground here. Goes for it. TP's away. No stuns. He's out, but Vici Gaming was right. They made the read. It said an Aegis on Drow Ranger. That doesn't matter if we win the first part of the team fight.
That's the thing about Drow. She's 100% feast or famine in regards to damage output. You're either on top of her and she's doing literally nothing, or she's sitting in the back killing everybody.
Which is weird, because Boomy positioned correctly. He did break the initial play. Like Timberson just kind of timber chained in. He read, okay, there's one hero here. You have to expect the rest of Vici Gaming is going to be not far behind, and yet they still got caught.
Okay, I'm starting to cut a little slack to Liquid here, because I'm seeing an exact recipe of mistakes coming out from TNC that I saw from Liquid against VG. So I'm going to call it the common factor of Vici being in the game. They seem to surprise these teams quite a lot with the fights they're choosing to take.
So you're saying, yeah, I was cool. So I was going to ask you, Vici Gaming, they keep on taking fights into that Radiant safe lane over and over.
Why is it working? Time to make a video.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you make a video, how about you tell us here live on the broadcast?
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I was critiquing Liquid because I'm a tier 4 caster, and I'm wondering. I see.
Come on, you got to be a little nice to yourself.
Well, I'm a
tier 3.
Okay, tier 3, maybe tier 3.5. So okay. So what I was thinking is like it's just generally bad for Radiant to take the fights bottom, and Liquid it kept going poorly, but Vici's clearly proving to us it's just not that simple.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't give you any reason behind it. My knowledge only goes so far. Flamethrower, haven't seen that in a while, even though it used to be a hot pickup on Timbersaw. Still nice. They nerfed it a bit, the cooldown as well as the slow duration over time.
As amplified a bit by the Kaya Sanj that he is currently rocking.
What a stupid, I mean, great item Sanj and Kaya is.
Yeah. You big fan?
Yeah, I actually love buying the item. I think Sanj and Yasha, Sanj and Kaya just feel like nice items for whoever you're buying them for, but they're definitely
the commonality there is Sanj.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Status
resistance. You know what? You know what's beautiful about status resistance? I think of it as somewhat of a BKB, and I don't have to push a button. That's the nice
Make
part.
a good argument. All you guys out there wondering how do I get out of insert rank here, trench? There you go.
Just to be clear,
buy items. You don't have to buy. You don't have to hit a button.
No, this is the perfect time for it. If you guys have been taking a break and this has been a problem for you in the past, Sanj and Kaya is not only good for not having to push a button, it's also one of the best items right now. So it is unironically a great pickup on most spellcasters in the game. Strength or int, or agi for that matter.
Yeah, just going. Sanj, Yasha.
It's been nerfed several times and it is still broken.
Yeah. That's because it's the only source of status resistance in the game, right? That you build, so.
25%.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's 1/4 cap.
That it is, Brian. That it is. 10 to 20, we're going to watch Boomy try and get away from Old 11 right here. Maybe that might actually be the exact reason. He was like, this Enchantress really annoying. Flamethrower might help with that. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some cooked deer. Gabby on the run right now. Ori and PYW force the BKB and TP out, but Vici Gaming not going to be too sad about that. They got a support Bake Off. They force out a BKB charge.
I think he guessed that he was uphill. Did he throw? Yeah, he threw out a coil, Ori did. He thought the Mars had walked up potentially and knew he was going for a TP, which is really cool awareness because Mars was immediately TPing, but he took the wrong 50-50. I respect those kind of plays because to a lot of viewers, they're probably like coil lol, but 50% of the time he just canceled the Mars TP.
Yeah, that just as easily could have been like, oh my God, what an amazing play. Let's go back. Look, he had no vision. He just had the game sense. And he did have the game sense, but as you said, took a gamble. And unfortunately, did not win out this time around, but it doesn't really seem to matter. It feels like TNC has lost a lot of their momentum.
I'm telling you, I think Drow's really hard to play in the puck. I think it's one of her worst matchups. It seems nice on paper that you have the silence, but I really like the itemization coming out from Ori. He got that BKB on the puck, and I'm seeing, is he queuing up the Axe? He's going for a Daedalus on the puck. I was thinking the Axe because at that point, what the hell does Drow do if he gets Axe coiled and a Medusa's running at him?
I mean, he's been BKB TPing out so many of the times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds like instead of making it so he can't move during the BKB, you just want to kill him during the BKB with the Daedalus. Did he take the right-click talent? He did take the phase shift attack.
Is there something about this matchup that you think the Medusa cannot be a solo carry in some regard? Do you feel like he needs to, the puck actually needs to help carry?
I think it's whenever your carry's in an unfavorable matchup, for whatever reason the matchup is unfavorable, it is important for the mid or off lane to look to scale in a way that alleviates that problem. So what we're seeing here is that Drow usually sits in the back. Medusa actually isn't a threat to Drow because Drow outranges her, so Puck is compensating by being a threat to the Drow. Now, earlier on, we saw the Spectre going for the Diffusal, and then we saw the DK going like Sanj and Yasha Satanic. Similar idea.
Spear back, jumping on a Timbersaw. Good idea, bad idea. We're about to see as he's managed to get away. Last shot, though, the arena comes out. He's held in place. The multi-shots, they're coming in. He can't
Stop running into the wall.
Arena. He just keeps on bumping into it. He's, get me out of here, get me out of here.
He was probably going to die anyway, but that looked awfully bad.
Yeah. You know what it was? He saw those multi-shots coming in. He's, no.
Man, it's like those horror movies where the room is collapsing on you. And
oh god.
Let me out.
The spikes. The spiked wall is coming out. 11-21, and finally TNC. They make a little bit of a play. I was going to ask you what their next timing was. Armel, Cod's trying to go for bounty runes here. Force pop his BKB. He actually tosses the Medusa over. And the Medusa, I think he's happy with this position because they're on top of Gabby right now. With the last second of BKB, he's going to go for the TP out. He does manage to make it, but Armel is still here in the triangle. Same spot he's been for the last 10 seconds since he's just been kited to hell. And who has the gem, by the way?
It's a Sentry. To de-ward the Sentry earlier.
No, sorry, I meant somebody has a gem. I saw it in an inventory. Oh, DY. Is that his? I can't actually see if it's his because the
ownership
overlay
thing. Let's see. It doesn't say it's somebody else's, so usually that means so it's his.
Yeah. Hex onto the puck and a TP away. I believe. Okay, you're good. You're good.
Never mind. He went for the Ags. I respect that. I think it's really important.
Well, had to use the arena to keep Poyoyo away from him in order to get that Scotty debuff off so that we can run away a little bit better. Also had to use BKB. So is there a timing? Like TNC, good momentum, all of a sudden one bad team fight, and then it feels like for the last like 7 minutes or so, I would say they've been on the back foot. Is there a timing that the game turns back to their favor?
It's not a timing thing, it's an opportunity thing. You just gotta hope Vici, it's really the puck just getting caught with her pants down. I don't know if puck can wear pants based on her anatomy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's like those talks of a dog wore pants. How would it wear it? Would it wear in the back 2 legs, or would it wear on the 4 and just cover up the underbelly? Oh, the 11 is in some deep play right now, getting on top of Gabby. They're going to toss him away over to Tim's on the side. PYW's going to follow up this initiation, though. They're going to go for the Mars, who still doesn't have his BKB up. The BKB going off from the Drow, but he actually got Stone Gaze, and now the Ice Blast is trying to get away from the clips him ever so barely, and just a little bit of damage, and he dies. He's going to actually finger of death return fire onto PYW here as Armel pops a BKB and looks to just slowly run away. Poyoyo pursuing with a blink dagger. He's trying to make sure nobody gets away, but it is maybe a dieback here from Bo because he actually pops BKB and Arena to make sure he stays alive back inside of his base. Armel managed to execute the Earth Spirit at least, but Vici Gaming.
And this is why this game right here is a perfect example of when people ask the question, does this carry out-carry this carry?
Yeah, okay.
Because Dota just doesn't work like that. Drow in a vacuum will out-carry a Medusa, but there's 8 other heroes in the game. And you can see Gabby, because of the Earth Spirit puck and Timber constantly up in his face, he's not hitting anybody. He is doing literally 0 damage in these fights, and there's not much he can do about it as this game moves forward. They're getting an Aegis on the side of Vici to make matters even worse. Is that an Ags or a Refresher? That's a free Ags from Medusa. That is a yikes. Oh no, it's just an Ag Shard. It's only the second Aegis. I saw it drop, and I guess it's just the Ag Shard. So he now has the Cold-Blooded.
Okay, so that is going to stop or help deal with the disables of Lion. I guess Tiny Toss is
no, I don't think Toss counts.
Okay.
It doesn't get blocked by Lincoln, so I assume it doesn't count. It does get reflected by Lotus Orb, though.
That is interesting.
Weird spell.
So what is TNC doing? Like, is TNC doing something wrong here? Are they not being active enough in initiating and starting the team fights in the first place? It does feel like Vici has started most of these.
Yeah, it seems like Vici's drafts have this... They always scale better when it comes to engagements. We saw last game, the second Liquid lost momentum. VG, it just looks so straightforward. Like the second they get a slight net worth lead, and it seems like the same thing here. That's why we're seeing his hero pool for the carry to be Wraith Kings, Medusas, Spectres. Same idea.
Puck is the counter, and he's right now trying to counter. They actually kick him out of the Ice Blast, and he pops the BKB, finally free of the coil, running away. Is the Puck going to pursue? He's not going to jump to the orb, but he does have a haste rune. He does have the Blink Dagger, and he may still try and jump. They kill the Enchantress for now, and they say, that's good enough.
It's like, you're saving the Drow, but now what? You can't punish the lack of coil because the BKB cooldown's the same time.
Okay, so I was going to hypothesize to you that the big problem for TNC is that this Timbersaw is starting so many of the fights. He's literally just rolling on in, and he's like, deal with me, and TNC's like, we can't. They've got Silver Edge now for the Mars.
Okay.
They now have Hypothermia for the Drought, did pick up the Shard. So they now have 2 different ways to be able to answer the Timbersaw better. Is that good enough? Is that going to help change the game enough?
That's the only... I would more so look at it as that is the only way they can change the game. I think their idea of the way to alter the status quo is correct. It is incredibly difficult to have that situation get set up the way that you're envisioning it. But if...
So it's not the best option. It is not a good option, but it's the only option.
Yeah, and that's what you should play for. That's what Dota's all about. Yeah, I think a lot of players that play, like people at home, they get this idea that when games are hard, you don't feel comfortable going for a crappy solution. But if it's the only one, then you just gotta go for it. Why not? Do you see the lines? What if I have 100 different choices, even if all of them are bad, if I think one of them's 5% to work and the other ones are 0, might as well go for the 5%, because yes, they're definitely in a rough spot now. Medusa, any team with a Medusa on it, 15k net worth lead, you're always feeling good for that squad, as Puck did go for that Axe, but now is going for the Daedalus. And the emphasis here is it's not just the Medusa. When we look at the net worth, the fit 16,000, it's not some Medusa up in her own world. It's second in the game is Timber, and fourth is the Puck.
Oh, almost dying there, but does manage to jump away just in time. PYW is in pretty deep here. They managed to get the coil onto 2. They throw out the finger of death, but they are currently gazed up, and Poyoyo is going to continue to move forward with this Swift Blink, dishing out the damage, but now he's a little bit isolated. He's running out of mana. They can actually deal with this first life relatively easily. The Puck's back in. Medusa about to revive. Meanwhile, Boke actually missed out on the spear on PYW. PYW gets away as a result of that one. The Puck has asked to jump away, though, and the Medusa is just being tossed in deeper and deeper. And then Gabby pushes him away. They bring down the Medusa. Vici Gaming overstepped themselves.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he was feeling himself a little bit too much with Po-Yo-Yo. He's got the Aegis, he's got the ult going. He's like, guys, let's get him. Swift Blink in. And suddenly, Tiny just zoning the rest of the team, or excuse me, the Mars zoning the rest of the team in the back. Medusa turns around and, does the Jenkins, where are you guys? What are you doing over there?
They're all farming hard camps.
That is most likely what they would be doing. That is exactly what they have to do. If VG is all together and protecting each other, the Medusa saving with the Stone Gaze, Timbersaw just zoning people away, they don't have the damage to focus all targets down. But
time to get this momentum going. They got the pick off. Let's just keep it going. But unfortunately, they didn't have enough heroes there to be able to catch Old 11. They still have 45 seconds in which the Medusa does not have a buyback. They probably don't know that because it's gold-based, but still.
Fresh BKB Tiny too.
Either way, TNC, even if they do have buyback on Medusa, you want to try and force it, right?
You have to get something. Park yourselves up on the triangle. The thing is, I don't even know if you could hold it, is kind of the problem. Timbersaw just timber chains up into you.
Backdoor tier 1 maybe. It's a little bit extra gold for you. Got to get your tier 4 items as well.
Oh, Spell Prism's pretty nice. Roche just expired if Medusa still had it, so it's a minimum of 3 minutes before that spawns. I don't think TNC has the power to control the Roche area for that long. So sadly, they got all they could, but I don't know if it's enough to change the game. And Vici says, yes, we saw that you won that one fight, but I would agree it was a bit of a misexecution on their part, and let's run it back as a 3-man smoke.
If you're TNC, though, you can't just give up the map necessarily.
Absolutely.
Right? So what would you say, where would you be positioning right now if you were them?
It's a cascade of high grounds. It's their triangle, then your jungle, and then your triangle, and you say, based on our strength versus theirs, which one can we hold? And so it's funny, but the enemy jungle where they're going is actually the most passive option, because if you think about it, this is the exact route Vigi's going to take. They're just going to do the nice little circle around the map looking for you, because they want to
the last place in this big circle of a map. That is the last point that they're going to end up in. So it definitely says something about TNC, in which case they just do want to spend a bit of time farming right now.
This is really good discipline, though, because sometimes a lot of teams, they will win a fight like they did at their base, and suddenly they got this, like, you know, fire. Like,
oh, we're strong. Let's go.
Hell yeah. And then they just feed and lose the game instantly.
Yeah.
And I think TNC has correctly recognized who's the stronger fighters, and they have to catch them alone. Like, Old 11, he is alone right now. Are they going to...
They leading off. They're going to toss it back to Gabby. Gabby, missed out on the Gust. That wasn't quite what they wanted. Now they're realizing, okay, that was a bit of a bungling there. Let's go ahead and reset.
Shit happens, you know, just back off.
Well, they won't be able to do that so easily next time. Timbersaw now has BKB.
Yeah, it's much better than committing to the botched play. Toss is such a hard ability to follow up with directional-based spells.
Yeah.
It's not even Gabby's fault there. You're like, what side of me is he going to land on?
What is the mechanic on that?
I have absolutely no clue, and I probably should have looked that up because I've done that many times.
Yeah,
and I think it's specifically on Drow that I've experienced that the most, because she's one of the few carries with a, you know, direction-based spell.
Yeah, two of them now, right? Multi-shot and Gust.
True. It doesn't look nearly as bad if you miss the multi-shot, but the Gust. Just farming lulls out here, I think Gabby is.
Level 25 talent for Drow.
Did he take
what did he pick up?
Cooldown? Yeah, he took the cooldown reduction.
Yeah. So it's going to be
really good.
He's got the Ninja Stars.
Ninja
gear. Yeah, so he's going to be constantly smoked.
That's really good for his positioning in fights, but the minute he throws out a spell, they'll know where he is.
Found Boomy. The Force Staff will only take him so far. Small pickoff, but it is one that is going to last for 60 seconds. Roshan gone for a minute and 20, so TNC has the opportunity to still take a 5-on-5 for Roshan. Do you feel like that's a Rosh they have to contest?
I think they'd be better off fighting in their base, like I saw before. The problem is when you want to learn for yourself who's going to control the map in stages like this, think about if a Timbersaw or a Medusa shows in a creep wave. What is TNC going to do about it? Yeah. On the other hand, if Drow, Mars, or Tiny shows on a creep wave, they're just going to die.
Yeah.
So it allows the momentum of the waves to constantly be in favor of VG, and TNC has to just hug each other, as you see Old 11. Like, yeah, they don't know exactly where his team is. Yes, they have some idea that he's alone, but you have to...
Oh, he is really alone now. They actually, no! They toss him up, and they don't manage to get the spear onto the wall, and Old 11 gets off the BKB as a result. And look at that, with his level 25, he just ripped Armel apart with that whirling death. He actually is now coiled up, so he's not going anywhere. The BKB is going to fade out. Meanwhile, Timbersaw sticking on to Gabby. He's not letting him get away so easily. BYW is going to catch up. BKB, TP out, but they lost Armel, and Vici Gaming, Roshan's just about to spawn for them as well. So we'll see if they actually try and attempt to go high ground, see if they could force a buyback, or if they do the safer option of just roshing.
Puck has a timeless relic, so an extra 25% debuff duration. Coil with the Ags is 8 seconds, so I assume it does buff that up to 10 seconds.
Jeez.
That's actually insane.
That is pretty insane. Nice blast, giving a bit of vision there to the back line.
Yeah, let's just give Timbersaw some tower siege capabilities here.
Yeah. TNC not going to pull the trigger on the buyback of the Tiny, but at the same time, Vici Gaming aren't going to force it too hard. They simply just take the tier 3, and then they back up to go for Roshan. Now, TNC is moving outside of their base. A bit surprising to me.
There is an Ag Scepter in this Rosh.
DUI showing on the bottom wave. It's just a 5 position, but they are going to still try and contest this Roshan, but they realize it's too late. Spoke. Uh-oh, 2-man coil, managed to catch Boomy as well. They both snap it immediately. Lion, Earthspike totally whiffs, and these two are dead.
It's so easy for BG to execute these kills in comparison to what you saw TNC had to do.
Yeah.
You know, one little miscommunication from the Tiny and Old 11 is absolutely fine. There, on the other hand, push coil, everyone just run at the guy, and he's going to die.
So they pretty much have to go for the same kind of play here, which is they need a toss back into tier 4s and try and pull Vici Gaming deep inside of their base and
it is
do
quite
some
possible
shenanigans there. Yeah,
it is incredibly difficult, but it is possible.
especially as they go deeper into the base. As you can see, old 11 using his flamethrower on the tier 4s. That's one way to force the Drow Ranger back. That's one way to force buybacks here. Boke gonna use his toss back. There it is. Armel throwing it back into the team. This time they do manage to land the spear, but Poyo blinking in with the stone gates already active, so TNC has to be able to reset. Despite the arena, despite the positioning, they have to wait. Ice Blast lands afterwards. Multi-shot is going to be slowing some of the heroes down. Another toss back, but it's interrupted by the God's Rebuke. Oh, they were going to reposition him nicely, but that doesn't actually happen. The tier 4s are dead. Their throne is still going to be in danger. Boke takes a huge amount of damage from a Whirling Death. Armel, another round of toss. This time it's the Earth Spirit instead, missing out on the Medusa. They're going to try and target him, but the Medusa going to work on the throne. They need to be able to stop him. A Hex is going to be able to stall him out a little bit more. They're still dealing with POIW as he is a tanky guy. Now, Disarm actually put onto the Medusa. So the throne is safe for now, but maybe it's actually the Drow Ranger who's in trouble, or maybe all of his allies. Armel going for yet another toss back. They're working their way closer and closer to the fountain bit by bit, and Drow staying inside of the fountain, just putting out the damage, but it's tickling Vici Gaming. They hardly take anything at all. The throne is just going to die to the puck at this point in time as a toss finishes off PYW, but it's damage on the... That's what matters, and that's how Vici Gaming take game 1.
Yeah, Vici, they are so clean.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Radiant team ban.
You're cursing Ice Frog. But I will say, even though it was mediocre, the next game might not be so.
The next game might not be so. We saw them have a bad game 1 and a good game 2 in the first series that they played. This was a good game 1. We're going to see a great game 2. It's the upper trajectory, perhaps. And maybe Vici Gaming, they've already won 3 games. They might be resting on their laurel a little bit. Kind of doubt it,
I
but...
hope that I count on that for Vici Gaming, and I also count that TNC did not lose their morals and their spirits after losing 2 games to EG and now 1 to Vici Gaming. They're a professional team. 3 games, it's nothing. Brush it off, play on.
Yeah.
And this is something where coach really comes in handy. Like, he can talk to you, forget about that game. Just
Why don't you coach him? You're pretty positive.
I'm here with you.
Oh.
That's the problem.
That is a problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Alright, so we're gonna see Broodmother and Mars banned out first. Classic. Probably Brood is gonna be banned first. Couple every single game still. Ancient Apparition though, he is quickly getting into that slot where he is a ban every single series hero.
If he's not banned, he's picked up instantly together with Mars. Mars also banned out Enchantress from Vici Gaming. One thing that I'm actually peculiar at is Nyx Assassin. We don't see him as much as I expected.
Really?
Yeah,
well, there you go. That's why. You don't ban the Nyx he's picked up.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen Nyx do so well, especially with all these combos. Some beautiful Nyx Grimstroke games.
Yep.
He can just initiate on anybody and just tear them apart.
Grim Gary Nyx.
Grim, my brother, Gary, I mean Grimstroke.
So Nyx Assassin actually is best because you're denying Vici Gaming an opportunity to pick so many heroes that are bad against him, right? Anything the Tyrant gain, these Lash racks, usually in the CN region, if Nyx Assassin isn't picked up, if Nyx Assassin isn't banned, that is, he's picked up instantly with Lash.
Yeah.
So you get those 2 heroes, or you ban out the Nyx Assassin and you open up with Lash 3. We haven't seen that opening that many times over here, but it was very popular. Now, SCA actually screams a lot with CN.
Oh, hello, and talk about another popular hero. Templar Assassin picked up second. Now, I know Templar's good right now, but I have always called Templar a rock, paper, scissors hero. She is very good if she doesn't have heroes that are naturally amazing.
And this is naturally amazing
there
versus...
you go.
Yeah.
I agree.
That being said, it is the Ori Templar Assassin. I feel like that kind of makes the, I don't know, the scissors against the rock
Yeah, it's
a little bit like
it's a little bit different.
Makes the rock a little bit less powerful against the scissors.
Sandstone, if you will. I agree with you, but at the same time, when people are really good at Dota heroes and then they become in the meta, I think that really affects them because they still think that they're very good, but everyone else has been having practice against that hero.
it. Yeah,
true.
That's true.
So even though we all know Ori's amazing, I don't know. Go ahead, sir.
No, I feel you. I agree with your point. I also think that when you play the hero so many times, you get used to be playing versus all different counters, which makes you better when you play against them. So it goes both ways, right? Like you can make an argument for
But I will say, very proud of Vici Gaming for banning out that Venomancer.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Overall, it's something that Vici Gaming also plays. It isn't that bad. Centaur banned out, Mars banned out. There aren't too many offlaners that are still good in the pool. Something like a Slardar for Vici Gaming might be an option, but then you're putting yourself in a position in which you're asking Razor, okay, where do you want to go? What lane do you want to own?
Razor is good like that, you know?
The CK as well that they banned out is actually something that's played on offlane in CN. They love their offlane CK with Midas. It looks like a carry CK. I actually don't see the difference. They just play it on offlane.
There you go. We've been
That's the Willow
a lot as well.
Morphling still in the pool.
Oh boy, Morphling.
I mean, we haven't seen Poyo play Morphling yet, I think. Every time we see Willow, I want to point it out. And last time we saw the Willow pick up and then they go for a Mars with it, but this time Mars is first phase ban.
Look, I'm gonna take this very rare opportunity where I'm on a Valve major panel and just say something that we've all been trying to say for a long time. Can we just get rid of Morphling? I know, right now in the chat they're saying, he's a Techies player. Morphling has legitimately ruined this game for like 3 years. All these heroes have to get nerfed and buffed because of this stupid hero. The design just doesn't work. I hate Morphling. Morphling players hate themselves. Get rid of it. Be free.
What about Rubik?
Rubik's fine.
Rubik's fine, and they go with
He can't steal
Slardar.
his ally stuff, but anyway. Slardar, as you said, nice snipe, sir. Looking pretty good, and Snapfire.
It's good. Like Slardar is very good with TA. Opens up that rush. You can take it around 15-16 minute mark. But the problem is, like we said earlier, this Razor, he can pick and choose what lane he wants to dominate.
Yes.
Still, most likely they'll put him mid, but now they could even go for something like an Ember if they wanted to. A little bit tricky versus Oracle, but not really a big problem. They go with the Snap, gives you some multiple instances, you know, and the way to deal with TA's armor, which is nice. A very popular position for End5 in the SCA and CN.
I mean, Snap just seems incredibly good this game. You got a Razor chasing people around and then accelerated by Cookie. As you said, you have a bunch of different ways to get out TA refractions.
Very low win rate, though.
Yeah, well, that's because she's paired up with Mars. People think that that's the freebie or something, you know? I saw somebody else do it. Let's do it. But
that's the way of Dota, though. You just described Dota 2.
Not
every single team, every single player.
I was doing Max Mana Drain Lion 2 patches.
All right.
Before it was cool.
Before it was cool.
Yeah, that's right. That's how you gotta think as Dota. Do you want to be like everyone else? Everybody loses at Dota. Only very few people win. You have to think differently in this game.
No, to be a pro player, you usually need like 53-54% win rate. So what is that? 4% more?
You have to go 4% more.
Yeah, that's it.
That's pretty.
That's all you need. That's all you need. That's all you need. But also you have to play thousands of games and keep that 4% above.
True.
The middle.
Mankey King. Oof.
Mankey King.
Oof. What do you guys think about Mankey King? Real talk.
He was dead for such a long time in the seasons, at least. Like, this hero was not picked up.
So at some point it was picked up so often and it was so popular that everybody picked it first too. And then at some point that stopped working, so people thought the hero in general stopped working.
But it got nerfed.
But here, picking him up 4th or 5th, I think it can still be good. I think it can still work.
It can. It's pretty decent versus TA, right? A lot of those clones of your hitting her. It's decent. Should be a decent lane versus Slardar too, even though it might backfire. It's Slardar plus Dark Willow is no pushover lane. That's scary. So, not really. I'm still not feeling Monkey King as a really strong hero. We've seen Secrets as well play it. It didn't really work that great for them. I just don't. I don't feel like I feel like there are better carries.
Yes, Monkey King poo-poo. Not a good hero right now. I don't think so.
Thank you, Gary.
I mean, how does a Monkey King survive the laning stage, especially with something like a Slardar Dark Willow? You get hit by one spell, you are literally at half HP for either one of those heroes.
Can they swap the lanes around and maybe put Monkey versus TA?
Monkey mid?
Does that work?
Monkey TA is actually an interesting lane. Like, I've seen monkeys win it, but right now I feel like TA is just way too strong, way too complicated, and you'd rather just put the Razor. But again, we've talked about Razor and his versatility. You can put him safe lane, and he should dominate the Slardar. So
yeah, I think it's a big choice that they actually have to make, because you have this gigantic risk. If there's one thing you don't want to do against TA, it's let her have a good start. If she gets an early Deso blink, the game is over. So it is a very tough choice, but one they put themselves into, so I don't feel that bad.
Screw them, they did.
Well, I mean, it's their call. But I could definitely see Monkey going mid here. I think you're right on the money there.
I love the last ban from Vici Gaming in the form of Night Stalker. Brings so many issues to the Oracle, to the Dark Willow, that Blink BKB with the AoE silence unplayable against. And they go with the Magnus. This is an extremely greedy offlane for TNC, if it even is offlane, I believe so.
That's our color commentator Wario coming in.
And there you go.
There he is. There's the broken. Go ahead.
I mean, it is broken.
You're probably gonna put it.
Every single patch, we have to work around this. Look, this freaking demon. I hate this as a demon, an Oni, if you will. I know one when I see one. Not a fan of that morph, but that is a very powerful combo. Look at just the damage output at all points of this game. Laning phase, Oracle, Dark Willow, Slardar. Mid game,
You know,
Morphling TA, holy moly.
You know how you're saying you'd like to see Morphling removed from the game?
Yes.
Why go so extreme? Why not say, okay, you know what, let's change his ags?
They've tried that.
Yeah?
They've done that many times.
Yeah, but let's not be able to copy your allies ever. How about that?
Great. Just put him in the dumpster pool where he belongs. Or, you know, I don't know.
Morphling is one of those high skill ceiling heroes that's very difficult to actually balance.
Yeah.
Like your Meepos, your Tinkers, if a player is really good on these kind of heroes, he's just a god in the game and you can't play against him.
Yeah.
And in this kind of a game, it looks really strong. You have Dark Willow, broken combination, and I'm worrying that TNC have got themselves put in a really bad spot with the Magnus. Magnus Monkey is a good combination, but a little bit too greedy.
Yeah.
And it does look like with Gabby playing Monkey King that it will just be mid-Razor.
I mean, this is a... They are playing on field right now. All of their team is very squishy in the beginning of the game. Everyone on the other team is burst damage, snowball heroes. They have to play this nearly perfectly. Are they capable of it? Maybe. I hope so. I'm rooting for them.
All right, well, with you rooting for them, surely they are going to put up a good game for sure, but maybe Morphling Willows is going to be too strong. I wonder what our commentary team thinks about this series. It is over to Cap and BSJ.
I don't know, BSJ, what do we think? They don't really pay me to think, to be honest. They just pay me to see things and say what's happening on screen. You're the thinking man here. What do you think about this?
So it doesn't require you to think to tell us exactly what's happening?
No, absolutely not. For example, right now, 2 people on screen, 1 red shirt, 1 blue shirt, guy with glasses, looking pretty handsome.
Oh.
See, I don't have...
You talk about the guy with glasses. That's pretty cool. Okay, if that's as natural to say about me as you made it look like, then I feel really good about myself right now. I was thinking the Morph was a potential pick when the Willow was revealed, and there were still 2 other picks from TNC and 2 bans for them, and they gave it to him anyway. This Morph Willow combo is pretty bonkers, and it's also a very good matchup against the Razor because you can break Static Link with the waveform, and you're also a hero that can threaten a Monkey King during his ultimate and also easily disengage from his ultimate. So I think it might just be too perfect of a Morphling game.
Let me throw one more in there. Before Aghanim Scepter, turn into the Razor.
True.
Right?
Absolutely.
Getting Static Link on Morphling is super scary. If he turns into a Razor and starts draining away damage from Monkey King, I feel like that fight's over.
Yeah, one of the few buffs that lingers if you turn back into the regular Morphling. So you can capitalize not only on the buff, but also the innate stats that Morphling has, as opposed to something... who was it that was talking about it? It was the Wyvern, or not the Wyvern. Wyvern also lingers.
Wyvern lingers, yeah.
Oh,
that one's scary. A Morphling just shooting
it's the Wyvern Ags that doesn't linger.
Oh,
that's why they were talking about turning into a ally Wyvern with an Ags, but since it's a toggleable skill at that point, it does not linger. Yeah, that was... Morphling's got some funky stuff going on with the hero, but Willow, the most broken part about it is he gets bonus range, he's pumping out oodles of damage, and he's untargetable.
Yeah. All crazy stuff. Anyway, we get some weird things like the waveform attacks target. He does that while he's Shadow Realming, and they're applying Shadow Realm hits as well. Like, there's just so many dumb, silly things that are super good, super OP about this combination. TNC on the back foot here. Not just in the series, but also what we're talking about sounds like a bit of a draft problem for them as well. Just this, you know, last pick Morphling super scary. So what does TNC need to do to be able to get ahead of this big combo?
It is, I would say, 2,000 to 3,000 net worth, but ahead of the Morph on the Monkey King because he gets an early farming item, and then turns that into a Roche and map control prior to the Axe coming out.
Okay.
It's all about that Axe timing, because he's probably going to go Manta then Axe, maybe just Yasha then Axe. And the problem is, if Morphling has space to farm, that also implies that Ori on the TA will also have space to farm. So then you're going to have multiple problems that are hitting you from all sides. A lot of mobility coming out from most likely Blink Slardar and TA and a waveform Morph with the save behind and a difficult support to burst with the lineup that TNC has. It just seems like on paper, the skill set of all the Vici heroes scale very well naturally against those of TNC's.
Oh, nice hop over from Boomy, gives him the cookie, and that is enough to be able to get the Jingu stacks. They lay out the boundless strike, and they actually get this kill. If they keep the vision, they just might be able to, but they're both stunned towards the end of it, and it looks like Old 11 will be able to reset, get away, and pop a healing salve. So they need to be able to win lanes, sounds like to me, right? You want to be able to win this Monkey King lane. They also picked up the Razor against TA, which is a big counter. Brambles should keep Gabby at bay. No, he actually works his way around it. The boundless strike is getting another hit in. The shot comes in. That's enough to slow him down for a second hit from Gabby. First blood goes to TNC.
Yeah, this is exactly what we need to see. TA is going to struggle in the mid lane. Razor's a hard counter in the lane, but he's not like an Ember Spirit or a Veno or a Viper that we see that is a hard counter all game, because the link is going to be naturally broken by the blink of the TA because of the refraction allowing you to do so, even though the Razor will be attacking you. So it is so much on these lanes. It really is. They went so much all in on these 1v1 matchups early on, and I think the bigger picture is just so heavily in favor of VG that an even game is not going to be good enough.
And we did see TNC, like they showed potential of taking over a game. Last time around, they were doing a really good job. It felt like in some ways they were actually outplaying Vici Gaming, and then that one team fight happened. They lost all momentum from there. This lineup feels like if it does take that, they'll definitely be able to keep that momentum. Nice sidestep though. As you said, Gabby is able to deal with this one. Now turning fire, two-man boundless strike. That's going to be a lot of damage. Not that old 11 is even going to die. TNC continuing to win this bottom lane.
I don't think Monkey King's all that favored against Slardar, even though he is a pseudo-ranged melee hero.
These guys are so bloodthirsty. Yeah, it's like, you could probably just leave PYW. Like, Gabby's missing out on a ton of CS right now.
I thought I had time to talk there, but that just goes to show that there are no brakes on this train.
It really isn't.
What was on that courier? Wonder if it wasn't Boots, because he's got him queued up. So if it was Boots, that would have been very costly.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of gold that he accrued from the kill that he's now unable to spend for an extra couple minutes. So that is a more crucial courier snipe if I've ever seen one. Because you're supposed to have that net worth advantage on the back foot of that.
Is he like completing Orb of Corrosion or something?
That was probably it, yeah.
The stun completes, Old 11 gets away. Yeah, that early Orb of Venom pickup by Gabby has done some serious work in this lane. Last hit on the center, nicely done. The wave is going to cut in though. Gabby tried to bring it back, keep it out of the tower range, but doesn't manage to do so in time. 3-0. Wasn't TNC up like 10-3 or something last?
9-2 is what I recall,
okay.
So maybe a 10-3 was in there as well. Boomy looking to invade the Ancients' future stack of Ancients, blocking it up with the Observer Ward. I like this a lot because Razor is going to inevitably boot the TA out of lane, and it's usually not that bad of a matchup for TA because of the easy access to just backing off to some camps.
Yeah.
And we see there the pressure on the Morphling. They don't actually have any kill threat on this guy unless they manage to catch him fully agi-morphed with chain stuns.
Boom, he blocked in by his own creep. He was so determined to try and stop this pull that was happening behind the tower that he suicides for it. It's a skewer. Long range poke doesn't quite clip DY, but they're going to trap him potentially. No, DY does a nice loop-de-loop. Instead gets caught by the impale and eventually does go down.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You just talked about them pulling creeps and then said loop-de-loop, and all I could think of was loop-de-loop and pull, and your shoes are looking cool. If you guys know what that's from at home, you have gone up a notch in my book. Do you know what that's from?
I don't know what that's from, but I'm presuming that is how is some sort of rhyme for you to tie your shoes correctly.
Absolutely, it is. It is the best rhyme to know how to tie your shoes correctly.
It is what 5-year-old Brian learned, and he kept that rhyme with him ever since. Do you say it out loud when you're tying your shoes?
Anytime I hear loop-de-loop, I think of it in the back of my mind, and the pull just made it like, oh, it's just too good. There were 100% people in chat that were thinking it, and they were not courageous enough to say it out loud that they were, and admit it to themselves.
That's what Brian is here for.
Yes. No shame. Continued aggression bottom.
Yeah.
Going for a diffusal blade on the Monkey King. That is one way to make it much more difficult for Morphling to carry this game, because the attribute shift now costing mana much harder countered by the mana burn than he was in the past.
So I've got some real old mechanics here I just don't know if it's still the case. Hold up, Gabby. He's got phase boots. He's kind of tanky to this, but DY is going to be joining into this fight as well. And watch, he's going to wait for the Jingo and look for the purge opportunity. He throws it out, but he already got the Boundless Strike immediately afterwards. So the damage has been done. The Slardar falls. DY is cleaned up by rotation from the Razor. Looks like because of Shadow Realm, a Dark Willow will manage to get away. My mechanics question was, Diffusal Blade, does it still count as an extra hit for refraction's sake?
Oh my god, you're killing me with the mechanics today.
Dude, you know all the mechanics, and I've been nailing you with
you
questions
actually
you don't know.
have. I'm really proud of you. I think this might be the most in a row, 2 in a row. That is the problem. Is I don't play TA, so I should I know stuff like Clink's Arrow and stuff or Searing Arrows is extra procs, but I don't know about Diffusal Blade.
Yeah,
I will be looking that one up, or if you want to ask for me.
Yeah, Old 11. He will die to Armel, who's still hanging out here in the bottom lane. I guess he didn't expect them to just still continue to sit here, but now he doesn't even have a TP back to lane. He's going to have to do a long walk of shame. Gabby not going to fearlessly dive tier 2s, and I feel like TNC should be pretty happy with the aggression there.
701 kill score. They're feeling good about themselves, but this is about what we saw in game 1, as you mentioned earlier, and it's a similar story with the terms of scaling. What team looks better late? Yes, I know they have Mag, Monkey King, but conceptually, Morph TA is just so good against this stuff because they're going to cast their spells, and if you can disengage from it, Vici's lineup will punish you. The chase potential is immense, and the cooldowns are just not there. They are on a constant uptime for Vici.
The bonus damage is dealt in 1 instant together with the attack damage. So.
Okay.
And it's probably like a really old, if I had to guess, maybe even a Warcraft 3 mechanic that I was thinking of.
I will say that my gut was saying that it didn't work, because that's just one of those things that I feel like somebody in Twitch would have been like, yeah, did you know you could have bought Diffusal there to counter the TA? I've just never even heard that. So
Basically, you're saying you knew it couldn't be that way because otherwise somebody would have backseat gamed you.
Yes.
Right.
That usually is a pretty safe assumption, because at some point that would have been like, people feel real good about that stuff, and I respect that, guy. So it's perfectly fine being a mechanics nerd.
Knowing your obscure mechanics is it does have its place. Absolutely.
I like how much attention TNC is putting on this bottom matchup.
Watch Tim's die here. It's a classic support death. You know, you wander somewhere around the mid lane and I ran into a trap. Oh, there's another trap. Okay, I guess I'm dead.
Oh, he's gonna lay another trap.
Yeah, that's...
Can't really check runes against TA casually like that. You gotta have a sentry pretty much everywhere. They do have 2 in the river. Looks like that last one was planted a bit late, because that is where he died. Okay, so Armel, I like this rotation. Razor's not a standard rotate to take towers type of hero. They can't kill the Morphling, but Morphling also can't occupy this lane because he'll just be forced to waveform away. This is the cool walk at you play, no counterplay form of a gank that heroes like Razor, Viper, Necrophos can make in a game.
Look how close he was to that sentry. Oh, man.
Calculated.
Very calculated.
He did have a sentry of his own earlier that would have seen a sentry if it had been there. So I think he knew that he was safe.
Yeah, Boomy. Gonna be chased underneath this tower, but immediately the RP is gonna go down. Turns around, cookies the 2 of them as well. Great combo from TNC. They're even gonna have to clean up kill on DY on aisle 3. Dominating streak.
Okay.
Gabby.
Well, that's exactly how you're supposed to kill the Morphling. He just gets caught underneath 1 stun. The cookie, I've seen it happen multiple times now. We saw it, I believe, in Beast Coast earlier, where you are on the other side of a tree where the Morphling doesn't see it coming, and he has to react on the time the guy's like in the middle of the leap. And that's pretty difficult. I wouldn't hold anybody. I would not test anybody on my team with, hey, make sure you survive against that cookie reaction time.
Yeah, it's certainly something that you're probably not expecting, and similar to last game, though it does feel like they have a bit more of a net worth lead than they did last time. 10-2, 3,000 net worth lead. The only hero that's really having a great time in this game for Vici Gaming is Ori, who's just doing the standard farming up Ancients a whole bunch.
Yeah, the fact that he's not #1 net worth, though. TA, she wants to be on top of the game. Morphling, I'm definitely concerned for his space. I talked about their lack of ability to kill him, but they have the threat if he's alone, such as the Nyx, the pure damage. He is morphing up, though. he's going to be forced to play around his team, and that's not what you want. Heroes like Morph are meant to be independent. You don't have to camp them, which allows you guys to play much more aggressive on the map.
They were trying to bait Tims earlier, and they may still be able to catch him. The Spike Carapace catches back onto Poyo-Yo as he turns into the Nyx Assassin. They both get impaled. Curse Crown coming in, but at the same time, Mortimer's Kisses, okay, turns back into the Nyx Assassin for a Spike Carapace to be able to counter the Snapfire on the enemy team. That was a cute little play there from the Morphling.
Most notably, Slardar is now having the space to... Okay, he went for a Vanguard, but the space to complete his Blink. He's their Catalyst. Yes, there's a lot of damage to follow him up, so the minute he has this, he will be quite a threat. But TNC's got a solid 3 or 4 minutes before that's an issue, and they've got a pretty hefty net worth lead to capitalize on just that. Snapfire, very good support for taking those early towers with the minus armor from Little Shredder. And the Empower on the Razor, not exactly a traditional Empower hero, has the haste rune TPing bottom.
Yeah, he's actually setting up behind them here with that TP. He went into the trees. Ooh, does get caught by the crush there. Thrown up in the air by the Yule Scepter. Was that our Mel Zone Yule Scepter? Well, he's still got a haste rune. He can maybe catch up to somebody, but yeah. A little bit surprised he didn't use the Slardar. I have to imagine he must have been a little bit scared that there was going to be a lot of Vici Gaming heroes running him down.
He got amped, and if that TA decided to melt strike him, he could have been in for some hurting. That's probably like a 3-shot, if I had to guess.
That's fair enough. Well, TNC, they're not going to let these towers go down without a fight, though. As he rotates back to the mid lane, this time around they won't have a TP from the Razor. In fact, they won't have several TPs, so I believe now they're going to give it up. Unless...
I like this decision making. They decided to not trade originally, went for the counterplay, and then fail. It didn't fail necessarily, but you didn't get anything out of it other than just deterring the tower push from Vici. Now they just take the trade that most teams would consider favorable, the tier 1 mid.
Well, they took it so fast that they can actually be here in time and catch Vici Gaming. In fact, the Wukong's commander's already out. The Templar Assassin is surrounded by units to terrorize. The Mortimer's Kiss isn't quite enough, but they know where he is, and they've got the AoE damage to finish him off. The basically the carry of Vici Gaming at this point, the highest net worth hero, falls as they take the tier 1 tower. And immediately smoke back.
I love this tempo of the game that TNC is setting. They have to do this. I talked about that. I was so scared of how well Morphling would scale, but they are not looking to let him get there.
No, they certainly aren't. What a big difference. What was Ori playing last game? I forgot now. Oh god, neither one of us remember.
Oh god.
I'm gonna say he was playing something a bit more tempo.
Medusa. Ori.
DY? Oh, it's Puck. That's what it was. I was gonna say, it feels like this time around Vici Gaming aren't able to stop this aggression because they've got a Templar Assassin who just wants to hit Ancients right now. Morphling on one side needs to hit Creeps. Slardar, who didn't go fast Blink Dagger, went a Vanguard. So they just don't have anything, and TNC's like, okay, we'll just keep running at you.
The reason why I don't like this Vanguard is the idea behind it is, as we see a potential... Okay, I'm allowed to talk. So, the Vanguard is, in my eyes, you pick it up on like the axes, the centaurs. It allows you to occupy lanes and be more aggressive on the map because of that. Thus, kind of like an aggressive version of a Midas. It's enabling you to farm more, right? But he can't occupy lanes against any of these cores. Monkey King shows up, he's going to boot you out. Razor shows up, he's going to boot you out. Notice how Sardar's still playing on his own side of the map. So I'm a bit skeptical about this being worth it to delay your Blink Dagger, but he is going to have it in 400 gold.
Yeah.
So let's look for something to happen from Vici. They seem really good at picking fights when they have their backs against the wall. They have to choose a very specific fight that's going to get them back in the game. And I imagine it's going to be once they get that Blink Dagger.
Yeah. And then we may see a turn, which Vici Gaming has done several times just today, being maybe a little bit behind or even just even, and then getting a certain timing, getting a big team fight. Let's see, Roshan is looking to fall for free here. Vici Gaming not around to contest. So at this point, giving away the Aegis, Armel is actually not sticking around in the pit, so maybe it's going to go to Monkey King. He's going to make sure there's nobody close by to jump inside the pit. Gabby with an Aegis means that he can be super independent in this game. He can be split pushing all over the map, knowing he's got a second life to be covering his risks.
That feels really nice on Monkey King to have that in power.
Yeah.
Because you have this diffusal, for some reason I didn't even think about it in terms of his itemization. You're allowed to be aggressive as a kill threat, which means people also interfere with your farm less because they're scared of you.
Yeah.
And so you effectively get more farm and you're farming faster, which is awesome.
That was a problem with the old Monkey King, right? Is that sometimes he was really good in that patch, but it was like, okay, you're going to go Battle Fury, and then you're going to go Aghanim Scepter, and that was essentially kind of like 2 farming items. Here, this Empower makes Gabby come online so much faster.
Almost surprised we're not seeing even more mag than we already are. I remember seeing a Diffusal Faceless Void with the mag, similar idea. Heroes that don't usually want to skip those farming items, and it makes them have this era of passivity around this time in the game, but they're quite capable of dishing out some serious damage with just a Diffusal.
All right, stealing each other's damage.
Morphling stole more.
He did. Oyoyo. He's going to have to hit and run with that damage, though, because he knows more TNC members are probably closing in.
And just look at the map. Slardar, only 1 farming lanes. In no way is that rapid.
Yeah. No, it's certainly not. Or he's going to come over here and take some of that farm. After all, he still needs to hit that big, like, 3-item peak, would you say? I feel like it's Dragonlance, Desolator, and then BKB, and that's when TA is like, oh god, how do we deal with this hero?
Yeah, I thought he was going to have to go a Blink Dagger to break the static link and to disengage from the Monkey King ultimate, but because they're behind, he might just need to all-in the damage to look for bursting targets.
No, you're right. He is still going to go that blink. There's not a ton of magic damage on TNC anyway. Refraction's going to block this initial hit of damage, but they still got it.
Oh, no, he has Yules on Razor. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's why he bought it, by the way, guys.
Yeah. Razor is really great at forcing fights. One thing he's lacking, stun.
He's got the Bloodseeker syndrome.
Yeah. That's why Rod of Atos and Yule's Scepter, very common items on those heroes.
Oh god, he's going Halberd too.
Oh, I like
so good against Morph and TA ranged heroes. It does last longer, Cap, than it does against melee.
Yep.
Solar Crest from Snapfire. This is definitely a game of armor. You got the Razor minus armor from his ultimate. You have all physical damage from Mag, Monkey King, as well as the Razor, so all 3 cores on that side. And then if you look at the other side, yeah, Morph is a little bit of mixed damage, but you have Morph, TA, and Slardar. So any little bit of items like this will drastically impact which carry wins the fight when they just clash with each other in the middle.
All these AoE disables, and poor PYW's not having a fun time.
And he's actually going for the E-Blade on the Morphling, realizing that all-inning the physical damage and relying on the Ags plus Willow combo is not exactly in the cards based on how far behind they are. He's not going to be able to stand his ground and fight.
Maybe a bit of dis-synergy with the Templar Assassin, but you kind of got to do it.
I think it's an adjustment that they didn't plan to make, but I think it is correct.
Yeah.
It's not horrible. You have like decent magic damage from the 2 supports with the E-Blade to finish off a target. And Nyx Assassin, Monkey King, Razor, they are the type of heroes that you either need to catch them off guard in the case of the Nyx Assassin so he can't get the carapace off, or with the Razor, he does like a little bit of a long drawn out fight. He doesn't want like the Veno duration of fights, like 30 seconds, but he wants that full static link to go off.
Yeah. Tims. One trap into another. Now he does hit a really nice impale. And they have the Mortimer's Kisses as well as the Razor coming in. Oh no, the side blades. Watch out, Armel. Nice RP though. He bails him out. Bogue, he's going to skewer him in. It turns into a Boundless Strike. They are AoE chain stun comboing on. Vici Gaming is just beautiful. But Vici Gaming is still looking to be able to stay a nice blink away. Or can it keep this run going? The Oracle's coming in, but he doesn't have his ultimate anymore. He can stop the magic damage, but the refraction's burned out. They've got him.
I gotta give props to DY here.
Got him.
There was a 3-man RP that he had to false promise the Morphling, and he must have targeted his hero portrait at the top, because there's no way he could have purposely done that just by clicking on the hero.
Yeah.
As please, Poyo, don't make me eat my words and commend the Oracle who saved you and make it all for naught.
He's got an E-Blade that he just picked up, but he doesn't have the mana to use it on himself to dodge all these hits. Yikes.
It's like,
I praise the support for saving the guy, and the guy he saved just that's like a caster's curse by proxy or something like that.
And again and again and again, Gabby is just there to catch these heroes trying to escape from a one hero setup.
Tim's, I would say, is the one that's all over the place. That's he's just constantly hunting, setting up these engagements. You saw his carapace onto 2, as well as the impale onto 2 that originally started that fight.
7,000 net worth lead for TNC. This time around, there isn't that one team fight that is stopping the momentum. They are continuing to run at Vici Gaming, and they put together some excellent team fights so far. I feel like they haven't really lost an engagement this entire game. Roshan's got to be up in 2 minutes. That'll be the next timing for them.
The thing about Monkey King as opposed to Drow, we found ourselves in a similar spot from TNC. They have a carry that's willing to fight like they did in game 1, but this is a carry that runs a U rather than kind of sitting on their own side of the map waiting for you to try to invade. And I think TNC seems to flourish a lot better in this setting. And I really like what they're pulling out. I did not expect this game 2, especially after what we saw game 1, where they did have somewhat of a commanding lead and managed to drop the game anyways. I'm much more confident in their ability to close this one out, but this E-Blade from Morph is their way back into the game for Vici. They have it. Will they get the crucial pick off? It's going to be this Aegis, because if they get Aegis and Cheese, you'll be able to pop that Cheese because they're relatively limited on actual disables on the side of Vici. Slardars are all pretty low duration. They're kind of just like constant little stuns, and either target, the Razor or the Monkey King, is just not going to be burstable anymore.
It's funny, we're watching Tim's right now, the Nyx Assassin, and I wasn't sure about this hero pickup. It was a double melee lane, for example. We haven't seen a whole ton of Nyx Assassin. I feel like ever since they took away the break mechanic from his ultimate and the nerf the shard, his hero hasn't been quite the same, but Tim's is certainly showing that it is still very viable. And against the greediness of Vici Gaming's lineup, he's done a great job of finding pickoffs. Has he gone a little bit too far? Look at him, he's just headlock going straight for them. He pops a spike carapace, and that's enough. The rest of his team is now here, and in fact, he may not even die. Old 11's gonna come in, a 3-man crush to be able to finish off Tim's, but you could see that Templar Assassin is always on the run. Managed to pop the refraction and blink away with a false promise on him, but PYW is receiving the brunt of the damage that Razor had just stolen away. One last jump here from Gabby, tries to go for the slaughter, may have caught him in the river, but it's PYW who's unable to escape in the trees. Neither land, nor river, nor sea. It seems like everywhere they go, TNC's got the answers, they've got the catch, and they are killing Vici Gaming heroes.
I think you really should have ended that sentence with TNC, because you said anywhere in the sea, and then you could have rhymed it.
You're right.
And it was just a missed opportunity. But who didn't miss their opportunity, that's TNC, because they are just full speed ahead, as this is no sign of stopping, no reason to stop. They're buying a bunch of super cost-effective items. Even just the playmail component of this AC makes it infinitely harder for them to bring down Armel. We talked about, other than that E-Blade, they are almost 100% physical damage on the side of Vici's cores, and they're going to get this second Aegis. Ag Shard, who are we going to give it to? I'd say Monkey King. It's a pretty nice Ag Shard. Something you usually don't buy, but it accelerates your ability to just jump around the map. It makes it so you have a reduced cooldown and a lower cast point on when you're jumping from tree to tree.
Look at Tim's. Vendetta's out, breaks the smoke. Vici Gaming trying to go for the supports, but they've got Spike Carapace, they've got Ghost Scepter, they're able to protect themselves, but the team is still trying to finish up this Roshan. Wait for him, Polyo tries for it, but Boundless Strike stops him, and Volcarina takes him on out of the pit, skewers him away. Polyo turning into the Monkey King's gonna try and deal with that, but he's losing all of his allies who followed him into this pit. At first, it's gonna be Old 11 who's dead. Polyo does manage to get the shot out that finishes off Boomy. That's one dead, but a little bit of a pause there, as it looks like maybe TNC having a bit of reconnect problems. You can see Armel is not where he's supposed to be. He automatically got sent back to base. That is unfortunate.
You know, you take what you can get.
Still, though.
On the side of VG. This is... Look at those kill-death ratios on TNC. 9-0-7 on Armel. 8-0-8 on Gabby. 3-0-10 on Bach. That is a combined 20-0-25 on the cores. Yes, you could have guessed that with the kill score potentially, but there are 6 kills
Knocks away, back inside the game. Both sets up for another skewer. That'll ensure that PYW dies. Does manage to get out the Terrorize last second. Armel's back into the game, and he has already drained away the Templar Assassin. Turns that damage back around onto DY, onto Poyo. They're dead. Armel is beyond godlike. Gabby is godlike, and TNC are winning this game.
Are you saying like they're
in the process of winning?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say,
position.
You don't want to spoil like that. Some of the viewers at home may not be able to read numbers at the top of the screen. Yeah. No offense, guys. Most of you are very high IQ, but there are some of you.
Yeah. I don't think you gotta pick up the stragglers sometimes.
Yeah. I don't think Cap should necessarily be a spoiler for anyone out there. As Gabby has the Aegis, Scotty's almost complete. Yurk gets 2 ranged cores. That slow is devastating. Not to mention the lack of the heal reduction against the Morphling. Attribute shift, which is reduced by heal reduction.
Vici Gaming gonna lose their tier 3 tower, and watch as TNC resets. They do have Booby coming back in. Okay, then RP just onto 1 to make sure that old 11 is gonna be, oh no, false promises. Oh,
he will be able to blink.
Gone. Okay, he's gonna be able to blink, but he's taken so much damage. Is he actually gonna die? I don't think he's received a whole lot of heal, and he hasn't. He bottles up futilely as much as he can from Ori, but he is still dead. 2 gone inside of Vici Gaming, and TNC, well, thought they had something maybe there for a second, but no.
Yeah, just poking and prodding. If there was somebody over there, they definitely would have been dead as all hell.
Tim's doing something similar, blinking forward, just trying to throw out the impale, misses, and is in a bit of trouble. Nope. Pops a Vendetta, and now it's Poyo who's gone in too far. Skewered back into a cookie. Boomy was set up for the long con on that one, and now the long shots at Mortimer's Kisses will finish off the Morphling. More rain of fire happening as the DY tried to get away on the Oracle, disarms himself, turns around, purges up Armel, but he had a cheese, so he's going to be okay for now. The Boundless Strike actually missing DY, so he's still here. Disarms the Monkey King, but he cannot disarm Boomy, who actually puts the shots in to finish off PYW. Gabby's ready to go. Vici Gaming start charging forward. He's got the Wukong's command, and he's got an Aegis too. Vici Gaming, they may have to give up 2 lanes of barracks at this rate. Oh, Meld Strike coming out, but Armel actually dodged, I think, both of those, or maybe he just
no, he just has an Assault Cure ass.
Oh God, he's got too much armor that even a Meld hit doesn't seem to put a dent into this Razor's HP. 2 lanes of barracks it is, and Vici Gaming will stay alive based off the fact they've got a tier 2 bottom lane.
Yeah, really good itemization from TNC. It's just picture perfect, man. The Diffusal, the Echo Saber, super cost-effective items that are buffed up by the Empower. Manta's like a pseudo BKB form that also benefits from the Diffusal, and it removes all the roots and the amp from the Slardar. And then you talk about the Razor with the Yules, Halberd, AC. It's just exactly what I would imagine. It's just looks so fluid, so smooth.
Everything just connects together.
Yes.
It's like the puzzle, you know, and you put the final piece in that's right in the center, and all of a sudden, picture is complete. And wow, it's just gorgeous. And Gabby, well, he's looking gorgeous, but he's also maybe looking a little in trouble here. Fortunately, a cookie will bail him out. Thanks, Grandma. And Gabby now looks to re-engage off of that Aegis, off of Volk, and his attempted skewer back. Still nothing doing.
If I was having a tough time, probably nothing more I'd want than a cookie from Grandma.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's not necessarily about the nutrition or the sugar that's in the cookie. It's more about, you know, that Grandma's got your back.
Yeah, and the cookies also have smiles on them, which you can look at it as you're eating, and it's an infectious, positive emotion.
Oh, look at that. They actually jump forward. Spike Carapace was fast enough from Tibbs that he's able to hit both of those heroes with an impale as well. The RP onto both of them. Vici Gaming, you've been answered in so many ways. TNC, they have just taken down bit by bit each one of their heroes, and now they're ready to take your final lane of barracks. As Gabby, he is not scared of the rest of Vici Gaming hero whatsoever. After all, he still has that Aegis to work with.
Just call it. This is embarrassing. Yeah. They're just pummeling them ground as he's not even hitting the buildings. Gabby's just jumping in. He's got a couple other extra building hitters that Assault Cure makes everyone do a pretty good amount of damage.
He wants to pack more of those stats. The cookie comes up, but actually stops a Boundless Strike, so maybe not quite what he wanted. PYW trying to save his own life. Again, Terrorize as he dies. And I believe our cores, they still not have a single death to either one of their names. Yep. 0-0. What a clean game. Tim's almost dying there.
Give
but
this mag an
survives
assist.
through it.
Give him an assist. Yes.
Got it.
4-0-20 for our boy Bach in the offlaner.
Yeah, what a fantastic job TNC managed to do in this game too after
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.